This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
This will be a 38-yard try between the hash marks, in the rain, in the wind.
Our version of the Hail Mary.
Scott Daly sends it back. Spot down. Kick up. Jake Moody from 38. It is gone. Time expires. And the Bears win. Their third in a row for the first time in 5 seasons.
That is how we start the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire morning squad with you. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back and an absolutely loaded Monday night in the world of sports. We start off with the NFC East as Jaden Daniels and the Commanders fumble near midfield in a rainy Landover, Maryland. The Chicago Bears get it, and Jake Moody off the scrap heap from the San Francisco 49ers, who had his previous field goal blocked. The thing was basically a throw from second base to first in terms of how high it got. Hits his 4th field goal of the night, and you heard the final. Commanders lose.
Man, you just can't lose that game if you're Washington. When you got the ball, you got a chance to run this thing out, and then you fumble. And it's like, I get it's wet. That ball, if you saw the slow motion of that, that ball was out of his hand before it got to the chest. It wasn't a bad exchange. He just lost the football. And it's a crippling loss. Like that's just crippling. And I guess it's the Bears getting them back for last year with the Hail Mary. Same kind of thing.
No, that. By the way, that was the dumbest call from that guy. This is our version of the Hail Mary. No, the Hail Mary will always be really terrible.
It was really terrible.
That partially got your coach fired. So no, don't even compare that. The announcers.
Sure. But you cannot you're just, it's just karma. It's just like the universe is righting itself. Washington shouldn't have won that game last year. The Bears shouldn't have won this game last night. But
they were up 13-0 too.
You got to protect the football.
This is that right there, crumbling in this is what just tells me is like there's nobody who's very good right now. Like everybody has their problems, because Washington, it felt like, all right, they've had some struggles early, but those were the games where Jaden Daniels wasn't there. Generally, if Jaden Daniels is playing, they've been pretty good. But I don't look at Chicago, even though they beat Dallas and we saw them whoop up on them. I don't look at Chicago as anybody that's like a huge threat or anything like that. So it's not like that was a good football team last night that pressed them. It's just a messy league with a lot of mistakes and a lot of ebbs and flows, and that's part of what's frustrating right now about the Cowboys is that, man, you feel like this is kind of a vulnerable
and that
league.
Gives Jerry more ammo to talk about parity like he did with KNC on Friday. This is what the league is designed to do.
And what'd you say the score of this game was to start?
13-0.
Bears, right. Yeah. And last week, the Chargers were up 10-0. And the week before that, Atlanta on Washington, 10-0.
Oh.
They're getting into some slow starts here.
Yeah. And
Short
they
week.
Did not have Terry McLaurin, so factor that in. But they were stuck on what felt like 10 points for a while. Their offense was not doing anything. Chicago with a horrible, horrible run D. They made some plays. They are generating some turnovers. It's funny. Normally, I'm sitting there watching these games, and I have like Cowboy lenses on for the entire team, and I'm looking, Commanders lost, good, NFC East. Now I'm just looking with defensive envy towards everyone. With the Bears, it's, your run defense sucks as well, but at least they're generating turnovers. And then we'll get to the other game in a second where I had super, super amounts of jealousy. But Washington does not look phenomenal, and people are saying, okay, does this make you feel better about the Cowboys? The Bears beat the Commanders. I think the Panthers beat the Falcons earlier in the season 30-0. The Commanders end up losing. No, it does not. Nothing can make me look past the putrid Cowboys defense, who's absolutely helpless. But it is good that DC lost.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
No, it makes me feel, when you say does it make you feel better? No, it makes me feel worse about them. It makes me feel like there's opportunity to do something, and you're wasting it. You're wasting a great season at this point from Dak, and you're wasting it on just really simple miscommunication busts, and that's the most frustrating aspect of this, is that it's like you're getting torched in ways that are inexcusable.
Yeah, look, I mean, it is depressing because you look at it and there is no great team. I don't believe in the league. This could be a chance if you have a league average defense, just a league average defense. But Washington loses, Philadelphia loses, and the Giants are being run by Kappa Sig over there. So things are looking up, boys.
I don't even know that it's league average. Like, they could be a below average defense and probably have a better record than they do right now. They are just an awful defense. If they're they're
just bad.
They're an awful defense that is losing games by 3 points. If they were just bad or like below average, they're probably still they have a winning record, I would guess.
And then you get the first game. I had no idea this game was actually going on.
Buffalo adds another man to the front. They're going to hand to Robinson, right side, through the first wall, around the corner. Here goes Bijan Robinson. Keeps his feet. 30, 25, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown Atlanta. Oh, my goodness.
170 yards on the ground, including that 81-yarder on Falcons radio. And now Orlovsky's all up in my head with the way he was trying to overpronounce Bijan. Bijan. Put a little sinew, whatever the squiggly line is, over the J. Bijan also was 68 through the air. Penix threw for 250. And the Atlanta Falcons, ladies and gentlemen, they handled the Buffalo Bills. That Falcons defense was the most exciting thing of the entire night to me between the two games. And I was super jealous. Again, Cowboys defensive goggles, energetic, flying around, celebrating, punishing. They stalked Josh Allen in this one. This was super impressive. Yeah. The Falcons improved to 3-2. The Bills fall to 4-2.
Josh had one of the worst games you're going to see him play. His QBR is like 18. Super low. The Cowboys finally have something in common with Buffalo. Neither one of them could stop anybody. Their defenses are terrible. Atlanta, with Buffalo. Buffalo gave up almost 9.5 yards per play in the first half.
Well, the Cowboys only allowed 24 points a game. We'd be top of the East.
Yeah. That was all. Most of that was in the first half. They did come around in the second half, but to allow 9 yards of play, over 9 yards of play that first half, brutal for Buffalo. Atlanta was doing whatever they wanted. Bijan had that massive run.
And
80
Atlanta
plus yards.
And Buffalo caught a little break with Drake London as time expired at the end of the first half, stepping out of bounds.
I don't know if there's what the exact explanation would be, but the NFL's kind of going through their cycle right now. It's always cyclical, and it's coming back around to the running game right now. Like team, you're seeing every week now. There's like multiple backs running for 160, and a lot of teams,
300-yard passers.
A lot of teams are choosing to attack with the ground game, and that's like the method of attack. Like, you're starting to see some of these teams are more efficient running the ball than they are passing it, which is not the case for the last decade or 15 years or whatever. And so a lot of teams are having success running the ball 7, 8, 9 yards per carry. The Rico Dowdle type performances are becoming more and more frequent. But man, Atlanta looks pretty good. The stuff that they've waited to click into place, they wanted, like, Bijan didn't click in to place the way they wanted him to the first year or two. And now he's really taken off. Drake London has really taken off. Michael Penix has kind of settled down from some of the early season struggles. And like you mentioned, that defense is really aggressive and attacking. And it's they look like if they could just kind of settle down a little bit and Raheem Morris could get the job done, like, that looks like a team that could be a contender.
Cowboys War Room at 6:20. We've been putting this off for 2 or 3 weeks. No longer. Do they need to make a win now move to save this offense, Dak Prescott season, and take advantage of the parity within the sport and the division? That's 6:20. Jerry Jones at 8:30. His first comments after skipping the media on the road after the Carolina loss. So a Monday night double header. The Bears and the Falcons both pulling off upsets. We also had 2 games in the LCS.
Rosarena the go-ahead run at second. The next offering. Swinging a fly ball drilled right center field. This is back at the wall, and it's gone! Jorge Polanco, Mr. October. A 3-run smash over the wall in right field.
And the Seattle Mariners are now 2 wins away from the World Series as they punish Toronto 10-3 on the road.
Yeah, and Polanco, like you mentioned there, he gets a he has had a great postseason in general, but another 3-run homer for him. That broke the game. That broke a 3-all tie, broke the game wide open. And they continue to roll, man. They are, I stunned. They played Scuba in game 5. They win a 15-inning game. They get 1 day off. 1 day off. Go to Canada, and then put it to Toronto, a team that does not lose there at all this year. And that is a very impressive first 2 games. They've never been to a World Series.
Never.
They're the only team. They're the only team in the sport that has never been to a World Series. They're halfway there. They got home field back, or not back. They have home field now because they're going back home for 3 games. They can wrap this thing up without ever getting on an airplane again. And then Blake Snell. Look, go back and look at Blake Snell's career game log. Go count the amount of times he went beyond the 6th inning. Find me the game last night. Like, wow. It was a fantastic performance by him. Great job from Dave Roberts letting him go. Meanwhile, Schneider's getting killed in Toronto for taking Savage out in the 4th. We saw Seattle take out Gilbert a little bit early. They were destroying Toronto for taking out Gossman in game 1 after 76 pitches. So it's kind of a tale of how 2 different teams are handling their pitching staffs.
Dodgers win 2-1 in Milwaukee.
God, I cannot get excited about the ALCS, though. Like, I mean, the Dodgers are obviously a sexy attraction. The Brewers have been great this year, but man, watching Mariners and Blue Jays, no matter how impressive they've been, it's just like, this doesn't feel like, all right, here we are. This is the elite right here. But Seattle did do their part at the deadline that I wanted Texas to do, and it's not like Suarez has been great or anything during this.
Or Naylor. Naylor's been good.
Suarez was great for them down the stretch in terms of, like, he supplied a lot of pop that they didn't have. But, I mean, he's had a rough playoff run.
I thought you wanted Texas to sell.
No, I'm saying that in terms of if they were going to add, they needed to, like, really add bats. They went out and added pitching. That was my problem, is that if you were going to add to it and try and build something, you needed to add bats, and instead you went, let's go get Merrill Kelly, because that'll help us score the 5 runs a game that we need. It's like if Dallas just went out there right now, the Cowboys, and they were at the trade deadline, and they were like, you know what we could use? A 7th receiver. We don't need a safety. Let's get another receiver. That'd be awesome.
877-881-1053, the way to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. We have PP in the morning at 6:40, post Hut Clarity as Bobby rewatched the film at 7:20. RJ with the college football kegger at 7 with all the coaching news.
We get PP in the morning. I get PP in the afternoon.
Oh,
we're hanging out today.
What?
We're buddies.
Yeah, we're hanging out today. So after I talked about Bat Box last week during Neighborhood Watch, they reached out and they're
Is
like,
that what my brother drinks? That like malt liquor in a box?
No. Bat Box was the Top Golf baseball thing, and so they were like, "You wanna bring somebody with you? You can come check it out." And so me and Peyton are gonna go. We're gonna go check it out this afternoon. We'll have a report back for you.
Hey, make sure you carry like a 5 or a 10 to tip.
Yeah.
Oh, you did see my email. Okay.
Yeah,
Do you tip at the batter's box?
Explain.
You're not supposed to tip pitches.
Explain your tipping issue.
Well, so Saturday, we had the fan watch party at the Highland in Dallas, the hotel there. Very nice facility, very nice area. And Gavin Spittle, our amazing boss, told us that, hey, it's free valet. And so I was just thinking free in my head. And so I drove up, and I never carry cash on me. I never carry it. It's always just card. And I didn't have any cash to tip the valet. And I felt really bad. And I was hoping for a Venmo or something. Could I have, ran down the street to an ATM or something, came back? Sure. But, it was Saturday night, trying to get out of there. But, yeah, so I got to keep a 5 or 10 or something on me at all times.
I'm not blaming you for that.
No, I'm not either.
Did you ask for a Venmo?
No, I did not.
You need to ask. At least ask, because then you look like, I needed cash.
But it should have the scan thing on it, or tell you where to Venmo on the valet stand.
I have no problem tipping, but to ask him to go out of his way to go to the ATM, then go make change.
But that's the thing. Just
have your Venmo out there.
Well, and just ask. Just ask them, and then if they're like, I don't have one, at least you then communicate, I intended to do this, and I didn't have cash.
Yep. So there it is. Another instance of old Frugal P.
Saving money, man.
Saving money. While going to WinStar Valets, if you're listening, he goes to WinStar every single month. PP in the morning coming up at 6:40 on DFW Sports Station. We've been waiting to talk about this. I think now is a perfect time. A war room discussion on whether the Cowboys need to give up some of that draft capital from the Micah trade to make a win now move. Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next.
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Time for a war room discussion on making a win now trade. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire program. No matter how you are listening, you are appreciated. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. First, Brian Schottenheimer said the team is hopeful about getting CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Booker, and Kavontae Turpin back this week for the Commanders. They are planning on getting all three on the practice field tomorrow. We will ask Jerry Jones about it at 8:30. DeMarvion Overshown's return window is expected to open in the next week or two. So get ready for help on the way from Jerry coming up in about 2 hours.
Yeah, and that's going to be the stock answer for a lot of things is we're getting these players back. That's going to happen. And Steven, it's getting a little difficult for Steven and Shoddy and others to basically just go like, well, it's going to be better. It's like, well, why? We're confident it's going to be better. Well, okay, it hasn't been. So you need to tell me why. And it can't be, well, you know that guy who absolutely shredded his knee for the second time in 2 years? It's going to change everything.
Savon Ravel, he is the best defensive back prospect we've ever seen around here. That's what Jerry told us weeks ago.
We got to find a way to ask about Savon Ravel because I think that took a step back again.
Oh Lord, let's get his dad on G-Bag again. Yesterday, Brian Schottenheimer defended Matt Eberflus by saying, "You know what? I've been in those exact shoes, and it sucks."
Look, I've been Matt. I've been a coordinator, man, and I've been where people are calling you out and saying you don't know how to coach, and man, this guy's the worst coach in history. Matt Eberflus is a damn good football coach, and we have to perform better. But I've been him, and so part of me being in there is to help as an asset to tell him I believe in him. I understand what he's going through. It sucks. It's no fun, and we're gonna ride this thing out. And again, we'll play better. We really will.
No,
we really will.
I'm not like that's.
We're just gonna will it to happen.
You're gonna will it. If you will it, it is no dream.
We don't have any will linebackers, but we will this.
We really will.
What is the? I don't understand the Stuart Smalley approach with Matt Eberflus, where they're like, we're just going in there. We're really telling him like, you're a good coach. Just say it to yourself. Look in the mirror, and say, I'm a good coach, and just feel that positive. Why? Why is this a confidence rehab facility right now for your defensive coordinator? Be better. Just be better. And start putting guys in the right position. If he's a good coach, take Donovan Wilson out of the deep middle. I don't have any clue what protection they're trying to give here or hand holding they're trying to do here. He has been a damn good coach, and he's been a coach that's been in the NFL for 20 years. Why do you need to hold his hand and make him feel good about himself?
Stephen Jones was asked yesterday on KNC, brought to you by Window Nation, why is Eberflus still the right guy for this group?
Well, I think it's a work in progress. There's no question. Matt Eberflus has been a very successful defensive coordinator in this league. He was really good when he was here. He was really good at Indy to the point where he got a head coaching job at Chicago and then had really good defenses there. It's a matter of our guys executing the defense. Probably going to be some give and take in there, and us doing more and more of what our guys may do better in terms of how it works with what he's doing. And it's just one of those things where we have to continue to go to work every week and get better. And but we've got to get better in all three phases. Right now, we're not good enough to go out there and consistently play at a winning level, and we've got to get to that point.
Aubrey's good enough.
Is he calling from a library right there? You're staring 2-5-1. You keep kick. That's what they're the Dallas kick the Cowboys. It's just kicking a can. That's all it is. When they get to 2-5-1, it'll be something else that they say, and then when they're officially eliminated, it'll be something else that they say. It's just kick it. Okay, just wait. Just wait. All the pieces will line up magically one year, but you're staring 2-5-1 right down the damn barrel at Denver before following the Washington game. Washington, then at Denver.
I don't understand the thought process. I mean, I understand the defense mechanism, but when you listen to him talk about,
we don't know how different it is privately.
Yeah, it could be different. It doesn't. What you're projecting though is that, hey, you guys, like, it's almost like an admonishing of like the media and stuff, of just like, y'all lay off him, okay? Let's give him some room here, like let him breathe, let him settle down. But for Steven to talk about, he was a really good defensive coordinator in Indianapolis 7 years ago, and that's why he got hired as a head coach. Mike McCarthy was a good offensive coordinator in New Orleans and San Francisco, and that's why he got hired as a head coach. And you still moved on from him.
Yeah.
We're not looking back there. I don't care. The NFL's changed a ton in 7 years, and he hasn't. That's the problem, is that you're putting stuff out there that was from 7 years ago, and it feels really, really stubborn.
But they had a relationship. That's important to that franchise.
I mean, it has been, but I mean, it's not one that, like, in the last couple of years, like Dan Quinn, they didn't have a relationship with, and they went out there. So they need to be better, and he needs to be better. Your defensive coordinator needs to do things that are different than what he's been doing.
The league is defined by parity right now. The Eagles are struggling, maybe falling apart. The Commanders are 500. They just lost to Chicago, and you're still at least up on the Giants. You're 2-3-1. Choppy, we talked about this a lot, to save the Rangers pitching staff this past season. How are you looking at? Let's have a war room conversation here with Jerry, Steven, and Shoddy of giving up some of that Micah ammo or some type of high draft ammo for a win now move.
Oh, that's off the table for me. There is no such thing as a win now player for this football team. Unless you could find a way to get Lawrence Taylor and Ed Reed.
You had Lawrence.
And Ed Reed.
Let me give you some names.
Deion Sanders all at one time. There's no help.
Here's some names from the NFL Network who could be dealt. Arden Key. These are edges. Arden Key. Bradley Chubb. The Giants are calling teams for wide receiver help. The Jets and the Titans receive calls for potential trades. So think about their rosters. Bobby, you touched on the Jets yesterday. Who are some of those people?
So they've got ESPN is exploring the opportunity that the Jets may need to blow it all up. And so they were talking about Quinnen Williams at defensive tackle, his brother Quincy Williams, who's not a bad linebacker, and then Michael Carter, who's a nickel corner.
If you were going to use a third, a fourth, a fifth, let
me give you the market first. Eagles could make a defensive trade, particularly at corner or edge. The Chiefs and the Chargers have asked about running backs. Alvin Kamara, Breece Hall, both expected to garner interest. That's just from the NFL Network. Then ESPN and Schefter said that the market is supposed to be really alive. Cousins, Russell Wilson, Trey Hendrickson, Mark Andrews, Chubb, Kamara, Chris Olave, Breece Hall, Cameron Jordan, and Tariq Woolen, some of his names.
Yeah. If you're talking about giving up mid and late round picks, I mean, I'm fine with that. The Packer ones, those are off the table. Those are for moving up in the draft to get a quarterback. Those are for moving down in the draft to pick up more bodies. Right? That's what those are for.
What quarterback do you want to get right now?
No, nobody. I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to,
team building
next year.
Yeah.
If you go not this year's draft, the 27 draft, if you wanted to go up and get somebody, fine. Right now, those first round picks completely off the board for me.
When they were 3-5 in 2018, did that feel like a team where Amari Cooper was worth giving up a first round pick for at that time? I don't think it did. Like, I think everybody at the time was like, you overpaid, and also why for this team?
What's your point?
I'm saying that I don't
What's
think...
your point?
I would say this, Amari would impact a game more than an individual defensive player would.
You're trying to say that team was saved and salvaged, so maybe have the same mindset here?
I'm saying, I wouldn't rule out the idea that a back end of the first round pick in all likelihood, which is what Green Bay's should be. At the very least, it should be in the 20s, the early 20s, and that should be the baseline minimum. To me, it's like, I wouldn't rule out giving up a late first where it's probably a second-round player.
But let me counter-argue and say that I feel like the impact of an Amari Cooper on your team would be felt a lot faster than maybe a random defensive player. Well, let's talk about trading for defense.
Mm-hmm. No, I know. Yeah, depending on the defensive player that you're talking about. I think a safety right now, if you were to go get a top-tier safety, I think it changes the entire complexion of the defense. I don't think it makes them a great defense. I think a safety is such a key part of the communication in the back end. A safety can cover over a lot of wrongs with your secondary. A safety who's really high quality can come up and can play in the box. To me, if you can find, if Minkah Fitzpatrick were available, like if Miami's blowing it up again and going, and they wanted to trade somebody like that, I would talk about that.
Kyle Duggar is listed on here as a possibility. And Tony Adams from the Jets. So those two names.
Yeah.
And you're probably, you may not have to give him a first-round pick for a safety either.
How old is Minkah?
30.
He's only 28. He seems like he's been in the league for like 15 years.
And he's back on Miami, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No doubt.
That's a team that could blow that up at any second.
Okay.
5-time Pro Bowl safety, yeah.
But what do you what would it cost to get him? I don't know.
Probably not a first.
Oh, definitely not a first.
Yeah, I'm for that. I'm just saying, like, my ones are off limits. Like, those are so valuable. This is about you need to manage your cap. First round picks are a great way to manage your cap. Those are off limits because I could turn those firsts into more.
My initial feeling is I agree with you on trying to salvage and save this year. You are going to have to slowly absorb Dak Prescott's fantastic season and know that it's all for naught. Now,
yeah, we did it 3 years in a row, Romo.
What if Miami said we're really going to blow it up, and we said give us a 1 for Chubb and a 2 for Minkah, and you could throw Minkah and Chubb in here immediately.
A 1 for Chubb and a 2 for Minkah?
Yeah, and so the Packers won.
I mean, the projection was Chubb was going to get dealt for a 5th.
I'm just throwing out. I have no idea. I'm just throwing out.
That's too expensive, but let's play around with it. Let's have a little fun. Let's tinker. 877-881-1053. So let's go back to what Minkah was dealt for again between Miami and Pittsburgh. It was Ramsey, Jonnu Smith, and a 7th. If I throw all that into a blender, I'm going to say that's a second or third round pick. So definitely no first for Minkah Fitzpatrick. So let's change it to a 2 and a 3 for Minkah and Chubb.
Or what about just 1 flat first?
Or 1 flat first for both.
I would give up the Green Bay first for both of them.
Let's look at their monies.
So Chubb,
right? Wasn't there a high figure that we were associated with Chubb for some reason?
Chubb's number. He just got an extension. I think it was last year or 2 years ago. So he's still got money on the books, but I don't think that it's...
Which I'm happy about unless it's exorbitant.
Well, it's money that I think Miami would have to eat in terms of the... Yeah, so he's in the first year, I think it looks like, of his extension, but he's got workable money. It's 12 this year, and then it's 31 the next 2 years, which is really, really high. But they've got a void year on the back end of that they would be able to shuffle some money to.
All right, now my brain is going a little bit.
No.
A second and a third, or a Green Bay 1 for 2 players.
There's articles out that Philly's really in on Chubb. Now,
they just lost to Darius Smith.
Yeah.
He retired.
So he's got a pretty big injury history, and that price tag is not nothing. It's not nothing. Yeah, because I saw, I think that'd be too much. I've seen projections with him of getting maybe a 5th. Now, we don't know. These are all projections. Nobody really knows.
A 2 plus a 5, even though, would be a back end of the first.
2 plus.
Because we're talking about Minkah and Chubb.
Yeah.
He's saying a 2 plus a 5 equaling a back end.
Oh, okay. Man, those ones are gone. They're not. I'm out.
Think about it.
You think about who they picked in the back end of the first round the last 2 times. It's been Tyler Guyton and Mozzie Smith. So, those are the type of players that are generally back there.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We may have to revisit that conversation. We'll do it with Jerry Jones at 8:30. Jamar Chase turning into RJ Choppy, saying that they may get raw dogged by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And someone finally said it. F this show. It's PP in the morning next. But first, let me go ahead.
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number 2.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Every Tuesday at this time, we have a little PP in the morning. Jerry Jones at 8:30, so we do PP in the morning at 6:40. And guys, we had another moment in sports. We love a good hot mic situation. Always love the good moment here. We love playing the audio, the reaction from the announcer, the apology, a day later. Obviously, it's something that play-by-play announcers fear, or anyone on TV and radio fear. You hear the commercials, you think, okay, my mic's clear. When in reality, it might not be. I think Tom Brennan might still be the 1 seed in hot mic situations. Yes. So congrats to Tom on being there on the Mount Rushmore, the 1 seed. But we have another hot mic moment here.
So are you in charge of that for Brad and Babe? Technically, when they go to commercial, is it on you to cut it off?
Yeah, it's on me. Once I play the spot, it's turning the mic off. I usually, because some will just pot it down. And usually that means, okay, they're off, but I like to just turn the mic off just to be safe.
What's been your moment where you've screwed up and left someone on?
Well, we've played the drop of Babe talking about the ganja. That was okay because to peel back the curtain a little bit. So Brad used to be able to throw it to break. On his command, he had a button that he could play the commercials from wherever he was. So that was when he would fire off the brakes himself. So I'd wait for the commercial to fire off before I potted them down. There's a situation where the commercials didn't fire off. They thought they were off the air, and so I left them up, waiting for the commercials to play. And so it was on me still, but, a little situation there. But, I mean, if that's the worst thing that's happened, which it is, I think we'll take it here. And it's a funny moment now. Babe laughs at it, but it could be very worse because it is on the producer. I mean, that's the thing, and this clip we're about to play of Dan Dickerson, the commercials play and everything, and he thinks he's off the air. And that's why I always tell guys clear. I tell you guys when you go on a remote, I say clear. Until you hear that, assume your mic is hot.
I like that even in taking responsibility for his biggest fail on the Cowboys pregame show, he's like, man, it was really Brad when you think about it.
Well, no, I don't want to get myself fired or anything.
I've been very close to some hot mic situations when we come back for the Jerry interview because Peyton will just immediately cut on the mics as soon as the music comes back. And so I have no idea that, oh my gosh, here we are. Because a lot of times he's coming off the phone and not telling us 30 seconds. So that's been very close a couple times.
So Dan Dickerson, the radio play-by-play man for the Detroit Tigers, was the newest victim of the hot mic moment. He had just called a 15-inning playoff game Friday night in Seattle. His team was eliminated. He's obviously upset. And this was what he thought he was going to say on the postgame show and what he thought about the postgame show.
Dan and I will be back to talk about it after this on the Detroit Tigers radio network.
And fragile.
I don't have to do a game. Oh.
You get tired.
This game recap. Oh, I'm sorry. Was that out loud? 3, 2, 1.
I love the reset there. 3, 2, 1. Let's redo this again. Now you're hot, Dan. You're hot.
But he seemed to know it, right? He's like, was that out loud or?
No, he was talking to the producer back there oh, sorry, did I complain about this? He didn't know he was live.
So did that not get dumped?
This was on the Odyssey app. I think it's 97 won the ticket there. So the app does not dump. So anything that's dumped, you'll see people text in saying, "Oh, I heard the S-bomb." It's like, well, I dumped it on the radio, but streaming, you don't get in trouble for FCC. Same thing with the video stream, YouTube. Anyone that cusses, the YouTube sees it live.
Are sporting events even in delay? I know when I used to run the Mav games, they were never in delay.
They are now. I think that changed a couple years ago because I know Ranger games we used to ramp the delay down to 0.
This isn't too bad for him.
It could be worse.
The pain. If he would have said, yes, vacation start.
yes.
That would have been
fired.
a pro. Yeah,
he's fired.
He may have to be replaced, but the fact that he's suffering with the fan base, screw this. I don't want to talk about this anymore. You're feeling the pain of being eliminated. As long as you call it the F word on live radio versus the app, I think he's fine.
I'm waiting for the moment where someone says, oh, I'm glad I bet against my team. They throw that out there.
Covered, yes.
Yeah, we covered, baby. Let's go.
Hit the over, baby.
And Dan did apologize later Saturday in a statement provided by a Tiger spokesperson, saying his outburst happened in a moment of frustration and he should have known better. He did say he didn't realize his mic was on. He did kind of, not really, but kind of threw the producer under the bus, which again, it is a producer's fault there. But yeah, this falls on whoever is just working the game. So unfortunate situation. I don't blame at all. This is exactly what every radio and TV announcer is going to go through. I tried to get Jared or Matt or Eric to say it because I mentioned them on Twitter when this happened, and they kind of just gave me like, the Homer Simpson backing up into the bush, like, I don't really want to say anything, but yeah, so, but it's all good for Dan. He still has his job as of now. But all right, now we get to the better audio here. Jamar Chase. He's talking post-game after a tough loss to the Bengals, or, he's a member of the Bengals, tough loss to the Packers. He's already previewing the game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this is his kind of preview of facing the Steelers.
Well, this next game is always the most important game just because it's a divisional game also. But just the rankings that we got going on, the standings where we at right now. We know the Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us and kill us, but we're going to be ready for that challenge, and we're going to be waiting for it.
He said kill us, man. I didn't like that. Everything else is great. The kill us part, it's over the edge there.
Yeah.
I would have
that's the one. Yeah.
I would have said dump that verb that he's describing, but RJ Choppy is trying to change the meaning of what raw dog means after your road trip.
Well, it's not even me. It's Gen Z. I mean, they raw dog airplanes now, right? Raw dogging on an airplane is you just go on the plane, no reading, no music, no videos, nothing.
Used to just be the Mile High Club,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, now they just sit on the airplane, and there's nothing worse, by the way, than getting on an airplane and seeing the person next to you have absolutely nothing. They don't bring a backpack. They don't bring music. They don't bring headphones. They're there to talk. They are there to chit-chat for the 3 hours. But yeah, we did this on the road trip going out to Knoxville, 12-hour drive, complete silence on the radio way back. That's when we hit the playlist.
Speaking of Mile High Club, either of you?
Oh.
No, I don't understand how that is feasible. Like when you see those bathrooms and stuff, it's like, how does anybody get away with that without getting caught? It's nuts to me. But this Jamar Chase, my favorite part of that is,
I thought you were going to talk about the feasibility of doing it in the room, not getting caught. I could see.
Well, I mean that too. Yeah,
having 5 minutes to do it, but if there's a girl that you find, to me, and I apologize to all the female tolos who have done this, but if there's a girl on there and she's like, yeah, I'm willing to do it in that room, I'm out.
The bathroom?
Yeah. In an airport. It's dirt. Forget cramped.
It's dirty.
It's filthy. It's disgusting.
Yeah, some bathroom. If it's a Buc-ee's bathroom, that's okay. It's very clean. That's okay. But an airplane bathroom, no.
I could see like a 1 minute hot plane romance, a stranger. Yeah. You're getting 3 drinks on the plane. She's getting 3 drinks, and then boom.
I feel like that's just like me going in there by myself. I feel like this is really tight.
Yeah.
Like my shoulders feel like they're hitting the walls.
I will say this. Every time I'm on an airplane, without fail, the plane isn't the only thing having liftoff. I don't know what it is about the air pressure.
Oh, really?
Every single time. It is like
promo code RJ.
It is like Blue Chew. If I'm out of Blue Chew, just get on an airplane.
And your plane farts.
And plane farts, because that happens, and I have no problem doing that. I believe that they do say that the lack of air makes you pass gas more. Lack of oxygen.
My favorite part about the Jamar Chase clip there, though, is how he's totally serious in the way he says it. He's not saying it like smiling. He's like, they're going to come in here. They're going to try to raw dog us. We're not going to let them. It's like he just like it's part of his lexicon. It's ingrained in him.
All right, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time. When we have Jerry Jones on at 8:30, and you guys talked about airplanes. Well, we have another week, another airplane story here. Everyone enjoys a nice recline when in your seat on the plane. Well, now it's going to cost you a little bit of money here, and this might start a trend that I am deathly afraid of. This doesn't concern a ton of us right now, but it could. This is WestJet, an airline out of Canada, very popular airline there, and they are charging flyers more if you want a seat that reclines.
Whoa.
So you want to recline that seat, they're going to charge you a little more. Now, the price of it, I don't know. It could be $20, could be $30, could be, depending on how expensive or where you're flying, how far. But this is a nightmare because now you got people. Because now I feel like American Airlines, other Southwest or whether they're going to start to see this and go, we can make a little money here. This is a downfall. This
is crazy. And man, I feel like we've kind of talked about this subject before. And how, like, you've shifted on this, Sean. Like, you used to be pro-reclining. Peyton, remind me what you said last week about this subject when we talked about it. What was your opinion on it?
I mean, I don't mind it, but I've never been a recline person. Oh, yeah, we never talked about it.
We did this story last Thursday.
Story already.
Oh, my.
Did you do this
I think you chimed in on it.
Was it payload?
Was he here?
Yeah, he was here. It was last Thursday.
Bobby did it in a lifestyle segment.
Dang it. And I thought about it too. I was like, man, is this familiar? Okay.
I think he weighed in on it while we were talking about it.
Were we doing a giveaway? Hold on. Were we doing a giveaway?
I think this is 820. I think this is an ear check.
G-Bag of the day.
Dang it.
Send it to G-Bag of the day.
I'm going to go back and listen to Thursday. I think it was 8:20 last Thursday, but I'm going to need to check back and see if Peyton chimed in.
But RJ, you weren't here. You can weigh in.
All right, very good. I actually don't really have a major issue with this. I mean, just tell me where you want me to put the seat. The thing moves back 2.5 inches. It's not going to end my life. Sarah was amazed when I sit and when she started driving on the way back. She was like, "You have your seat like straight up and down."
Really?
Yeah. And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. I didn't touch it. I didn't move the seat. I moved it forward and backwards. I never moved the back.
Huh?
I don't care. Like
You could sit straight up.
Like I don't move this airplane seat. Wherever the airplane seat is.
No, but in your car seat.
Yeah, it's just like to me, it's more about the lumbar. Because I push that thing so far out, I feel like I'm leaning back anyway.
Okay. There it is.
Man, I'm searching my email, too, for Recline or WestJet. I don't see anything. I did it yesterday, too. I know I did because I was like, okay, we've talked about airplane stories a lot lately. And I was like, is this one of them?
Go to last Thursday's show email that I sent that I copied you on, and it's in there. Search WestJet, all one word.
All right, my bad.
You'll find the audio, Bob. You'll find the audio. Post-Huck Clarity coming up at 7:20 in the commercial-free Expressway. Ask Reddit at 7:40. We'll ask you the same questions as last week. The Sooners still haven't scored. The Longhorns screwed me over. RJ Choppy with a college football kegger next.
like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair, but that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Has the snap and the kick is away. A good punt. Niblett settles under at the Texas 25, turns upfield to the 30, to the 40. Ryan Niblett to midfield. Niblett down the sidelines to the 40, to the 30. Say goodnight to this one. Ryan Niblett, a 75-yard punt return for a Longhorn touchdown.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Texas is back. Again.
Longhorn Nation, we're back.
Maybe.
They're not.
Just for 1 week.
At least for 1 week.
John Mateer was back.
John Mateer was definitely not back. That was a game where you have to, if you're an OU fan, wonder one of two things. Was he hampered by the injury, or was this, did he face like a really, really good defense and get exposed a little bit?
Yes.
He was rushed back.
Yeah, no, I don't want to hear the rush back thing. You got your ass out there. You were talking mess at a Chipotle line. Like, if you're going to talk all that talk with your jumbo $12 burrito, you need to be able to step out there
and play.
And he did it. He's like, oh, I'm playing 100%. He's like, I'm ready. He missed his one game. I don't want to hear from him. I don't want to hear from OU. Take all those little decals off of that shirt. That's a Longhorns only shirt now.
See, this is why I can't stand Texas fans. 2 weeks ago, last week, we're going to lose the rest of our games.
Oh, they're going to lose 5 games this year.
Oh, we're done. We're finished. Rebuild it for next year. There's no offensive line. And then you beat Oklahoma, and all the arrogance returns.
Yep.
This is why it's a double whammy to me, losing on underdog, betting on the Sooners, having Peyton Russell right there, watch my misery, and now you get the Longhorn fan arrogance.
Now, if you win out, you're going to be in the SEC championship game because you only have one conference loss, right? The other loss to Ohio State doesn't count for the conference championship game. If you get to the conference title game, you're probably getting in. If they win out, they're going to get in anyway. So like there's still an opportunity there. I think you got to feel better about Arch. I mean, he was consistent. Like he was consistent. He did not cost them anything.
He's like the Cowboys against the Jets. It's like you were where you were supposed to be. That's good. If you're just where you're supposed to be, we can get by with that. And as long as the defense isn't giving up 10-minute drives to Florida. Like the defense returned to who it was supposed to be this past week. That was a defense and special teams victory over Oklahoma.
You hope the game had slowed down for him, that he's seen enough and the game slowed down a little bit. Although that's a really good Oklahoma defense. That does not seem like that would be the game that things would slow down for you.
He didn't do anything special.
No, definitely not.
Just the way you're talking about him right now is verbally lowering the bar. Now we're like, okay, he didn't cost you. All right, he didn't throw 3 picks. Okay, he didn't look totally lost. Okay, we're talking about him as a game manager, really. That's what we're doing.
Which is fine when it's your first year.
Not if you're him, though.
Not if you're number one in the country.
Yeah, not if you're him. Trevor Lawrence first year wasn't a game manager.
No, he was
the reason.
He was the reason. Yeah. I mean, look, I get it. It's and this is not his. That was actually Trevor's first year.
Yeah, he's been in the program for a couple years. Yeah,
this is not his first year. Which would go to Dion's point. I have never seen anybody learn from not doing, from sitting. But I think you had to feel better if you're Texas. Oklahoma, it is a murderous schedule. They really, really, really needed that one. They go to South Carolina. They should win, but road games never know, right? Then they host Ole Miss, who's undefeated, a top 5 team. Then they go back-to-back on the road at Tennessee, at Alabama, before hosting Missouri and LSU. So that is 5 straight top 16 opponents in the final 5 weeks. That's brutal.
I will say the very first drive where Oklahoma was moving down the field, was like, ooh, this is going to be a long day. Like, Mateer looks like he's fine. And then he ran into the buzzsaw that is Colin Simmons and Malik Muhammad. Good luck, buddy. Good luck the rest of the year. Boomer.
College Football Kegger here on 105 through the Fan. I have got to give it to Coach Google Me and Indiana.
Fernando takes the snap, gives to Hemby. Hemby drives his way. Touchdown, Indiana! Roman Hemby gets it in the end zone from 2 yards out, and Indiana's got the lead.
That is Hoosier Radio. That is, I don't think there's a question. That is the win of the year.
This is the story of the year.
Yeah.
This team is the story of the year to me.
Fernando Mendoza, the quarterback, he transferred from Cal. I mean, he has put himself in position to be not just a first-round pick, but a very high first-round pick, maybe the highest first-round pick. Coach Google Me for however long he is at Indiana, and maybe he stays for a while because what I've heard, they're doing really good things with their NIL. He has got that thing cooking right now. That is true. Dan Lannon is a great coach. He does not go up there and do nothing in the second half, and that they did nothing in that second half.
It was a great victory. I mean, the Wall Street Journal had a rundown of Indiana yesterday that was just talking about the way they've rebuilt the program and everything else that's going on over there. And it made me think about the fact that the Colts, the Pacers, the Hoosiers, like that state right now is the mecca for, we don't have a major market team, and yet we're going to show you how to try and win around the edges and how to be able to build a contender without having a New York market or whatever, because that's 3 different levels of sports where they're kind of like the blueprint for, here we go. And Signetti I was super irritated with him when we got that initial quote that I win, Google me. He seemed like such a douche, and he probably is a douche, but this is what happens when you win. When you win, you get to do those things. Bill Belichick, when you win.
Baker said, no, I'm the same person. He's not.
I'm just winning now.
He's not welcoming or wrapping his arms around all the love that he's getting. He's calling people out for having the wrong impression of him early on.
Yeah, he's still an obnoxious douchebag, Baker Mayfield is. He's a total tool. It's just now he wins and he's been successful.
Oh, God, this Longhorn stuff.
But Signetti
is not a Longhorn thing. That was their fault. They didn't recruit him. It's Texas's fault for overlooking Baker Mayfield, but still.
But I do think one thing with Signetti is it's obvious the team takes on his personality too. They go in there, they've got a level of confidence. You can call it swagger, you can call it arrogance if you want.
I mean, that was a road win too.
That's a great win. That's a brutal place to play. Teams historically do not go west and have success. Like, for whatever reason in college football, when you go more than one time zone west, it is crippling for your program for you to be able to have any success in that game, and they did.
And this is after Dan Lanning took off his shirt pregame with McAfee under the instruction of Nick Saban to reveal the extremely detailed tattoo of his wife with like 8 different references on here. The 816 was on this one. I mean, he's got cleavage tattoos. He's got eye tattoos. 816 for Kansas City. That's where they're both from. Pitt. That's where he started his coaching career. The Pitchfork of Arizona State, where he spent 2 years. I think the Pitchfork. No, Pitt is in the cleavage area apparently. Sam Houston State, where he spent 1 year. A for Bama. Served as a grad assistant. The final score of Georgia's College Football Playoff National Championship, where he was the DC. O for Oregon, and the boomerang represents Outback Steakhouse,
there you go,
where he met his wife.
The Bloomin' Onions, baby.
All this on that onion. They do have phenomenal Bloomin' Onions. Not better than Texas Roadhouse, though.
That was the first home loss in 3 years for Dan Lanning at Oregon.
And we saw Georgia have a home loss this year. They hadn't had a home loss in a bunch of years either under Kirby.
Boy, Georgia. Georgia looks off.
That was uninspiring. That game against Auburn. Texas Tech 42-17. Not a big win. I mean, they beat Kansas, but they got a big game on the road at Arizona State. Arizona State was a preseason top 15 team, and so Tech does not have a ton of roadblocks ahead of them. They still got to go to K-State, and they still play BYU, but the BYU game is at home. Watch out for West Virginia last week of the season for them. West Virginia's been a little bit kind of more competitive under Rich Rod this year than they had been in previous seasons. A&M did what the Longhorns couldn't, and that's take care of Florida.
It's Le'Veon right up the middle. Le'Veon along the hashes. Le'Veon inside the 10. Le'Veon touchdown. Aggies from 22 yards.
He got hit 3 or 4 times, and he just wouldn't go down.
Aggie Radio with the call. This game was tied after one at 14. And then A&M pulls away, allowing just 3 points the rest of the game. And they win 34-17. That's the Billy Napier that we know.
That's a really good Florida team. I think everybody can put into context how a team might struggle with them. And so, I think
they are talented. They're like the Cowboys.
I think that's
what they're doing.
I think that's an impressive victory, and A&M should be in contention for top 2 now, because that's not an easy team to beat.
Ohio State continues to make the fraud of what Illinois actually is. 34-16. They beat the Illini. I felt really, really bad for North Texas. On Friday, they let all the kids out of school, and it was a close.
Let Walchuk watch at a wedding.
Yeah, it was tied at 21 at the half.
Yeah,
tied at 21 at the half, and they lose 63-36. They allowed 28 points in the third, another 14 in the fourth. They didn't obviously do enough in the second half at all. I felt really bad for them. Like, their fans, their fans never have anything to get up for from a football game perspective.
Man, what happened to you on this road trip? You felt bad for Bobby yesterday. Mm-hmm. I've never heard you in 15 years say I felt bad for anybody, and now you're feeling bad for the entire campus in Benton. What happened?
Are you having a girl? Is that what this is?
No, I am not having a girl. The road trip, man. The raw dogging. The raw dogging. It opened up my brain.
It reset your.
It reset like my brain
reboot.
A little bit. Yeah. Okay.
Pepe, did you watch this live?
I watched most of it, yes, sadly. I mean, North Texas just shot themselves in the foot, man. I mean, Drew Messmeyer, he's been so good, but, the picks, and you had the fumble, the right before halftime, the muffed punt, it was just mistake after mistake. And, I mean, USF, a really good team. Well, I'm not going to say we had him, but we had him in the first half, but second half was all USF, so congrats to them. But it's still a good season for North Texas. I remember going there, and I think it was my senior year. We were undefeated. We had just beaten Arkansas on the road. We were hosting Louisiana Tech, and they beat us in the final second field goal. But still good season for North Texas.
College football kegger here on 105 through the fan. Should we get to James Franklin, or we save it? I don't know if we have enough time.
You can get into it.
So Penn State had lost 2. They lost a couple weeks ago to Oregon, and then they lose to UCLA on the road. And then Penn State played Northwestern, and Penn State got beat by Northwestern, Jake Riepma's Northwestern Wildcats, 22-21. This was a home game. And after the game, they waited about 24 hours, and James Franklin fired
first team since the FBS and FCS split in 1978. First team to lose consecutive games while favored by 20 or more in each. 20. They were favored.
Like you could go lose to winless Rick Neuheisel's kid, but you better not lose to Jake Riepma's post-grad alma mater.
$50+ million buyout. $50+ million buyout.
Maybe lower.
Because there's a clause in this contract.
It's a ridiculous clause. So obviously there's offset language that exists in contracts like these where it's like, well, if you get a job and you get the salary, you can cancel it out. Penn State's got a specific provision in the buyout that said he has to look for work. He can't just sit on his ass. Right. So it's like, it's crazy. We'll pay this if you can't find a job, but you better be looking. So he's got to actively find a job in television or coaching.
And then things come in threes. Last night in RJ's email, I feel so bad. I feel so bad for James Franklin. Boo-hoo with his $60 million buyout. And here he is again with more sympathy for someone walking out the door with $60 million.
I hate that he has to do this and look for it. It's so stupid.
He signed it.
He signed it. He never should have signed it. Get a better lawyer. He never should have signed something like that.
So how do you prove all this? Like
it's an unemployment office. You got to send an application. Maybe he's got to interview. Maybe he has to interview for a job.
Yeah. Then he's got to prove that he's asking for like the most money possible at that school.
Yeah. He can't just take $1 million. He can't say, hey, I'm going to go coach University of Florida after they fired Napier and make $1 million and you use the rest of that on NIL. No, he's got to try to get a legitimate, like, league average kind of coach's salary.
He is a terrible human being. There's nobody that should feel bad about James.
James?
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you remember last year the whole controversy with the rape allegations against Penn State players that he refused to address with the media, and then he had to circle back and like half-hearted apologize, like, gee, I'm sorry, I didn't answer that. But he has been
Have you heard stuff about him?
Yeah. There's stuff publicly and privately about him where he has run a toxic program.
Because Micah and LeVar Arrington and others came out with this pity party towards him. We love him so much. He came in and saved us from Sandusky.
Yeah, and then James Franklin really covered for a lot of Penn State players there. I'm sure that's why they love him. But like, there's plenty publicly and privately about James Franklin that shows he is an awful person.
Now, look, there are people writing articles about like this. They're not being loyal to James Franklin. And listen, I get it. And there is. I think Gottlieb was talking about. He had recruited all these kids. Now, who's going to be there for senior night, shaking their hand? I get it. Fans don't care about that.
No.
He had 12 years.
Yeah,
he had 12 years, and he couldn't beat top 10 teams. Like,
yes,
it's. I have no problem with them moving on from him.
So no sympathy.
I got sympathy for you because he signed a stupid contract.
College football. Well, then I'll keep it to myself. Yeah. College football kegger right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Post Hut Clarity, where Bobby rewatches the Cowboys game. What happened to their running game on Sunday, and can it be fixed? Commercial free in the expressway with Ask Red at 7:40 after this. Give me.
experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. Man, then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
God, you got your ass kicked so bad in the trenches on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Let's talk about it here in Post.Clarity, where we take a look back at the previous week's game. It's an opportunity to let all the emotion leave your body. You settle down. You just look at it soberly and say, what was I wrong about here? What could have been better? What can we take away from it? The very first thing that we can take away from this, Kenny Clark was not good. That is... The guy that they thought they were trading for was not on the football field on Sunday. Or I guess he was on the football field. He was literally on the ground. Aiden, see if you can throw up on the fan cam the 4 box I sent you. Kenny Clark consistently, there were 4, maybe 5 times that I saw in this game where he was on the ground. Just flat out, face planted, was getting, now he was getting double teamed on a lot of different instances, but defensive tackles get double teamed all the time. That's the whole point. You're not supposed to be on the ground. You're supposed to be able to plug up lanes and do different things. This was not the case. This was them getting bullied consistently by the Panthers on the interior.
Different analysts on television talked about these Cowboy defensive tackles in this game as if they were almost literally just getting picked up and carried back 8 yards. Not moved back a little bit, like escorted into the secondary. That is how much this Dallas run defense got talked about and blasted on television.
Yeah, and I mean, it wasn't just Kenny Clark that was getting moved. Osa was bad in this game. Marshawn Kneeland, I don't know what's going on there. He had a great summer. He played really well week 1. He's disappeared. And I know he dealt with an injury at one point, but man, he was getting moved consistently by Tommy Tremble, their tight end. That tight end was moving people in the run game consistently.
That's what Orlovsky said.
It was bad how easily everybody on that offensive line and in the tight end group, you'll see there's 4 shots of Kenny Clark laying on the ground from getting blocked.
Wow.
And I mean, it's just, and like right there, you see in the bottom corner, the right-hand corner, that's Dowdle like stepping over his body on the ground. There's another time of him just lying on his face with Dowdle running past him. It's just... It was brutal. It was a brutal performance from Kenny Clark, who PFF correctly, finally, ranked as the worst player on defense for the Cowboys in this game. They gave him a 28.
Oh, I like this from Kenny. I mean, he's not getting any missed tackles on the score sheet. You got to put that in the window.
Well, that one of him lying flat on his face like he's dead and Rico Dowdle running, it's in the top right-hand corner, that was him missing a tackle.
By the way, just for reference, the Packers currently have the NFL's #1 rushing defense. They're allowing just 73 yards a game. Thanks to Tolo Jason for just sending me that.
So we like to talk about in Post.Clarity things that maybe you feel differently about, because that's the whole joke, is that you get the clarity, just like another Post-Clarity of, oh man, I needed to think about this in a different way. And since yesterday we were completely negative, because that's all it really deserved, there are a couple things that when I went back and watched it, I was like, okay, that wasn't so bad. That was some positivity. Donovan Ezraku really is close. Donovan Ezraku, man, I really thought there inside the 10 he was going to get that sack. The one where he ran down Bryce, he grabbed him by his shoulder, and then Bryce just I think he threw a touchdown on that play. But he had him, and it was half a second longer, and he's dragged down. But the effort is there. He is all the time. There's so many different times you see him lined up on one side of the formation, and then he's making the tackle on the other side of the field, where he's crossing through traffic, and he's doing everything he can. And you're starting to really see that it's little subtle things that he's doing with his hands in pass rushing, where you're starting to see, okay, he's trying some different things. He's adding some new tools. He's countering some of the things that the offensive linemen are wanting to do. So he's starting to get a better understanding of things. He's going to start clicking here soon. To me, it's similar to Randy Gregory's rookie year. I don't think he had a sack in 12 games. He had a high ankle sprain where he was out for 4 weeks, but he started getting closer and closer, where it was like you can see it's gonna hit at some point, and that's where Ezraku's at. He's at a point now where it's like he's gonna hit at some point, and right now he is a good run defender consistently every single snap. So Donovan Ezraku is playing well. It may be that it's just the Panthers, like when we look at the Jets and different things like that, but Tyler Guyton was pretty good in pass protection. Everybody was. They were actually giving time. Now, I know David Newton told us about, Xavier Leggette's dad, and also told us about Jadeveon Clowney breaking his son's back and ending his football career.
Yeah.
We got that note choppy. David Newton from ESPN told us that Jadeveon Clowney ended his son's high school football career.
Broke his back in 3 places.
Yeah, so he was very
On
aware
JV.
of Jadeveon.
Jadeveon Clowney was on JV.
In 9th grade, they had him on JV, just destroying children.
Imagine your son Jadeveon
Yeah.
Clowney in 9th
Broke
grade.
his back.
Julian right now that he's really into football, he's out there going against Jadeveon.
Yeah, let's see. This is why. It's like, middle school is one thing. They kind of just fall, right? They're not hitting the ground that hard. You get into high school, even JV. You got men now.
So, have you ever known somebody who it's like, yeah, they can swim in the sense that they're just not drowning.
Yeah.
But man, it looks like a struggle. That was kind of like Tyler Guyton in pass protection. It's like, it's getting the job done, but man, that doesn't look clean. It's still he has a tendency to overset. So what happens is the snap of the ball, he'll tend to get too wide, and then any advanced pass rusher just kind of move outside and then jump in, and then he's falling and try. That's why you see so much pressure kind of looping around. But he still had some of that. He was completely off balance, but he'd sometimes, and he didn't get flagged for it, he'd grab somebody, or he was doing anything he could to fight. So he was battling, but I think he only allowed 1 pressure officially in this game. And it was, like I said, it didn't look pretty all the time, but it was, he was scrapping and he was fighting, and that's sometimes half the job right there. So I thought he was good, and particularly in pass protection. Tyler Smith was not as good as he normally is, I didn't think. And a big part of the problem for the Cowboys, and we'll go to the run game here in post-hat clarity. A big part of the run game problems for the Cowboys is, they weren't sustaining blocks. So they'd get on their block and they'd hold it for a second or two, and then somebody would be able to just get out of the block and be fine. There were way too many instances of you've got a guard who's got a pull, or maybe they're supposed to kind of give somebody a quick chip and then move to the next block. A lot of the instances where they were just late getting to their spot. So Tyler Smith was a step late and somebody, linebacker comes streaking through, or Brock Hoffman's late and somebody comes streaking through. That was a big problem for them, was just guys getting to their spot in time and being able to hold their block. So that was consistently what was happening. And then Javonte Williams' vision was just not as good in this game. There were a couple different times where it's like, that's blocked okay. You're running into people. You're not seeing the hole quickly enough. You're not jumping to it quickly enough. And honestly, he was going down on first contact a lot more in this game. He may just be getting worn out at this point.
So it just sounds like a bad game from a lot of different people.
Yeah, this was, like I said, in the trenches, you just got your ass kicked. That's what happened. They whooped up on you. Carolina. Ashawn Robinson was beating everybody all day. Bobby Brown was beating people in this game. Derek Brown. Yeah, I know.
You were thinking the same thing.
Say it.
No.
I'm not gonna say it.
Eye contact. That's why I have the fan cam.
Yeah.
So they were playing Dallas, not Houston. So if you look at Christian Roseboom, the linebacker, was so quick to see everything in this game. So that's why he was beating Tyler Smith. He was beating TJ Bass. He was beating Brock Hoffman, where it's like he sees the run play and he's just shooting the gap and getting there a step quicker than everybody else. So he just saw things really quickly and was processing all of it really fast. That, to me, I think will be better. I don't think the run game's just broken or they exposed anything. They won. They were kicking your ass. And I think that run game is probably, for Guyton and Tyler Smith, they're probably still banged up some. I mean, Tyler Smith definitely, I think, is banged up by watching him play. He was not bad. He's just not as good as he normally is. But I do think that there's sustainability in the run game. I don't think that this is a long-term problem with them in the run game. On the blown-up screen, the one that they were throwing to Javonte Williams on the first play of that final drive, that was just one of the worst drives you're ever going to see. So,
how many yards out of field goal range did they start that drive away from? Think about that.
Yeah, what were they? Where were they at?
I think they were on their own 40.
So that's in Auburn's range right there.
It's definitely in Auburn's range.
If he's kicking from there, it is. Not if he's got to go 7 yards back. But no, they ended up it was 4th and 18. So they ended up 8 yards back further from that after they picked up a little bit with Lipke. It was a great job on that screen to Javonte Williams. Trayvon Merrick, who we talked about in the preview as somebody who had kind of rejuvenated his career, he saw quickly where the ball was going, and he pounced on it and really drove on the ball. And that's what happens, that Brock Hoffman had to chip somebody, and then he had to get to the spot to block, and he was too slow to get there. Merrick saw it too fast, got there, and blew the play up. If they block Merrick, they might have a shot.
Was it worse than I thought?
Final drive started on their own 46.
Damn.
I mean, you literally are in field goal range. You need 5 yards.
Yeah.
Get 5 yards. Get to midfield. Like, you're in field goal range.
Now was like a damp field, the surface, so I don't know if they would have kicked it all the way from back there, but it's close enough where you need a first down probably.
Well,
a first down or 2.
Those calls are conservative. Like, we've seen Shoddy, or a couple weeks prior, it was like, oh my God, you're settling for this field goal? Like, it was the Giant game, I think, to force the tie, and it's like, really? And then you sit there and you throw a screen, and you were wondering, why is there no George Pickens at all? Why is there absolutely nothing downfield? Maybe he was thinking we only need a couple of yards.
Well, yeah, and like I said, the Javonte Williams one would have worked if not for Merrick read it really fast. The
all right, what about the checkdowns? They did have second and third down.
So on the third down, that was covered up. It was blanketed. There was nothing. On second down, I still don't know what they were running. I looked at he says it's not a screen. I don't know what it is because I'm watching the play, but it looks like a play designed to throw it to the back to me. And so I still don't know. That one I'm going to need more clarity on, or I'm going to have to ask somebody smarter than me because I have no idea what that second down call was. It looks like a screen. Final note here. My mission had been to get Kaiir Elam off the field. That was a big thing for me. Let's just not have Kaiir Elam out there anymore. And they've done a good job for the most part. He only played 7 snaps last week. I think he probably was on the field for every single touchdown, even though he only played 7 snaps.
3rd and 8 flag.
You're just... when he's out there, like, you think of the impact moments of Kaiir Elam on the field, and it's like, man, he must have been out there.
Just think about a first-round evaluation till now. Think about how wrong it can go. That everyone throughout the league is looking at this guy. How many? 4 years ago? 3 or 4? When was he drafted?
Yeah, that would have been 4 years ago.
As a first-round talent, and now we're like, keep him off the field no matter what.
Yeah, he can't be out. Because that's the thing. He's the reverse James Houston. Where it's like, James Houston was in for 10 plays. He was making all these plays. And you're like, Kaiir Elam was in there for 7 plays. He was giving up everything. How did that happen? So... basically removing Kaiir Elam was a big step and something that I'm glad they did. But my new mission, you cannot have Kenneth Murray ever playing. I don't care how bad you think the rest of your linebackers are. They are better than him. He has been so bad. And this has nothing to do with him being an awful Oklahoma Sooner who lost to the Texas Longhorns this weekend. They love... they love the character and everything else in the leadership. Fine, whatever. Everybody always did. That was a big part of his thing when he was coming out. The issue here is that everything you need a linebacker to do, he does poorly. Not average, below average, nothing else. It's poorly. He sees everything too slow. He will wash himself out of it. He doesn't have to get blocked. He'll wash himself out of a play just with a bad read. He is awful. He's one of the biggest culprits he's at this point the main culprit, I think, with a lot of their communication problems. Like, there's a lot of different instances where he's not sure where he's supposed to be, or he's lining up in the wrong spot, or he's seeing something wrong, or there's not a good... during the game, I kept seeing Jamar James was, like, telling him, stand over there. Like, move over there. Like, it was Jamar James that was, like, directing him. Which Jamar James, by the way... God love him. He's not in position a lot of times, or like a lot of his run fits are bad, or he may diagnose a late, but he's going to at least tackle somebody. Like there's no missed tackles with him.
It's not good for a first round pick to be on team number 3, and you're 6 years into your career.
This is not. He's below average, or man, if you could just clean up this, you could get by them. He's bad. It is bad.
What did you think of him with the 4th and 4 with Bland? Did you?
He saw it. He processed it too late. That is the exact play that Cleveland beat Green Bay with, where they did the exact same thing and they man matched and they jumped in front of the throw from Jordan Love and they picked it off. They were trying to do the same. I don't think it was an awful call from Eberflus in general. He knew it looked like he set up exactly what they were going to do. The problem is just Kenneth Murray was too late to react to when he was supposed to go. And then that's the problem. The mental processing slow. The read and reactability is not great. And he is too easily blown out of plays. He's too frequently not where he's supposed to be. So every single thing you would need a linebacker to do, he's bad at. And so if you're going to have him out there consistently, which I think he played the most snaps in this game.
Oh.
If you're going to have him out there consistently, then linebacker is a much bigger concern right now than the defensive backs. Because the defensive backs are awful, but that's how bad Kenneth Murray's been.
Post-Hut clarity. Very well done and detailed by Bobby Roberto about our Cowboys insider every Tuesday at this time in the commercial-free Expressway. And some of what Bobby is talking about was echoed much louder by Rex Ryan on Get Up.
Domesday defense. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. And you know what? Let's put it to the numbers. All right. Last year, Josh Allen was the MVP of the league. He had 101.4 passer rating.
Right.
Okay.
For the season.
Let's talk about this Domesday defense. They are right now on pace to give up the highest passer rating in NFL history. Right now, currently, 116.9 passer rating against this defense. You wonder what the legend Michael Irvin is referring to? This. They are guys wide ass open. And to me, they don't know what the hell they're doing. Schematically, from personnel, they don't attack people. This is an awful defense, and unfortunately, you're going to leave this great offense at home. You're going to be watching in the playoffs when you shouldn't be.
Damian Woody compared Dak's season to Joe Burrow last year. And then the Michael Irvin reference is Mike during the game tweeting, "I've never seen an NFL defense with so many people running wide open at Dallas Cowboys."
It's bad. It just is awful. Like, literally, every quarterback that plays against this team has a better season or better game than Josh Allen had season last year. Josh was the MVP. All right? Josh's quarterback rating last year was like a 104. All right? The Cowboys are allowing 116 every game. So every single game, they are allowing the other quarterback to pass the football better than Josh Allen did last year when he won the MVP.
The KNC Masterpiece, I think, asked Stephen Jones all the right questions yesterday. We're probably going to copy a few with Jerry coming up here at 8:30. And one of the questions is, how much of a setback would firing Matt Eberflus or a coordinator really be at this point?
Guys, we're worried about getting to work, going to work this week, and getting better each week so that we can be more consistent and execute. And we feel like, as Coach Schottenheimer said, we've got good personnel, and I think we're going to evolve into a good defense. We just have to continue to go to work.
The blood pressure, I'd like to check it. In radio with ratings, we look at certain times, like, how's PP in the morning doing? How's Jerry Jones, the interview? How's Brian Schottenheimer, Fridays at 8:20? I like to judge the blood pressure in the Metroplex when Steven is on with KNC or G-Bag after a game like this. Like, guys, because I think it's a great PR class. It's a PR study with the balance of throwing your guys under the bus publicly versus flirting with the idea that there's nothing that wrong. What you're seeing, what you're listening to, what you're reading, what you're feeling on Cowboys game day with an all-time bad defense, it's not really that bad. It's gaslighting. That's what it is. That's a new term.
I'm a big fan of it.
I think I finally know what it is. It's gaslighting. We'll see what Jerry says at 8:30.
RJ Ochoa noted yesterday that through 6 games, they've allowed 2,470 total yards, which is 9 off of the worst pace in the history of the franchise, which was 2013, which I thought was Rob Ryan. It's not. That was the Monty Kiffin year. But 9 yards off from the worst pace of all time, which means they are officially worse through 6 games defensively than they were under Mike Nolan. That's how bad it is right now.
Ooh. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
That's right. It's time for Ask Reddit. We will have you weigh in on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can also chime in on the YouTube and the Twitch, and we'll kick some of these answers around the studio here ourselves.
This is the most prepared I've ever been.
Okay.
I actually prepared for Ask Reddit because I had my brother and wife come up with the answers.
Do you feel, man,
brother in town?
No, I texted him.
Oh, okay.
There's one week we need to, because some of the answers.
You would know if he's in town before me.
I will. I'll run
Bobby now.
I'll run them by Kristen, like while I'm gathering them usually, and some of the answers she gives, I'm like, what? So like, I think we need to record our spouses with these one day and like bring it if they get a good answer, because some of the stuff they say is insane.
You don't want to record mine. She's like, these are really stupid. But I just wanted to give her an idea. I think she's getting in the car right now as we speak, of doing all the sports topics, coming up with the interview questions, booking the guests, and then this is probably the biggest mental drain for me during the week.
Really?
These questions, because they're so good.
They are very good.
I think they're so thought-provoking. I want to put more time into it, but I'm just not going to.
Well, then let's lead off with you.
Yeah.
Sean Sharif, what's something men secretly love doing but pretend they don't?
Pedicures.
Ooh, do they love that? I've never done that.
Yeah.
You should.
I think everybody loves.
No, I shouldn't. Again, Choppy investigated my foot and said it was a stunningly beautiful foot.
Oh, okay, my bad. My answer was bath. Although I can't remember the last time I've ever taken a bath. Bobby's bath.
2 weeks ago was really nice.
On the road with the cream all over his face. But that's the answer I got back from my crew was pedicures.
That's a good one. Look, for me, this is easy. It's getting a massage from a guy. All right.
Maybe this was Spittle did when he left our party after 20 minutes.
You can say all you want that you want a girl. But the moment a man, not a guy, a man with Popeye forearms and fat fingers gets his hands all up on you, it's over. You'll never go back to a woman again. So, a massage from a guy.
Peyton, what's your answer to this? What's something men secretly love doing but pretend they don't?
It's cuddling with your lady. Just cuddling. Just being on the couch, snuggled up, watching a movie, cuddling. It's not manly, but you don't admit you do it, but it's cuddling. Everyone loves it.
That's a great answer.
I was gonna say spooning. There is something big or little. It's just it is comforting. I like, all right, big one. It's nice to just kind of like wrap around and like get that. But sometimes it's nice to be the little spoon too. It's not so bad. All right, some of the answers that we're getting on the fan text. 817 mowing the lawn, just the sound of the mower humming. I think a lot of guys admit they like that.
I love it.
214. This is probably a good one. Getting compliments. That guys a lot of times I think will just kind of be like too cool for school. I don't need it. But everybody likes being told they're doing a good job. That's or that they do something well.
Yep.
All right, we're doing Ask Her to Hear on 105.3 The Fan. Let's go with RJ Choppy.
All right.
Chop, what's a behavior you used to think was rude, but now you totally understand?
I understand. I don't practice this, but I understand why people don't answer the front door anymore when the doorbell rings. I still answer it almost every time, unless I'm like just not dressed or whatever. I'm always answering the door. I'll take your pitch, your sales pitch. Give it to me. But I understand why people don't answer. It's annoying. They know what it is. It's never somebody for anything other than somebody who wants your money. That's who answers. That nobody ever comes to your door unless they want money from you. Used to be just it was a neighbor, it was a friend, just pop in. So I understand.
I'm gonna show up. I'm just gonna show up and knock on your door then, just so you can have that nice surprise of.
Great.
It's not for that. Swaggy Booties on the Twitch similarly says ignoring phone calls is one. Sean, what's your answer?
Saying no. My mom, when I was growing up, like my mom, very nice, angelic, all that stuff. But when she didn't want to do something or she was uncomfortable with it, like, no. And I'd be like, whoa. And now I'm just like, that just makes it so much easier.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to BS. You don't have to dance around it. You don't have to make fake plans. Just, my wife's always like, you just never do anything you don't want to do. And I was like, that's correct.
I wish I had that ability.
No, not doing it.
I can't say no. And then I have to come up with an excuse.
Yep.
Later on.
My brother said asking someone to lower their voice.
Your voice down.
Wouldn't that still be accepted as rude?
I would think so, but that's why
this is me and Bobby.
Yeah.
And I'm a loud person. And Choppy's a loud person. But Bobby in an elevator or Bobby in a car, when he's on that tism, man.
Keep your voice down.
I don't say it nicely, but
whenever
I don't think you could.
There was a
the shush drives everyone crazy, including me. Like, don't shush me. Like, tell me anything else. I'd rather you say be quiet than don't shush me. There's something about the shush.
I don't like that. Literally just made me like, I don't like that. I shuddered. Peyton, what's your answer for this?
469 real quick has a good one. Not tipping for bad service.
Yep.
And
tipping less.
Mine's kind of like RJ's. It's being able to cut a conversation short with the door-to-door salesperson, someone you meet like at the grocery store or something. Because before it's like I'll let them go through their whole pitch and everything.
Yeah.
Then you're like, I actually have this service already or this. But it's like just being able to say, all right, sorry, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
Have a good day.
Or being rude or shorter to like the telemarketer.
I can always tell we're in football season. When we're doing Ask Reddit, the YouTube is always very much on top of it. When we're doing Ask Reddit during football season, they are literally in there arguing about Dak right now. There's nobody answering the questions.
What are they arguing about?
I don't know. I just look over. I'm just looking over there to see if there's any answers, and I just see it's all about you just can't own up to Dak, and it's all there. All right, yeah. Some of the answers on the fan text: respected your elders without question, says 940. Ignoring phone calls. We got that one. My answer for this,
that's a great one though, because I'll say to my dad now, like my dad just always, I'm older than you, so I'm right. And then after a while, I'm like, no, you're not.
Wrong.
You're not right. I'm also 40. I'm 40.
I'm 40.
But yeah, I'm going to disagree with you. I'm gonna show you the respect. But I'm going to tell you when you're wrong or call you out on stuff. It's not just this thing you tried to raise me with. The birth certificate determines who's right all the time. No.
The birth certificate. It's been a while since we talked about that. So when my answer for this one is confrontation. I used to just think in general, confrontation was like rude. Don't do it. Like it's now there are some people who just you need to directly deal with them.
Yeah, look at you in G-Bag.
Yeah, I mean that's what I did this morning. So all right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, you said you were ready and loaded and ready to go on these, so I'm going to throw you this one. What is your go-to tactic to calm down your significant other when she's angry? Without giving away look, you don't want to give away the game plan like Schottenheimer. Talking generalities.
Yeah.
You don't want to give away everything.
When she's super, super angry, she normally cries. Like, I just don't know what to do anymore. She like has a little breakdown. So I'll give her a little, come here. Yeah.
Come here, buddy.
A little half hug, little noogie, little half hug. But normally, like, I'm like throwing out like vengeful ideas towards the other person. That's how I try to help my wife, show her I have her back. Like, let's ruin their life. Let's put this on blast. Let me text them. Let me write something for them. I volunteer to contact the person to try to make them have a psychological breakdown. That's the way we go about it in our house.
That's pretty strong. I like that. What do you got, Chop?
It's like with my son. I know that we're questionable parents now. We go into his first sit down. The teacher's telling us about a kid who's kind of bullying him. And we kind of knew about this, but I kind of like the teacher's approach. She's like, rather than just separate them, I want to see how he handles it. So I'm keeping them together for a short time period moving forward. And I was like, I kind of like that approach.
Sure.
Let him tough it out. We get in the car. My wife and I start coaching him on what to say towards this kid.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, you just say this. And then it gets a little darker. And then a little darker. And we're like, what's he look like? Does he stump? My wife and I, we had to look at each, and my son goes, but I don't want to hurt his feelings. And my wife and I had to look at each other and like snap out of it and be like, stop being so mean.
After your feelings, right?
We're talking like the teenage little brats, and we're like, my wife's like, just say your mama to anything. Say your mama. And I was like, start making some fat jokes. And I'm thinking of the book of snaps that we grew up with, the shaman. And he's like, but I don't want to hurt his feelings. And I was like, okay, we need it back to reality.
That is the Louis C.K. bit where Louis talks about volunteering on the playground when his daughter was younger and some kid knocking her over. And he's like, I grabbed this kid by the shoulders and I'm shaking. I'm going, if you ever touch my daughter again, he goes, and then I realized this is wildly inappropriate. And I just let go of the kid and I gotta just step away. Like, oh gosh, this has got too. He's like, no, I will just hit him with an elbow gently every now and then.
Reset the question.
The question here specifically is, what is your go-to tactic to calm down your significant other when she's angry?
Well, I don't tell her to calm down. That's rule number one. That's the first step in this process is do not tell her to calm down. You've got to find a way, at least I do. I try to diffuse. I try to diffuse anything. So I just immediately change the subject into something that will make her laugh or something like that. Just something to get her mind off of it. Because it is such a slippery slope because nothing can happen. Like only bad can happen when you start trying to calm someone else down, especially a woman.
So this is the fan text is weighing in on this, and the vast majority of them, their solution is leave her alone. Their solution is just what?
So I think we're talking about two different things. We're talking about what do you do when she's ticked maybe at you?
Well, I think
versus ticked at somebody else.
So I think
if I don't go over and try to do something when she's upset with somebody else, then I feel like I don't care.
That probably is just they don't experience her being mad except for if it's at them. But I will say with Kristen, yeah, if she's mad at me,
yeah.
The only thing that she tells me just leave me alone. That's not the way to do it with her. And she's in the car right now and she's probably screaming that I'm wrong. But I can't just leave her alone because then she sits on it and she eventually moves past it. But like somewhere deep down there, she's buried it and it'll stack up and then it'll all come out at another point. And so it's more just like, no, just come here. And so instead, it's just you try to take some responsibility and calm down. Now, if it's not just me, usually it's just she needs a hug. Like she just needs a hug and she just needs to stop and like breathe. Yeah. Peyton, you didn't want to answer this one according to your email, but I'm going to make you anyway. What's your go-to
you just
tactic?
said what are your favorite ones?
I know, I'm screwed with you. I'm screwed with you. Go ahead.
Like Sean said, just to have her back, just agree with her basically on this. Or, it's simple. Just offer to go get like a sweet treat or something. Girls love ice cream. Just say, you know what? You've had a rough day. Let's go get ice cream or something.
Some of the answers over on the YouTube. Willie Stovall says Dak gives you 27 points and 30 plus in other games, and you get pressed about one series. Jers Hurt says I don't think you've seen the schedule. So a lot of Cowboys takes on the YouTube.
All right, there it is. Ask Credit every day, commercial free every Tuesday. Commercial free in the Expressway with the entire morning crew. Hey, coach has been fired, and do you feel better about the Cowboys after Monday Night Football? Both games. All that, then Jerry Jones at 8:30.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Allen up in the pocket. Atlanta trying to shadow him. He'll move to his left. He's going to throw. He got intercepted. And that ball is down on the play. And that's D'Angelo Malone after Zach Harrison deflected it.
Two upsets with Monday Night Football. The Chicago Bears taking advantage of a midfield fumble by the Commanders. They win their third straight game. And then you had the Atlanta Falcons beating up Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills. Gosh, power rankings are going to be hideous tomorrow. Back-to-back bad weeks. That was the call on Falcons Radio. This is Sean and RJ, along with Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, with Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30.
Yeah, this was a weekend of a bunch of games that were just like, how the hell did that happen? Like Dallas losing to Carolina, you get those two last night. You get Philly losing to the Giants by double digits. I mean, even to me, I didn't expect a 2-touchdown victory for the Chiefs over the Lions, the way the Lions have been playing. So this was an entire weekend of just throw it all out.
And our first head coach has lost his job. Brian Callahan is out in Tennessee. 4-19 record, 11 losses by at least 10 games, and Mike Vrabel and the New England Patriots coming up next for the Titans. But Brian Callahan is out. Did you pump your fist?
Yes.
Why?
Because again, just like how like I was thrilled James Franklin got fired. Different reasons on this one. Brian Callahan has just mishandled every single piece of being a head coach for the, year and a half? Was this 2 years that he had done it? 2.5? The way he treated Will Levis last year was awful. He was just terrible to him. Like publicly, like in the game, he's just destroying him. Then he gets in the post game and he's like aggressively talking about him in a way of just like, you hate him? Like, what's your problem? And then even in this thing, they get out of that game, and he stood up there podium about to get fired. And he goes, yeah, I'm just really discouraged by Cam Ward. Like, basically just talking about Cam Ward's trash.
You know, it's now 6 of the last 8 overall number 1 picks at quarterback had their coach fired after the year 1 or during year 1. And that is crippling for a player.
I had to go back yesterday and rewatch this stat to make sure I had it. ESPN, I heard it with both stats. Again, what you just said, the last 4 quarterbacks drafted number 1 overall, and 6 of the last 8 saw their coach fired after the rookie season. And then this one, 17 of the last 39 quarterbacks drafted since 2016. 17 of the last 39 saw their head coach fired in the first year or the next.
Yeah, and that's just not like...
Daboll is going to be that one, too.
Yeah. I mean, it's just not like...
I don't know about that.
They're not going to win. They'll be 4-win team. And
Kappa Sig, man.
And everybody will be like, oh my God, Cam Scattaboo had the greatest 1.8 yards per carry season of all time.
Did you hear Scattaboo at the press, his daily presser the other day? There's just this hooping and hollering in the background.
Yeah.
And Daboll's like, that's Scattaboo. It happens every day.
That's Scattaboo, man. Yeah.
Below the belt this week, I am going to take that article from ESPN that was just a drool fest over all his teammates that were just like, he just brings a different energy. He's such a different kind of cat. And blah, blah, like,
he is.
It's disgusting.
Both of those.
It's disgusting.
He is. It's,
Anyway.
That photo of those two, him shirtless and sitting in the end zone with Dart right behind him.
What's the first New York endorsement that they have to get together?
Trojan? I don't know, something.
Yeah, it's got to be something with bro in it. Something bro.
Brogen.
Bro. Yeah, there we go. But like, dude, I mean, this is, they fired Mike Vrabel for this. You know, and maybe the Steelers have it right where they just never fire anybody. But like, these teams are coming. They fired him. Why?
They need to fire Mike Tomlin as the GM, but we'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, but why'd they fire Mike Vrabel?
That got just tense. He had gotten sideways with their management. That was, I think, both were ready to be done because the AJ Brown trade apparently just destroyed. He had told them not to trade AJ Brown. There's a shot of him in the war room when they trade AJ Brown and him like throwing his phone. Like, I told you guys not to do this.
Speaking of the draft, though, like, we have not dedicated any time whatsoever to Cam Ward and Travis Hunter at the top of this last draft. Travis Hunter is doing nothing.
Jags gave up they gave up a lot to get him. They gave up next year's one, too.
And yesterday, Bobby, like in a commercial break, he's like, this is not looking good for Cam Ward starting off.
No, he's not looked good at all. There's no moments where you're just like, oh, I see it. Like, there are times with Caleb, even during the awful year, where you're like, oh, that was impressive, or oh, I see this. There's a little flash here there. I've not seen anything from Cam Ward that excites me when I watch him play. I'm like, that looks like a get-you-by Teddy Bridgewater quarterback. Like, there's nothing there that just says that dude's going to save my franchise.
Look, we can go down this down this road, but this happens every year. Every year we misevaluate quarterbacks. I mean, teams misevaluate coach. They misevaluated Brian Callahan, obviously. To me, you want safety at the head coach position. You want stability at the head coach. Everyone's trying to look for Sean McVay. They're trying to look for the next thing instead of just being a trend. Just want stability. Somebody who is not going to screw things up for your organization. Someone who's not going to have a toxic program and call out the quarterbacks. Oh, he was bad. And just do terrible things with Will Levis the previous year. I want safety and stability at the head coach. You're the CEO, man.
I've got to find. I don't see. I thought somebody told me that PFF was giving the Hunter decent grades in coverage, but I can't even find. Like when you go look at his page, they only have the offensive grades.
How many snaps
up
is he playing at defense?
He started the year playing mostly offense, but then I don't know how it's changed the last 2 weeks. But
he played 40% of the defensive snaps on Sunday.
He started playing a lot more defense in weeks 2, 3, 4. I don't know how much it's changed since then, but he was playing a lot.
All right, Mike Tomlin going viral. Tomlin has been popping off this year in press conferences, which he normally doesn't do, calling out other organizations. The Steelers have the Bengals raw dogging preview from Jamar Chase on Thursday night. So obviously Tomlin was asked about Cleveland's decision to trade Joe Flacco to Cincy.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
Nobody has a more AI-type delivery and voice than Mike Tomlin. Anytime something like this comes out, and this is now twice from him recently, after blasting, who was it? He was like, don't knock this person out of the game. We don't want Flacco in there.
It was don't knock out Anthony Richardson.
Anthony Richardson. Yeah. Or we don't want the next guy to come in. I got to check if this is real, because Mike Tomlin's AI voice is exactly how Bobby would mimic it.
Yes, it is. And this is why you never, ever, ever let coaches near personnel decisions, because coaches think about today.
Yep.
It would be organizational mismanagement to hang on to Joe Flacco.
Yep.
If someone's willing to give you a pick, I don't care how low the pick is, for a 40-year-old quarterback who's not in your long-term plans, when you need to get Gabriel and Shador on the field, and I don't care.
This makes. I'm glad you said it, because no one's going to say it, because everyone wants to kiss Mike Tomlin's ass. This makes Mike Tomlin sound foolish.
It makes him sound dumb. It makes me
stay in your
wonder.
room. Stay in your room. Although, is his room the GM room?
It is the GM room. Like everybody I talked to in Pittsburgh is like, he is in charge of personnel decision. This is why you can't let coaches in charge, because they're worried about today. They're not worried about team building. The GM's job is to worry about this.
Maybe Mike's mad because he's getting screwed over of having to face Flacco Thursday.
So I was about to say, is there anyone...
assets for a 40-year-old.
Is there any more Pittsburgh Steelers quarterback than Joe Flacco? Like, that just seems like exactly like somebody Tomlin's running out there, which makes sense then why he's like, dear God, don't knock Anthony Richardson out. We'll have to play Flacco. Dear God, don't trade Joe Flacco to the Bengals and save their season. Like, Tomlin has some weird love obsession with thinking Flacco's a badass, and I think it's because, well, that's the exact type of quarterback he'd put out there.
Are you at all okay with the American League West possibly representing you in the World Series? And I heard about a lot of problems, so I went to check it out myself. My report on the State Fair of Texas, followed by Jerry Jones after this. And this...
has low fee products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
So here we go. The 2-2 from Trinan. Terang strikes out swinging. Blake Trinan slams the door. That's a win for LA. They hang on and take game one of the National League Championship Series by a final of 2-1.
Dodgers radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Jerry Jones is coming up at 8:30, and he did not talk after the Panthers loss, and it's his birthday. This is not a good one-year omen.
Which is, it didn't used to be unusual for him to, like, there was a time where it became unusual, where he didn't speak after a road game. And then the last several years, he just didn't do it. So you're like, okay, that's no big deal. But then he had done it the first 3 this year. So you're like, oh, okay, I guess we're back to talking after a road game, except not this one.
And last year, what happened?
Last year, we were about, I think tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of, I'll get somebody else to ask these questions, you yahoos.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll
that's
get somebody else to ask these questions.
That's exactly it. So that's our anniversary. I don't think he's going to be in a bad mood today. Like I'm sure he's irritated, but I think he's going to come on here and I think he's going to be light.
What
that's
about
my anticipation.
After the questions of why Matt Eberflus should still be the defensive coordinator?
I think he knows that's coming. So I think he's ready to look he's just going to look Mr. Cool. We're not going to look like anything's getting under our skin related to this because this is what we're doing and we're so unbothered by it.
Dodgers radio with the call. They take the 1-0 lead over the Brewers in the NLCS, and the Seattle Mariners are up 2-0 after crushing Toronto.
Yeah, if you liked starting pitching, the Dodgers were the team you wanted to watch. Blake Snell going 8 innings. Fantastic performance. He never goes 8 innings.
I thought Dave Roberts was Mr. Analytics if you don't face the lineup third time through.
Historically, they've kind of adopted a lot of that, but he has allowed Snell to go 7 innings 3 times this year. 3 times last year, Snell went 7 innings. And he let him go 8 in this game because they don't have a bullpen. Their bullpen is awful, and they know it. But the other 3 teams, the Mariners, the Blue Jays, and the Brewers, their starting pitcher combined to go 8 innings yesterday. Milwaukee should be ashamed of themselves. Game one of the NLCS, they used a bullpen game. They did a bullpen game. In game 1 of the NLCS, that's it. That's just... Look, I love the sport. It's got so many things going for it. It's got so many things not going for it, and that's one of them. Taking out Gausman in game 1 for 76 pitches, and you Savage yesterday after 73 pitches getting taken out. And Gilbert got taken after like 3 innings. Like, what are we doing?
Dave Roberts has some weird approach with Blake Snell that he doesn't have with anybody else. I don't know there was a game at the end of the season. It was like the last 2 weeks where he came out onto the mound to take Snell out of the game against the Padres. It was like runners on the corners, 2 outs, and he'd walked 2 in a row or something. And he came out there to take him out, and Snell went like, no. And he got out there and he talked to, and then Roberts was like, okay. And like walked back and he struck him out and he got out of the inning. So he's got a trust with Snell that he clearly doesn't have with a lot of other people.
You see Victor Robles in game 1 for the Mariners? He's playing right field and he boots the ball. There's a base hit to right, boots it. Look at his mouth. What's in his mouth? It's the scouting report card. It tells you where to. So they all carry a card in the back pocket. It tells you where to position them. Some guys will write it on the inside of their hat. Some guys carry a card. Well, he had the card out, and I guess the pitch happened before he was expected it, so he didn't have time to put it in his pocket. So he shoves it in his mouth, and he's running with this thing in his mouth. It's like, what is? And then, of course, he boots the ground ball because he can't see below the card to try to field the ball.
Let's talk about rooting interest, if you have it, in the Final Four.
I don't hate Seattle. Like, I know they're the AL. I don't have a hatred for Seattle. I hate Houston. I hate the Angels. I've always hated the Angels from when I was a kid. Seattle, it's like you took their basketball team. They haven't won a playoff series in 25 years.
And they're facing Toronto, who we don't love.
Yeah.
Right? Screw Canada.
51? Hell no.
No, we're not a part of that.
Yeah, we were. No, that's the. So to me, I want Seattle over Toronto, and the Brewers are boring, and I just don't want the Dodgers to win. So it'd probably Seattle the rest of the way.
It's Seattle.
Oh,
the
you
AL.
root for Seattle to win it.
Yeah.
It's tough in the NL because Jeff Passan wrote an article saying, like, if the Dodgers win the World Series again, like, be prepared. There is not going to be any baseball in 2027. Like, he's just be prepared for the lockout to happen because that's what
if they win it.
If they win it, because the owners want a salary cap, and this is going to, if the Dodgers win again, this is going to really kind of be like, hey, look, we are drawing a line in the sand here. We are having a salary cap. And the players are saying, we're not even going to go to the bargaining table if that's in your plan.
Right.
Right? So baseball, players union has always been steadfast on that. We are not even going to negotiate. So if the Dodgers win, like, it's going to be really, really hard to have baseball in 2 years. Yeah, the Brewers, Bobby's right, but the Brewers are kind of boring. I mean, it's refreshing to see baseball where you actually put the ball in play and make things happen, but they don't have anybody. If you pitch around Yelich, like, it's, they don't have anybody that really that the average person knows.
I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I want the greatness. I want the money to pay off, be rewarded for everything that they're doing. I don't mind Seattle either. I think I'm probably rooting for the Dodgers to go ahead and win it all, just so that although competitor Chris Young, it might. What would it be for us if the Mariners won it all? It would stoke the fires.
He might trade for another pitcher.
Well, if you had
Bet Online geotagged the country, and the state of Texas is rooting for who to win it all?
Toronto.
No.
I just think it's a Vlad Jr. thing.
Only 2 states are rooting for Toronto. Only 3 states are rooting for the Dodgers.
Let's see, Toronto. Rooting for Toronto be like probably some
New York,
Canada, New York, and Vermont.
Vermont and New Hampshire.
Okay.
3 for the Dodgers, 15 for the Mariners, 30 for the Brewers. Texas is from Milwaukee.
Okay. Yeah, I guess like I would root maybe for Milwaukee. I want Seattle to beat Toronto. I don't really want Seattle. Although I think that would be like, would that be 3 of the last 4 champions would be coming from the AL West? Did Houston win in 22?
Yes, they did.
And Seattle's never been there.
And then so Seattle 22, us 23, and then Seattle. Like, that'd be kind of cool.
The Brewers winning the World Series feels like the Colts winning the Super Bowl. Where I'm just like, okay, why?
Mike Flores texted me, when is Jerry on? So I guess there is some national anticipation.
Same time every week.
Same time, Mike. Come on now. Jerry Jones joins us speaking about the Carolina loss for the first time. Jerry, live on Sean and RJ next.
After we get you over to Q6.
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show, his first comments after the Carolina game here on Sean and RJ, and it's brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We also have our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt, and a birthday for the Hall of Fame owner and general manager joining us on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Jerry, and happy birthday.
Hey, well, thank you very much, guys. And first of all, I would have liked to have celebrated that birthday with a big winning candle on the top of some kind of cake, but still, that's the way it goes. That's probably the first birthday that I've ever had that I wasn't celebrating a victory of some sort. And if you believe that, then we're really all in trouble. So when you've had as many as I've had, then you've got to be ready to do some celebrating when it's not exactly going the way you'd like it planned. On the other hand, what birthdays do, it really is cause you to really step back and take a look at the whole picture and count your blessings and just be proud to be in the hunt, be proud to be competing. I'm all of the above. It's a privilege to be here and face the music with you guys this morning.
Well, thank you for doing it, as always. Some media alarms were set off when you did not speak after the game. Could you just address that and also give us your first public comments on the Panther loss?
That Carolina setup over there is a long, long way from the area you sit in. And that was as much of it as anything. Secondly, yes, there was a frustration because we had such a good chance to win that game at the end and thought it could go our way after basically holding the lead, yet physically getting pushed around a little bit out there. All of that probably didn't make me just be all that urgent to get over there and visit with everybody. And I've done that from time to time. This isn't the first one of those, especially those road games.
Jerry, I know that I heard you on Friday with the guys talk about the league being designed for parity. We saw 2 upsets last night. But still, when we go up and down the schedule, right, part of the fun of being an NFL fan, we're like, that's a win, that's a win. Were you extra disappointed in that Carolina loss with you guys being favored and just looking at the other games on your schedule? Is that one that stings extra because of what people thought was going to happen?
Yes, very much. I'm just like you. I go up and down that schedule as well. The reality of it, though, and I don't think it's unique to me either, is I realize how much parity we've got. And the real thing about it is on any of these games, on any of these times, as you evolve through a season, any of these teams can beat each other. And that's the real world. That's what makes this thing so interesting. And you shouldn't have any gimmies on that schedule. If you're not getting in there about 500 in the NFL, you really need to also check your whole card, because it's set up for you to be 500 with the way we draft, the way we trade. The lower teams are always the first to get the best shot at the best players. The way this whole thing is set up from a structure standpoint, then the thing that changes that as much as anything, of course, is a lot of times teams get on quite a run. They get on a run with some good quarterbacking, and we've got good quarterbacking. But they get on a run with good quarterbacking, and they change up what parity normally is. I think I saw today where with Romo and with Dak Prescott, I think I may be off by 1, but we're either the 6th or 7th winningest team in all the NFL over their tenure, which is almost 20 years, to give you an idea of how close this thing is. Yet we're disappointed because we don't have a good record of appearance in the playoffs, which is really what it's all about. Nobody really does roll back and look at the fact that you're at the top of the league and winning percentages, winning games. That's not the way you look at it. You look at it on a season-by-season, playoff time of year by playoff time of year. That's as it should be. I love it. And consequently, you can have some teams that might not have had consistency throughout the years or that particular year, and that team can step up there and win that Super Bowl. It's a great league.
Jerry, you had said in years past that you were sick to your stomach that you didn't get Romo to a Super Bowl and get him a ring. We're, almost 10 years into Dak's career. Do you feel the same? Are you starting to feel the same way about Dak, that you're kind of wasting the time?
He's had we've had great quarterback play for 10 years, and we had it with Romo for 10 years. And the word wasn't a mistake. The word was it was unfortunate, because you were sitting there, and what happened during those spans is that you were the fifth, sixth winningest team in the NFL during those spans when they played there. Yet their playoff records are not in that category of when I say their playoff records, the Cowboys' playoff records, not theirs. It's not completely on their shoulders. But you realize a chance missed. I'm a big believer in getting up around the rim, and because of the ambiguity of availability, injuries, because of the very, if you will, the way the ball bounces. Like I said, we're fifth or sixth in all wins over that period of time, and yet at the same time, we're disappointed because we haven't smelled a Super Bowl. And that's frustrating. That's disappointing with Dak. We've had some outstanding teams, had him early, had him with Zeke, and have had some great offensive lines. Dak's been we've been very fortunate to have had the type of protections and running games that we've had generally during Dak's career. And that's great. That's really good stuff. And consequently, and we've also had days when we had trouble stopping the run during that time. And I'm not being facetious, but we have had.
Yep.
As a matter of fact, when we get down to these playoff games, the thing that usually is our Achilles heel is that we can't stop that run. And that's, believe it or not, that's what we're addressing, and what we've been trying to address with on our defensive front.
Jerry Jones, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, the toughest question we have for you today is the number one topic amongst the fans, and that is the status of Matt Eberflus and his job. Why is Eberflus still the guy to get this defense going in the right direction, and what do you say to the fans who want him replaced?
He's been in that he's had tremendous experience. He's dealt with adversity with a long record, not only with us, but with his tenure at Chicago and Indianapolis. And he's had some great successes, had some very great successes, but he's had his tail kicked. That's who I want in the foxhole with me, because there's no such thing as having all the answers. And so when I jumped at it, when I saw we had a chance to get him, I still feel as strongly as I did the day we brought him in here. And these things that we're dealing with here are not one, two major things. There are a lot of little things that you can address and get right, and you can adjust the nuances of them. And, for instance, the other day, we couldn't stop the run, yet we were within a possession. If we drive that ball at the end of the game, we got a good chance to win it. We were up all day for the most part. And so there's a lot of ways to win football games, and Flus is dealing with nuances there that we can adjust and change. And you do adjust, and you do change, and there will be that. What's interesting is that the way the game panned out was very, very on point with the way that our coaches planned for the game to pan out. We just thought we could get more stops. We thought we could physically do a better job with them, and they were able to scheme us a little bit. That to their credit. But we were in that game close enough. What I think I don't want to take too long on this answer, but Carolina is easy to overlook as as a formidable matchup with us. They match up right good against where we need the work. And so they were a tough opponent for us the other day. We almost pulled it off.
Jerry, a lot of stats are coming out kind of lining up this defense with some of the worst in the history of the franchise of Mike Nolan and Rob Ryan and Monty Kiffin. Is this defense giving you totally different vibes of what those were?
No, I remember all those defenses. If you look back, those coaches, Monty Kiffin's recognized as one of the best defensive coaches in football. And you can go on through those names, and you'll see them. They all had their days. I'm not going to name names, but you can keep going with really outstanding defensive coaches. Let me say this. Defensive coaching in the NFL, it is an all-day sucker because this league makes its rules, and this league pushes toward offense. And that's good. I love that. And I love the game because of that. But we push it toward the offense. And so it's quite a challenge. And usually if you execute a play and you block it right, you've got a good chance of moving that football, which they did the other day with their running game, of course. We thought that we could do a little better job in coverage, to say the least, and keep them from making a couple of those big throws they made. And we busted a couple of assignments, obviously. But the game plan was to understand they were going to run that football, and we just needed to do a good job at defending that pass, and then we needed to do a good job when we had the ball.
Jerry, you guys are playing one of the highest zone rates in coverage in football this year. And Greg Olsen, who was on the call for Fox, said that it made the Cowboys too predictable on defense and that teams were taking advantage of that. What are your thoughts on the rate of zone coverage you're playing and the predictability of that?
That doesn't surprise me that he would assess that at all. And I agree, you look predictable when they're blowing you out. And that's, you can say zone, get over in man. We've got players that have had success in man. Man creates the big plays. Not the problem, but one of the problems is zone is supposed to eliminate big plays, and it's supposed to be slow them down on their eventual moving the football to some degree. That's not give up. That's a strategy. Well, but you can't have the really big-time play plus give it up on what's the philosophy of the zone. And that's what we've got to make some corrections on. And we are, and we will.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, Donovan Wilson has been getting beat up pretty bad, both on the field and by the fans, criticized for his play, especially in pass coverage. Is he being put in a position to succeed the way that he is being used?
Well, Donovan, like all players for the most part, has some things he does extraordinarily well. And the way he has played safety, particularly in the run game, and particularly with his aggressiveness, is one of the top careers of active players, I think. But like any player, you have things that you're better at than other things. And so then that's when you say, well, the coach can't put him in that position. Trust me, positioning of a player to use his skills the best is one of the premier focal points of any coach, and is our coaching too. And those are areas that you have to adjust. I don't mind telling you, one of the best tacklers we've ever had on this team, Hooker, at safety back there, has not been with us. That's a lot. That's been an issue for us there. Let me just talk about personnel a minute. Where we're our longest, where we're potentially our strongest, is pass rush, and we've got the most capable pass rushers that we've had, and we've got the ability to really rotate our players, which is very important in pass rush, because that's probably you exert more energy there than any place else. And so there's ways that we can take our personnel. You're speaking of him. There's ways we can take our personnel and address what happened to us Sunday.
Jerry Jones with us here on the Fan. Jerry, you have invested a lot of money in your corners, Deron Bland and Trayvon Diggs. There's been obviously a lot of struggles there. Like you mentioned, big plays and a coverage that's not designed to allow big plays. Can you still get your return on the investment you made in your corners?
That's a good phrase, return on investment. And really, it's one that sounds pretty bright line, pretty factual. But what is that? Dig takes one interception. When he was all pro, he took 4 or 5 of those interceptions. Those are obviously turnovers. They had everything to do with us coming out on top. But when you do that, you take some risk. And a lot of times the ideal interception, the ideal defensive play is to cover and do your assigned area of responsibility. And then you step out, if you can, and make a play on the ball and get a turnover. Boy, what a mouthful, because it's rare when you can do all of those kinds of things. And so we're right now, across the board, we're not getting the turnover. We got one Sunday, and it really almost won the game. That difference right there was that one turnover. We were up 1, and that's probably why that thing was as close as it was. So where I'm going with this is we certainly want to have him in position to make some of those turnovers. He's so instinctive at playing the ball. He plays the ball like a receiver. And so when you do that, though, you can sometimes take some risks that can expose, not him, anybody gets exposed when they're taking some risk on a ball that is thrown within play. Now, a lot of times you get interception when that ball goes completely away from where it was intended to go, and a back can be in the right spot.
Jerry, y'all had mentioned when you made the Micah trade and you acquired Kenny Clark that he was brought in to help the run defense. Why is that part of the trade not worked out the way you wanted it to?
Well, but the trade was to help the run defense. There's no question about it. And actually, Kenny Clark is playing very, very well. Micah's part was to help the pass rush, I'm sure. And I don't want to even get into what Green Bay might have been thinking, but that was to help the pass rush. And, of course, the mighty, let's look at the results at the end of a period of time. What kind of difference does that make? Boy, I'm glad to have Kenny Clark now. He's played outstanding. We certainly might have had less run stop than we had without Kenny Clark. But as I look ahead here, as we go up against Washington, I'm glad we've got him in there for stopping the run. But I also am glad we've got him in there for our soundness on what we can do when we put some pressure on the quarterback. So bottom line is right now we have gotten the money's worth for Kenny Clark. To have Kenny Clark on this team, I am proud that we got him. And he's probably the first or second on grading on our team on defense.
Jerry Jones joined us here, 105 through the Fan. The offense has been very, very good this year. Dak's having a tremendous year. So knowing that the offense is that good and the problems that we have on defense, how untouchable are the Green Bay first-round picks they sent in terms of being able to get a player before the deadline?
Well, you're talking about the Parsons trade and the picks we got with those.
Yeah, are they untouchable to try to use to get a player at the deadline?
No, I've never. That's why I didn't understand your question, and I'm not criticizing the question. But there's nothing untouchable. Mm-hmm. if we can improve our team and it makes sense for what we give up in the future, all of it's there. And you're right in one respect. We've got major resources that we wouldn't have had we not made that trade. A lot of people don't realize that Kenny Clark makes upward of $23, $24 million this year. We only pay $2 of that. And so that created quite a availability for us that we wouldn't have had. And so all of that is no question about it. And I promise you, yours truly or anybody that's associated with the Cowboys has got our eyes really open in ways that we can help this defense. And certainly I don't want to preclude anything on offense either. But in answer to your question, there's nothing untouchable in our resources to help our team. And there's no way that I'm at a point right now to where I would not do something because of where we are into the season, 6 games. I would go as early as I would if we were talking 3 games back.
Jerry, one of the real positives out of Sunday was how well George Pickens played, and he's had a fantastic year to this point. When you guys traded for him, there was a decision, it appeared, to just have him play out the final year of his contract. Would you be open to picking up extension talks with George Pickens at this point?
We are always looking at what we can do to basically financially improve where we are. Now, you don't financially improve without getting what you paid for. Well, that's a misnomer. You have to have the talent. You have to have the players. And I know you said, "Well, duh, that was assumed in the question." Well, the point is that we'll look carefully at what we're doing financially. Look carefully at what we do there with George. And I can't tell you how proud I am personally for George because he is absolutely as exciting as he's been on the field for us. He's been that kind of teammate, and he's inspirational. Our coaches enjoy coaching him. I won't speak for the players, but he is a great teammate in my mind. And, of course, when we got him, there was some issue with, there might be something with the way his personality. Well, I'll tell you this, I'll take that combination we got with him any day.
Jerry, how are you guys looking on the injury status of CeeDee Lamb, Tyler Booker, and Kevontae Turpin heading into this week?
Without being doctor here and without the benefit of a week of practice, seeing where they are, thumbs up on all. It's looking good, but that's just it. You've got to have that week of practice, which we haven't had. And when we have it, that'll be the report card. See how it goes this week.
And last one for you here, Jerry. With so many questions that have existed in the secondary, what is the status of Savone Ravel's rehab at this point?
Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He's everything we thought he would be. Getting to see him up close and personal and what kind of player, athlete he is, all upbeat. Obviously, he's coming in with no experience, but his status, to answer your question, is that in his rehab, he's done nothing but make everybody's eyes big. And looking forward to getting him out there. We'll have to, everybody remember who's making his first steps in the NFL as he gets out there. But, boy, he's got a great future.
Happy birthday once again. Thank you so much for the time this morning, and good luck.
Listen, I want to be doing with this program with you 15 years now.
Yes. You probably will be. Thank you, Jerry. Enjoy it.
All right, guys.
There he is. 15 years running Tuesdays, 8:30. Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's react to all of it, and the rest of RJ's college coaching kegger. Final hour. Sean and RJ next. But let me go ahead and save.
Racing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time if you'd like. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden getting it in the back. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, and Corey Majors getting it in the hallway.
Yes.
Jerry Jones just joined us as he does every single Tuesday at 8:30. Your reaction?
He has become... He's George Steinbrenner.
I don't think so.
That man...
I wish he was more like Steinbrenner.
Well, he would say this back in like the early 90s when the team was bad. You know, we had the most wins of any team in Major League Baseball during the 1980s. Didn't win a World Series. But nobody in the sport had more wins than the New York Yankees in the 1980s.
See, I would have thought...
That's what Jerry's saying with the, well, we're the fifth winningest team.
I would have thought George would crack more heads.
He did, but
Jerry
he was also...
is much more positive.
Yeah. George was cracking heads, but he would also say that...
George would have come on here and say, I think our defense is awful and this is not going to be acceptable. It better start changing.
And he would fire everybody. He would fire everybody. But he would also say that to, like, you know, try to keep the positivity up for the fans, keep the fans engaged. Well, nobody won more than we did. And I think that's that's a disconnect with the fan base right now. Is like, Jerry is right. Like, you want to be around the rim. Like, that is it. This is in hockey. It's just send the puck on net.
Yep.
Eventually, it's going to get through. That's the concept here. Just get in the playoffs. Eventually, you're going to fall into one.
Right.
It hasn't happened, and it's not even that you didn't fall into one. You haven't even gotten close. Like, that's the maddening part of this, is that they have been good,
and it's not going to happen this year, despite the pass rush, Bobby. This is what set
great pass rush.
That's what set Twitter and the fan text into commotion.
Yeah, before the season, if you want to say it's the deepest part of your team, okay. Like, you can talk that way, fine. You can't say that after 6 weeks. They can't get to the quarterback. Like, it's a problem. It's a big problem. And for me, again, I don't understand this organization-wide edict to just protect Matt Eberflus's like ego or whatever. Because I mean, like, for Jerry launched right into that. He goes, man, he's been kicked around. Why is everybody so worried about how he feels?
Well, look, you're going to protect people publicly. Dak does it. Dak is doing it with the defense. Brian Schottenheimer is doing it.
Yeah, protect the X's and O's. Don't protect the mental state of the defensive court. That's weird.
My problem in listening to Jerry, and Bobby, you were right about his euphoric attitude. He has been in an all-time great mood, both with us and KNC on Fridays. And again, I get it. You are right, Tolos, a lot of times when you go, well, what do you want them to do? You want them to kill them publicly? When I hear Jerry Jones right there for 30 minutes, I do wonder and worry that level of joy and hopium and optimism actually permeates through the walls and gives them such a false sense of things. I worry about that. Because if Jerry Jones goes into the locker room on the meetings on a Monday after Rico Dowdle does that to you, and the entire league, every quarterback in the world does that to you, why would you be alarmed or feel any fire on your rear end? There is such a thing as too much optimism. Joe Burrow in the Netflix show,
Hopium.
Yes, Zach Taylor. It was an ugly game, and Zach Taylor going over to the bench, and he's like, yeah, but don't get too mad. We got the win. And Joe's like, get out of my face. This should not have been this much of a struggle. Someone's got to raise the expectation. Somebody's got to keep and raise the standard. I think Steven may be just a little bit more like PR when he's doing his interviews with the other guys in the building. I wonder if Jerry really is like this behind the scenes, and that's not alarming enough. That's not alarming enough for me as a Cowboy fan and follower that they know that there's a 5-alarm. There's a 5-alarm in the building. You have an all-time bad defense. Instead of talking about what Monty Kiffin was throughout his career, no,
they don't see it like that.
This is. I hope they don't. I hope they don't see it like that.
I think they know he's a problem. I think
a problem.
I think they know he's a problem because they're saying they mentioned he's got to adjust. He's got to do this. He's got to put a player in the right positions to succeed. I don't know why they're just giving so much cover for it. there cannot be the player accountability of Kenneth Murray didn't cover the vertical route in the concept. That's why we gave up that touchdown. You cannot have that and then go, guys, look, Matt's been through it. No. If he's screwing it up or he's putting people in the wrong position, tell us. Tell him. And I don't know. I want to ask it of Jerry. I'll just ask it after the game on Sunday if they give up 800 yards again, which is why. I understand you had a relationship. Why was there such a confidence in bringing in somebody who very publicly had a locker room that did not like him anymore? And then especially when your whole emphasis here was underline the culture, underline the culture, underline the culture. This is a team right now that publicly you can already see tension. There is tension between Trayvon Diggs and Matt Eberflus. That's very public at this point. Like there's something there that's uncomfortable, that's not being discussed, and I can't just say, no matter how moody he's been in the past, I can't just say, well, that's got to be all Trayvon Diggs. There's something being done on that part too, because I don't feel that way about Brian Schottenheimer and Trayvon Diggs, and yet I'm sure they've had to deal with things. But Brian Schottenheimer has an approach. I think that there's got to be something answered about, are all the communication issues that your defense is having related to the fact that your coach doesn't know how to communicate to players?
Yeah, we haven't talked about a likability aspect, any personality with these problems. So far, it's been about personnel. Mm-hmm. It's been about X's and O's. It's been about scheme. We haven't talked about any likability or problems in terms of getting along. We haven't even looked under that rock, if there's a rock to be looked under. And then Jerry, basically for the Carolina game, I thought it was basically an excuse of, well, they match up well with us, and the coaches, they plan for that type of game. We expected it. We expected that type of game. Carolina matches up well with us. Kenny Clark?
Kenny Clark being the second best defensive player on the team.
First or second best.
First or second. All right. I mean,
the problem was they oversold. We all knew it. Mm-hmm. That getting Kenny Clark here, one piece, was going to fix your run D.
They taught him like he was Dominican Sue.
Two Sues.
Yeah.
That the defense, the run D was going to be fixed.
Right.
And the Jets went at 8 a carry, and then Rico just did that. It's Mike Nolan, it's Rob Ryan, it's Monty Kiffin all over again. Mm-hmm. I mean, you have to go there.
That spot.
877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Anything else?
No, I mean, it's there's a lot of optimism in general. The honeymoon's still there. They're not. It's not to a point of, if this was the same results, if we were getting these same results and this was year 6 of McCarthy, he would have sounded angrier. This is year 1. He's still in honeymoon, and they're building something.
Tolo says, I want to find the exact one. Here it is from Rob. They will not fire Eberflus during the season. Schottenheimer and the Joneses will use him as the scapegoat at the end of the year. They'll feed us the line, how much better it'll be without him, but it'll come after the season.
That's right. They will. And then it'll be year 4 in a row of a new system and a new scheme on defense, and be prepared for some learning curve and growing pains to start next year. Hopefully not 5-6 weeks or more.
Guys on the fan text 877-881-1053, 361 says you want private answers in public, not going to happen. 940. Go ahead.
No, that's not what we want. There is something that has to be said of, like, you regardless of if you think they're going to answer it the way you want or anything else, you have to, all right, how are you going to answer it? I need to know if you sweat when you answered. I need to know how compelling your answer is. That's the point. I don't expect him to go, yeah, this has sucked.
Yeah.
But I got to know, is he going to go, well, we're working toward, or is he going to go, no, 100% believe it? There is a
you don't have to
way
be Brian Callahan in Tennessee, but, I mean, that right there.
1 year ago when Jerry got upset and said he'd get somebody else to ask these questions, nobody thought he was going to say, yeah, I screwed it up and I wish I had a time machine and I could go back and get Derrick Henry. But you want to know, how does he address it? How does he answer it? It's just like when you stand up there, well, I watch political debates. They're all going to lie. Yeah, but you want to see what they say. Like you want to see how do they respond to it and how their demeanor approaches the question.
And last one for the 940 and 817. Jerry will never admit his weakness. He spun it for 30 years.
It's a gift. It's his gift. I don't know if it's a gift. It's his gift. It's his gift.
It's just too optimistic, man. I know I can be more of a cynical person and not have glass half full. I also don't have $10 billion.
Yeah, I think you want optimism from your boss. You want hope. People at the company want hope.
Yeah, but if my boss is sitting there, if we are middling, and our boss every Monday sat in there, this is just me. I'm going to speak for myself. And Gavin and Tim were blowing smoke up our rear ends and saying we should be happy with 5th place and 6th place. I would snap. Like, yeah, it's nice not to get yelled at, but what are we doing? What are we trying to accomplish? What's the goal around here? I mean, I was in a pretty pissed off mood yesterday, and we're doing as well as we ever have, compared to years past in terms of our ratings, but there's still issues and humps and problems, and it's irritating.
Hump day.
And I think there's other shows in the building that feel that exact same way. If they didn't, those people should be replaced. Bosses, co-workers, is that the alarm within the building? Like Brian Schottenheimer, I think, again, is doing the coach speak thing. Steven is being, you just got to keep working. And maybe it is uglier, much uglier behind the scenes, but man, it's hard for me to think that when we just had Jerry on. And people are like, my mom, what, do you want him to be meaner to you? Do you want a more uncomfortable interview? Do you want to get yelled at? I want to believe that they know 1,000%, and they're not dumb, okay? They know the defense is a problem, but like, to what degree? Like, do you realize I know it's a long season. You get that, coach speak too. You're not making the playoffs at this point.
Oh no!
And you're looking at 3-5-1 right down the barrel. You could talk about parity and all this and that. I don't care about everyone else's problems right now. We have to fix this or address this somehow, some way. As
open the blinds, John.
Right now. Who is this?
Wave at the window washer.
It's a window washer. Banging on, scare that man to death like he just scared us.
What if Choppy wave and he just like startled him? That'd be so bad.
Yes, that would be so bad. All right.
Not for me, it wouldn't be.
Frank LaFranco, injury attorney, text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Let's talk to Tommy Yarch about what he just heard and see if he's interested in our 6 a.m. Cowboy trade proposals. Tommy joins us from DallasCowboys.com now.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No. said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it some fun sport?
Jay right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first, 214-817-333-3333. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Daniels left to right. He's got Krosky Merritt behind him. Oh, he fumbled the ball, and the Bears recover. He stuck it in the belly of the back. It didn't get there. Krusky, Merritt, and Daniels. It's a misfire, an opportunity. Bears have taken the ball away.
That was the call last night as you get 2 Monday night upsets. The Falcons punish that Falcons defense. I was so Cowboy jealous watching them fly around and punish Josh Allen. And then the fumble at midfield in the rain helps the Chicago Bears beat the Commanders. 3 straight wins for the Dickas.
Why are you jealous? They have that defense. It's coming. It's coming. It's just they need a little bit of time, and it's coming. And Matty Eberflus is a good coordinator.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, joining us every single Tuesday at this time. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Lost to Chicago. Commanders coming up. What'd you think of Monday night?
Well, I thought that, first of all, that's probably as big of a culture win for the Bears as they've had in a long time, just in terms of hanging in there and having a couple of breaks go their way. It always seems like every bounce goes in the wrong direction for them. I think the perfect example was literally a year ago in the Hail Mary game, where it's just like, how does that even happen? But them to get that turnover late, to run the clock out and set themselves up for the game-winning field goal. I thought Moody missed it off the jump. It looked like he was sailing. I don't remember if it was right or left, but I thought he missed it. I was just going to be like, that's the most predictable thing ever. But that's a big win. And DeAndre Swift played really well. I thought that he wasn't playing as great during the start of the year, but he had a big day, and good for Ben Johnson, good for Caleb Williams, and it's interesting to see where they can kind of go now, because they've got the Saints next, so they've got a chance to stack some wins here.
Does it make you feel better about the Chicago loss and better about the Commanders matchup?
I think that yes, and yes about the Commanders matchup, indifferent about the Chicago loss. I think that when you look back at that Chicago game for Dallas, it was a lot of the same things that we've seen across the board defensively. It was miscommunications, guys running wide open. Nobody's really on the same page in terms of where they're at in the secondary. And, Caleb Williams was just able to hit the big plays on them. And I don't think, and I didn't watch the entire game yesterday, so forgive me if I'm missing some things here, but I don't think there were as many big plays that Washington gave up to the Bears yesterday. Obviously, the Swift 55-yarder is a different story, and that completely changed everything. But you think about the Bears game, and it was with the Cowboys, and it was Luther Burden's big touchdown, Rome Odunze's touchdown, and all those different things that ended up playing a big part. But as far as Washington goes, Jen Daniels is a really good player, and there were so many plays yesterday where when I did watch, and they collapsed the pocket, they've got 3 guys diving at him, and he's still able to break away, rush for a first down. It's so frustrating to play against him, but this year, as opposed to last year, I think you're starting to see some of the younger quarterback things happen to him. The late fumble was one of them. The interception early in the game was another. Some of the throws were just off the mark. But he's still a really good player, but I think you're starting to see some of those growing pains in the league catching up to him a little bit, because they've got a year of film on him. And I think the Cowboys, that works in their advantage. And I think last year, too, they were one of the better teams in kind of handling him, for lack of a better term. So if that can continue, then if you get any sort of improvement on defense, which that's a low bar right now, but any sort of improvement on defense, I think you're going to have a shot.
Encourage or more frustrating that Philly and Washington lost, and then you throw in the Cowboys loss with it?
I think the Cowboys would, and the fan base would have been much more encouraged about the outlook of their season if they win that Carolina game. And I know that's a no-duh answer, but you think about where they stand in the division. I think that Chicago win helps out a little bit too in terms of the Commanders, because that now if the Cowboys can win that game this coming Sunday, then they're basically in second place in that division, and they've got a chance. The next time they play Philadelphia, and the next time they play New York, to if they're able to win those games, then who knows where they're going to stand in the division, and if that's going to be enough to get them into the playoffs. Just because right now it seems like there's that stat of I don't know how long it is. Maybe you guys can help me out with it, but there hasn't been back-to-back division champions in the NFC East since 2004. That's unbelievable, and it kind of seems like, all right, this can't happen again. So Philadelphia is essentially out of the equation, and who from the rest of the group can step up? That's what it seems like right now. And so a win against Washington would certainly help that, but it would have really helped them if they win that game against Carolina. I know that's one that they want back, and obviously, in a close margins game, and essentially one offensive possession late that didn't go right when they're calling good plays and moving the ball down the field in the passing game earlier in the game. The one possession where you can't get right, and it's the one possession you want back, is the one that's in the fourth quarter, and it's your last one. So that's just tough.
How old were you in 2004 when they last won the division?
I was 1.
Oh my God.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com on the D&M leasing hotline here on Sean and RJ. What did you take from Jerry with us an hour ago?
I think the combination of, him talking about Matt Eberflus, I thought it was interesting that he said, this is a guy that I want to be in the foxhole with because he's had these kind of experiences in terms of, the defense being down and not playing well and being able to bounce back. I thought that was interesting because, the whole conversation about Eberflus and his job security and all the fans clamoring for him to lose his job. I can understand to a degree that's the case, but is that really would that be the fix? Would be my question. Is that the one thing that, if he's gone, does that completely revitalize and change this defense? I don't think so. I don't think that's the key problem. I think that, it's a mixture of things, and he's not completely, free of blame, but there are a lot of guys that just simply aren't playing well and aren't communicating. And I think that it's a mixture of, sometimes maybe questioning where they're supposed to be, sometimes trying to play hero ball like we talked about with Shoddy yesterday, and all those kinds of things. So that was the one thing that stuck out to me. Not surprised that he's saying, the door is open for any trades that they might want to pull off before the deadline. It wouldn't surprise me if that's a move they made. Now, if it's just me, would I move one of the first-round picks that they've got at this point with how the year's gone? No. I think you hold on to those. And you brought up Atlanta's defense, but for example, they had 2 first-round picks this year, and they picked 2 pass rushers, and look at what they're doing, Jalen Walker and James Pierce. I mean, they have done an excellent job for Atlanta this year. So 2 first-round picks, if you hit on them, and that's the big if, of course, is something that can really change your entire outlook. It's difficult to find 2 players that can do that, but Atlanta's done it, and I think that they're going to be better for it for years to come. So Jerry's always good to listen to, and I thought it was funny about the Carolina thing that he was talking about, how difficult it was to manage that. He certainly was not the only one who had difficulty moving around under the stadium. That is not a fun stadium to navigate.
The last Green Bay first, the lowest one for Minkah Fitzpatrick and Bradley Chubb.
Say that one more time?
The last Green Bay pick, the lowest first-round pick that you have from them for Bradley Chubb and Minkah Fitzpatrick, Miami.
Well, I can't talk about specific players on other teams. But, at the same time, and we were talking about this on one of our podcasts yesterday, I don't know if there are any players or, it would be very difficult for me to imagine a scenario where the Cowboys move one of those first-round picks that they've got and acquire a player or 2 players anywhere that would completely change the entire landscape of their defense. Now, look, the Cowboys don't need to be a top 10 unit defensively to be able to win these football games. They need to be average or somewhat
a little below average.
Commendable, right? Yeah. It does not need to be the 85 Bears that you're throwing out on the field. I still just don't think that they're 1 or 2 players away. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. It wouldn't be the first time. But I just don't think that there are many scenarios where you can make a move that would completely change the landscape of this group. So if that's the case, then I think you hold those picks and you try to really hit on them and hope that your scouting department, which has a good track record over the last decade or so in terms of drafting, is going to be able to do the right things and find the right guys that can help you.
Tommy, when we talk about Matt Eberflus, and I hear what you're saying, where you're like, you don't think just changing him out magically fixes everything, because there's so many other issues that the team has with communication and things like that. This is kind of how I'm looking at it at this point, and where I'm frustrated with the Eberflus situation is that he ended things so poorly and publicly on bad communication between him and his players in Chicago, and just having sort of a toxic relationship with those players. doesn't there need to be a little bit of self-scouting from the Cowboys of, did any of that carry over to where now we're having unit-wide communication problems that haven't existed previously?
No, absolutely. You just turn on the tape. They're not communicating well enough.
But does that come back to Eberflus potentially, or do they need to evaluate whether that is an Eberflus problem?
I think you can. Yeah, is it in part on him? Well, yeah, because it's his job to make sure that these guys trust what they're seeing and trust their communication with each other and trust that they can tell one another where to be. Absolutely, I think that's partially on him. Is it entirely on him? No, because I think the players need to do their part of communicating confidently. I think that was one of the things that stood out for me from Brian Schottenheimer yesterday. Not just communication, but confident communication. You can communicate, but if you're not sure of what you're saying or sure of what you're trying to relay to your teammate, then how are you as a teammate supposed to be fully bought into, okay, this is where I'm going to be and I need to be and this play is going to work, versus when the play happens, you see something, back door and think, oh, shoot, I got to go back and cover that a little bit and try to keep things in front of me. And then a big play happens because of it, and you just don't believe what you're seeing. So is that partially on Matt Eberflus? Yes, because it's his job to make sure that his players are on the same page and communicating well enough to a point where they can take away the big play. That's what his defensive scheme is structured to do. But at the same time, it's also somewhat on the personnel that they've got to believe what it is he's seeing and buy into what they are trying to do schematically, where I think some guys are kind of going on their own a little bit on some of these plays because they're seeing something different and maybe not trusting their eye discipline at this point.
Thank you, Tommy. Appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one, guys. Appreciate y'all.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. They immediately put it up on national television.
Yeah.
They immediately smacked up the quote from Jerry.
They're giggling. They're laughing.
They're all laughing. We've got the most capable pass rushers that we've had. Jerry Jones just now on 105.3, The Fan.
I'm still reeling from Tommy being 1 year old when the division was last one. I remember 2004 very clearly. That was a very I could tell you lots of things about that year, and he was a year old.
Yeah, a lot of things I can tell you about 04, man. So I was 25 years old.
Let's finish up Ask Reddit with the KNC masterpiece, the questions we did not get to.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I don't like your name. No, I'm Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. That's
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Chevrolet and Grapevine today, the back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
This is how Bassick stole my DFW security. Laughing, chiming in during my commercial reads.
I'm sorry.
And there's old Kevin Hagelin.
I'm sorry.
Trying to be a professional over here.
You're right. I apologize. It was the way you said, "Oh, St. Louis Spares." It sounded like you were describing a sports team.
Sounds like a Spittle T-shirt.
Yes, and so I laughed.
And it didn't
I
help.
apologize.
It didn't help that whenever in his brain the laugh started, he looked at me and I was already laughing.
Yeah.
Like we both connected on that.
Sorry about that.
I'm trying to get you some A5 over
Dude,
here.
hey man, these look amazing. That Port Picanha looks awesome.
Wait,
like that looks really.
You're trying to
good.
get him A5. What's A5?
It's a sauce.
Okay, you're trying to get that for him.
It's a steak sauce.
You actively blocked me from meat.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You said that the Wild Fork people you mentioned on the air, that they were like, "Oh, let's send Bob some." No, he's got an apartment. He doesn't need any.
I don't recall that.
Man, Wild Fork, not for people in apartments.
Maybe that was during my gout joke.
It may have been,
But
but
you missed the show because of gout.
that could have been it.
Yeah.
But
So we didn't want to send you meat for that.
I don't know how to cook meat anyway. So
Well, Bobby, in the commercial break anyway, he just randomly walks in and goes, I don't want to have back surgery. He just says it out loud.
Do you want to say what else he randomly has been walking around saying?
that's not that random.
Is that the Peyton thing?
Yeah, that's not that random. That's 100% true.
By the way, Peyton,
Yes.
we have your defense for the repeat segment you did.
I was about to bring that up. I was going to say today on our show, we will be discussing the reclining seats in the airplanes now.
It is because, and they also are going to be discussing it because they too were not present for the segment like you, which is it was during the remote when they weren't.
I was helping
on,
them out.
and we had to extend the segment so we felt crosstalk.
Wow. All right. Yeah, we weren't there.
That's a pretty good excuse.
That's a good excuse. They were one
It
of the
was still
Tolos.
hilarious.
One of these Tolos already making a T-shirt. It's
a great shirt.
It's Michael. Breaking news that I talked about 2 weeks ago.
What a great picture.
Yeah, it's
What
a
fantastic
Peyton
picture.
Russell on a
Send
boat.
that whole box over to the ticket.
Corey, what's coming up?
Guys, more of that. Right out of the gate, all the options. We're going to fix the defense. Text in 877-881-1053. We get all the actual options to explore this defense.
I heard Jerry. It's not broken.
Also, we will have Pudge Rodriguez join us at 11:40 today.
Wow.
And then at 1 o'clock, the level of concern. Everybody's new favorite American segment about the concerns for this America's team.
Compared Jerry today to Steven with you guys yesterday, where I thought you asked all the right questions that we even tried to copy a little.
I thought Steven sounded a little angrier.
He was curt with us.
Yes, he was. So
I told y'all he would be.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we know we've done this for a while. Losses are always a little shorter.
And I know we've talked about this before, but I want to ask
That's not
you
what
guys.
I just said.
Okay, Steven, but it was. So I want to ask you guys: is it scarier to you that they're always in sales mode, or that they are really that off base about what kind of talent they have? And by the way, the question about
good question.
The return of investment on your cornerbacks, man. I know he told a long story, but he completely ignored Deron Bland as part of that question, which I thought was really interesting. Because
Diggs is top of mind for him, though.
Maybe
he's upset at him still, I think, but
That would mean one of two things to me if he ignores the Deron Bland part. One, it means that could be he's not even wanting to address it because he's concerned with it. Or two, it could mean he doesn't consider him a problem the level of Diggs. And so he doesn't even, I don't know which one it is, but it could be that he's just not even thinking of that as being a problem.
So that goes to the crux of my question. Does it bother you that they're always selling, or does it bother you more that maybe they really are just off base? Like the thing about Kenny Clark, I hear what he's saying, but like that was not the case on Sunday.
Bobby put up a photo of Kenny Clark on the ground 4 times.
That completely ignores.
He got a 28 on PFF.
Yeah, because he was getting washed out on 1-and-1s.
Second one, though.
Yeah, and so that completely ignores what he did on Sunday. And I think that's the concerning part is people are like, I'm tired of the sales push. What if that's really what they think?
If that's really what they think, I'm much more alarmed over that. I don't know if I believe it, but I don't know if I don't believe it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is someone
you.
in the building telling did someone in the building tell Jerry this is the best group of pass rushers we've had here in the last 10 years? Did someone tell him that?
I don't think it was an insane opinion during the offseason to say that given the capital they had invested before Micah was here, after Micah left, whatever else, I don't think it was an insane opinion to say this is blind talent, the like deepest they were at edge rusher in several years, because they did have they felt like they had enough guys that they'd spent second round picks on, they paid Fowler, they drafted Nealon in the second round, they drafted Williams in the second round. They had to hit, that was fine, but in terms of just blind talent, that they've told him that in the offseason and that it just he hasn't adjusted since we've seen it over 6 weeks.
And he should be relaying this is the most capital invested, because I had to sit in here over and over and tell Bobby and others all this hype over Sam Williams and Marshawn Nealand and Oso Digizua and all. We've seen these guys play here for a couple years now.
I've been really disappointed.
And they've been disappointing. So all this hype factor and all this buildup and all this crap was just that. It was a bunch of build-up and crap.
Yeah.
Because as a Raku, I left room. I haven't seen this kid play. We all had our glowing training camp reports.
Yeah.
But he came on here and said this is the... Did he say best or deepest?
I think
deepest.
I thought he said best.
He said
if
deepest.
He said best, that's really
He
really
also
bad.
did say... he said deepest and best. He said both of them.
The best we've had.
Yeah.
The deepest usually is the best. Let me see here.
Surprised to hear that from
this
you.
is the best that we've
I'm
had.
not.
He said where we are potentially our strongest is pass rush. We've got the most capable pass rushers that we've had. We've got the ability to really rotate our players, which is very important at pass rush because you exert more energy.
You also got to be careful, and I know, wannabe reporter guy on the one annoying this Dip S.
I'm right here.
With his fake.
It's Sam Elliott.
Sam Elliott, 15-time Denton County Reporter of the Year, which is a lie. He's like, why don't you do this and call
I don't know who that is.
I'll show you.
Okay.
I can't find his Twitter profile. Yeah. But you also got to be careful. Like, I know you should take people, I guess, literally, but you got to be careful taking Jerry literally.
Agreed.
With every
P.T. Barnum. He's selling hope. That's what he's doing.
Agreed.
Who's that guy?
That was
Sean Wick.
That's Sam Elliott right there.
Sean Wick.
Well, that's Sean Wick.
Douchebag of the day with a fake
Oh,
name.
that's his. Is that really what he looks like?
Yeah.
Allegedly.
What about
Or
John
not.
Wick?
Brunswick?
It's John
Wick.
Stu? Let's finish up Ask Reddit.
Okay, let's do it. All right, let's start it. And maybe we should answer this for each other instead of ourselves, because then we might get into some Jerry Jones. We got the best pass rush we've ever had. Kevin Hageland, what are you better at than 90% of people? Or what do we think Kevin is better at than 90% of people? And then we just go around.
It feels like he's sold us enough that it's math.
Yeah. It is math.
It's math.
Or having a high voice for a man.
Is that something like, is that a skill though?
No.
I don't know if that's a skill.
No.
Corey?
Parenting.
Oh, that's
okay.
Man,
Look,
I was gonna say something family related.
Okay, yeah,
I wouldn't.
I've had a moment. I've had a bad moment here and there, but I'm pretty. My son actually last night was asking me tips for being a parent. He's 13, so I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But he was like,
sounds
"Give me
like
some
bad
tips."
parenting by you. He's got someone knocked up already.
And I didn't tell him. I was like, "Look, just show up.
You know what?
That's
You know
one
what?
of the keys.
Just show up.
How many don't?
You know what you're better at than 90% of people? Dead serious. Optimism.
Yeah, thanks.
Finding the silver lining.
Yeah.
Generally, there's always something good to find about it. When
Stephen Jones told us yesterday that we were lacking in not being a-holes, and I laughed and was like, "Well, look at that.
Yeah.
That was silver lining."
Did you hear
guy.
my response? I said, as long as you agree it goes both ways.
He said, "What? I can't have an opinion."
I would say Corey is breaking the tension, being sarcastic, funny.
Yeah, he's
Funny
a
sarcastic.
diffuser.
Yeah.
Choppy. Golf. That's accurate.
That's easy.
90?
Yeah. Look, there's 7 billion people in this world.
I don't know.
5 billion of them have never seen a golf club. Okay, 3.5 billion are women. No offense, but if we're all playing for the same tees, there's like 1,000 women that could beat me in round of golf globally. So it's
That's it.
If we're playing for the same tees, you're playing different. That's a different story. They play the same tees. So we're looking at. I am better at golf. There's 8 billion people in this world. 7 billion. I'm better at golf than 6.99 billion.
Okay.
So it's easy 90%.
I would have said self-deprecating, blunt, honest humor from you.
Oh. See, I would have said
like the man massage thing earlier.
Not letting things bother you and just going with the flow. I think you're great at
I would.
that.
If somebody could literally murder a family member, and I would try to find a way to say, I get it.
I think he.
I understand why.
I know you dated somebody who wanted.
I think he buries it though. I don't think he totally just lets it.
He's talking doctor.
He's good at covering it up.
Okay.
I was gonna say you are funnier than probably 90% of people, but it's just you're not
Especially
funnier
you.
than me. No,
Well,
it's
so
that
you're
he's not funnier than me.
91%.
No, Amanda's
you're
wrong.
91%.
Amanda's
There we
wrong.
go.
I'm funnier than you, but I was gonna say, Sean,
I think cooking.
I was gonna say
I can
confrontation.
see that.
Confrontation.
You're better at confrontation.
You're very comfortable in confrontation.
I can say no, not that. I mean, cooking makes sense, but no, like I don't know how I would describe this trait. The trait of just social directing.
My wife said initiating.
Social directing, like sitting at a table and being able to talk to anybody. That like because I don't think anybody can do that.
I'll take it.
So
Yeah.
What about for Bobby?
nothing.
It's research.
I'm funny. It's being funnier than
I think
everybody
you're
else.
great at research as well.
Well, thank you. I
Yeah,
appreciate
research.
it. Who is literally
What'd he laugh
Corey
at?
Majors? Since you're Mr. Positive all the time, who is literally the most insufferable person you've ever met?
Colin Cowherd.
There you go. Call it out. No, you don't clap. I'm going to get those shirts printed of you and Colin.
Go ahead.
Hey, what's your answer?
You're
going to get my $10.99 printed from Colin?
I'll get your walk on a GIF shirt.
What do you got, Hagee?
Kyle Yeoman.
No, I like Kyle. I'm gonna have to think about this for just a second.
I don't have an
like
answer.
Urban Meyer.
Yeah, but I've never really met
Oh yeah,
him.
you've never met
Let
him.
Choppy answer first then.
It's Jim Gray.
Yeah.
Was he bad?
So we were. I think it was in New York, right?
yeah.
New York Super Bowl. I go up to him and we were in Radio Row, and I just go up to him and I ask him questions. He goes, "Well, first of all, what is your name?" And he like turns around my thing, and he was like, "You're not supposed to just go up to somebody and start asking them questions."
That qualifies. Let's
And
cross
I
talk.
was like, "All right, okay, Jim, we're taking a little serious here, man."
He's it makes me really jealous and upset how he's weaseled his way into all these big time relationships.
Yeah.
He just comes across as a weasel.
Who's your answer? Is Jim Gray?
No, I don't really have one. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of people I hate, but insufferable, someone I just can't stand to be around. Go ahead, Kevin.
There's this guy, Craig, I knew in high school that was the worst.
Craig.
And he was on the debate team with me, and everybody was like, he's so great. And then he would talk all this S behind every single person's back. But he was smart enough with the way he distributed that S talking that nobody knew about it.
That's like me. I do that. There are two different kinds of answers to this. There's that type of person, and then there's the person that's insufferable because they are like just so annoying. Like which are two very different kind of things.
Who's yours?
The annoying one?
Both. Let's make it fun. Spice it up. Then you want to put everyone else on the spot.
The first person's name is Garrett. I'm not going to say the rest of their name.
Man, dude. All right, who's the other?
Peyton played a drop of that person during the segment.
All right.
You messy.
Keeping it
Which drop?
local.
Oh, I know who he's talking about.
Oh God, he's on the ground.
I played a few this
I
segment.
know who he's talking
down.
about.
1,
He's down.
2.
I know.
Raise the arm. He raised the arm. We're back tomorrow for the Hump Day edition. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Singing Sisters?
Angel Babies.
That first one?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Why did you say that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm going to make this solemn promise to you. We have lots and lots of sports content today, but there is something happening.
I found him on Facebook.
Oh, my God. There is something happening on the fan text right now. Frankel and Frankel, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. There are numerous people who are texting in.
Somebody just texted and said, "It's me," and his name.
Okay, well, if it was you, I hope you know what I'm talking about. We got 4 independent texts and was like, hey, was it this person? It must have been this person. And I did not remember that person's last name. But you know what? I think it was that person. If you've texted in what you think that guy's last name was, I think you're right. Jeez. And this is crazy.
Yeah, Kevin, I feel like this isn't good for you. This isn't a good look. You may have destroyed this guy's life.
That feels.
And I think you're gonna have to bring him on the show and have an hour-long sit-down with him.
Oh, my gosh.
About
that sounds like a podcast.
The moments that y'all had, the times that y'all shared, and how you can reconcile and forgive here in the future. And if he comes on and he's a jerk, then we can really roast him. You know? Like, that's what we can do here. Hopefully it's not that same person.
And also, this is kind of blowing my mind. I just want to say for the record, I don't think your life should be ruined if you were kind of an asshat in high school. I think we should chalk that up to it was high school, and of course you were. But
you think everybody was kind of an asshat in high school?
In their own way, I bet like 85%. I do think there were genuinely like 15, maybe 20% of people who have always just been good and kind to all humans.
Thank you.
The way it should be. I don't know if you were at the top of my list for that. But I will readily admit I was not one of those people. And
oh man, this is a really important one from the 817. Nobody else on the planet calls it a fence door. So
not true. Not true. I found 2 people.
You made them up. Be on your good side.
Now, to RJ's point, there are 8 billion people, and I found 2 that agreed with me. That was one of the more astounding defeats I've had. I get defeated all of the time, frequently by Corey, but usually I can find a decent subsection of people who are on my side. I found 2 against, I don't know, like 800.
Another person texted in. You're talking about oh my gosh.
They know. Wow. I had no idea. We had such a...
Well, I got a bunch of people with his name pulled up on Facebook, Kevin. We'll go through and see if it's him in a little bit. See if we can really drill down on how he may have changed his life.
Okay, I'm really looking forward to it, and I hope that things are going great for him.
From the 469, if I met my high school self, I'm throwing that guy in a trash can.
Yes.
I understand.
Yes.
Some people are.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of us probably feel that exact same way. All right. I promise you we had lots of sports, and we do have lots of sports. So what I would like to start with you fine fellas today, if we can, all the options for the Cowboys to actually improve their defense. And I want to go ahead and throw this out there. If you missed Sean and RJ's interview with Jerry Jones today, if you missed our interview with Stephen Jones yesterday, it was made abundantly clear that right now Matt Eberflus is going nowhere. All right. And so I thought that's why this topic could hopefully be interesting, because I know people are like Eberflus. All right. Well, we talked to the 2 people who are in charge yesterday and today, and they both said pretty matter-of-factly, he ain't going nowhere.
Yeah. And I honestly wouldn't do that either if I was the GM at this moment. Because,
can you tell me why?
Because I'm judging the players on the field at the same time, and I know, and
fair.
I have to be honest with myself. I put those players on the field.
True.
I got the linebackers that aren't good enough to do their job. I was the one that signed the cornerbacks that are injured and have problems right now, and drafted an injured cornerback to replace some of those guys. I'm the one. So if I'm looking at people to blame, I got to start with me. They don't do that. The guys they got are perfectly fine, capable.
Sure.
And you guys approved them, right?
Sure.
So a lot of that. So that's the first thing. Now I'm saying, okay, can I go get you better players right now? Can I find other ways? Well, what are they saying? They're on the way.
Yeah.
DeMarvion Overshown is on the way.
Yeah, at Thanksgiving.
And then as you Stephen told us yesterday, that's a full ramp up period, not a thing where it's going to be like, all right, you're going to hit the ground running. So that's why Kevin is. I wouldn't fire him right now because I haven't fixed all the other problems, and I hired the guy because I thought he can be a good and serviceable defensive coordinator. I got to give him time to work with the crap product I've given him.
You don't know to go back.
I'm sorry. The product that I don't think is up to par. I shouldn't say crap.
I want to go back to what you were just talking about with Steven in terms of a full ramp-up process. So I saw an article, because I know Shoddy, I think he had said, hey, maybe in a week or two, Overshown's window could be open. Well, then that's another 3 weeks. So he's not right around the corner. Like, it's 5 weeks away. All right, so we rule that out. Let's talk about what you can actually do. And I want y'all's feedback, of course, but I threw out a couple of ideas as well.
Well, okay, hold on. Let's establish something real quick. Are the draft picks that you acquired from Green Bay usable products?
Yes.
Okay, for you.
Not for me.
Okay, because you said that you don't think this team specifically,
correct,
even though the season's long,
correct,
you're like, nope, I don't like it. I wouldn't use those to trade for anything, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I just think that is a mistake. I don't know if
Max Crosby came up,
I would say no. And I know that there's a lot of people out there who would be furious about that. I would say no, because I don't think that gets you to where you want to be this season, and then you're going to face a whole lot of issues, salary cap and age-wise, going forward with him. Look, I feel like I've been clear. I'm not looking to add right now, and I know that infuriates a lot of Cowboys fans.
That's the only place where I am. That's the only place I think you can fix this team. Right now, is by adding.
All right.
Otherwise, I'm with you. So just wait until next season.
That makes sense, but I want to pitch out some ideas and see how you feel about the merit of any of these. All right. Now, that is an intriguing question to start. Do you want to pay? Well, you're paying two quarterbacks $20 million plus per season. So do you really need to play so much zone defense? And I mean, you could even massively scale down your zone defense and still run it, 65, 70% of the time? Mm-hmm. And that's a huge drop. Would you like to see more man coverage, or do you actually think that might expose more of the flaws, maybe specifically with Diggs?
Yeah, I would love to see more man coverage.
Okay, me too.
Because Diggs feels more comfortable in that. I mean, we've seen it before. As long as he has the safety help to go along with it. And listen, our safety's struggling. And Jerry did mention Malik Hooker in that part of the conversation that, hey, don't forget we don't have that guy out there. Wanye Thomas, as much as we love him, maybe a step down.
Sure.
But there's really good qualities about him. You got to figure out how to use him. Donovan Wilson's being used incorrectly. So is that helping when the man coverage comes about? Are they playing that cover two? They're not healthy completely, I don't believe.
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons that their bodies have to get back into the playing shape that they're used to. But I would say, yeah, we got to start challenging those guys to go be what they are. And if they're getting beat, they're gonna have to figure a way out to not get beat, because they're gonna be accountable to their teammates. Those guys in that locker room aren't gonna let that slide that long.
So let's go back to Donovan Wilson then. Donovan Wilson is not particularly good in coverage and loves to hit. Would you try him out at linebacker? Now, I understand at linebacker you're still going to have some coverage assignments, but it feels like the possibility for disaster coverage-wise at linebacker is just naturally going to be lower than it is at safety. And if he loves to hit people, let's get him in there and see if he can break up some of the second-level runs. I'm not saying it fixes it, but do you want to try it?
I mean, you're doing basically kind of a Dan Quinn thing then, right?
Yes.
And Kevin, I mean, quite honestly, if I'm doing that, I might even be looking at a different style of defense altogether.
Okay.
And my style is probably a little more 3-4, but I still don't feel like I have the size at linebacker to do that, what I want to do, because then that's going to kill me on the run. But didn't I just fix the run but with my defensive tackles? I think Jerry's readily admitting that he likes their pass rush, but he also doesn't feel like he has a defensive end that can play the run and pass rush.
That I think is very fair.
Michael was not that.
No.
And I think Jerry's admitted that a couple of different times without completely saying it. He's just like, no, we are still working on how to stop the run.
Right.
And I think that's one of the main reasons. I think Nealon was the guy that I was hoping would be that. I don't want to move Donovan Wilson to linebacker, size being a big factor there.
Okay.
And your lack at safety.
Flatten out or even up your rotation of defensive linemen. So, like, we'll just take this last game for an example. Marshawn Nealon played 20 plays. Now, I think he would have played more if not for his ankle bothering him. Dante Fowler, 18 snaps. Then you have Sam Williams and Ezeraku, who played 37 and 38 snaps respectively. And then you have James Houston, who only played 14 snaps. Now, back to the point that you just made, I don't think anyone is here to argue that James Houston is also a run stopper in addition to a pass rusher. But would you like to see maybe, for example, fewer Sam Williams snaps and more James Houston snaps?
I want to make one more comment real quick.
Okay.
Situationally, I would like to see Donovan Wilson as a linebacker.
Okay.
Situationally.
Okay.
Yes, I want to see more Ezeraku snaps. That's coming, I believe, as he's developing. They're trying to figure out, how he does in the run and how he can not get pushed down into the pile and get, seal the edge off. James Houston, he's a pass rush specialist
for sure.
Can he stop the run? And also, Kevin, here's something else. I need to go look at the numbers on this. In most expected run situations, are teams running against the Cowboys, or in most expected pass run situations, they're going back there? It's 50-50.
See, my guess would be 50-50 because prior to this last game, we all talked about how you can almost pass on the Cowboys at will.
Yeah, and I feel like the last two games, the Jets and Panthers were like, well, we can run the ball. So that's two different things there. I would like to see more James Houston opportunities. I understand they're saying we don't think he has the legs for it to be able to play that many snaps. But at one point, Kevin, didn't Clowney have 13 snaps in the first half?
Yeah.
Is his body not ready for it?
I think, and that was actually closer to the fourth quarter when he was only at 13 snaps. And so I think there can be a compromise there.
The rotation needs to be more suitable.
Exactly. So let's take James Houston once again as an example. You can say that you don't think he has the legs or situational opportunities for, let's say, closer to that 30 snap count. I think that's totally fair. But what if we jumped it up from 13 to 20 or something like that? I just think that when you look at this rotation, maybe you see a little less Sam Williams or whoever your person is. Maybe you think Ezeraku needs to be eased up just a little bit, and then perhaps more for Houston, perhaps more for Clowney, because you're not stopping the run anyway.
I agree with the 806. Sam Williams has regressed.
Me too.
He doesn't look as explosive as he did 2 years ago, and that's a big concern because I'm not seeing him beat anybody. And I'm having a hard time seeing the dude that we were like, he will be a good rotational piece. And then the Cowboys are like, no, he's going to be a starter. You're like, hold on. We always thought of him as a rotational piece.
Yeah.
They're like, you don't know what we know, boys.
I mean, I guess. Good for them. Another one to consider. Maris Leofau. So they used him in this last game, and I know it's just one game, but this is the game that we're all focused on because you're like, wow, you took all of the worst parts of the defense and combined them into one game. So, right? That's what it feels like. So Maris Leofau, 27 snaps at strong side linebacker. Would you like to see maybe more snaps for him and maybe a little bit slide down for Jamar James? I know Jamar James, once again, is making tackles, But when you look at the way the Cowboys like to kind of alternate their linebackers, for example, I wonder if you could scale down a little bit on Jamar James, still have him out there plenty, and have some more Maris Leofau, because I will tell you one thing about Leofau, and I know he comes with his flaws as well. Okay. It feels like he's most apt to be making plays for this team.
Okay, here's the thing. We need to figure out how to meld Leofau and Jamar James. Because here's the thing with James. The tackles that he makes are the tackles that are immediate.
Yeah.
He makes the tackle that he's supposed to make. Maris Leofau makes plays.
Yes.
So that was,
but not always the tackle.
When we watched Jalen, as somebody says, Jalen Sunglasses Smith in college, we were like, that dude makes the tackles he's supposed to make and plays Superman too. He makes plays. Sean Lee made plays. Van Der Esch would make some plays, but he also made those tackles. That's Jamar James is a guy that is the pass landed here.
Yeah,
I made the play.
Right.
Maris Leofau will miss on that play, but then make something special happen where you're like, what the hell? So I'm guessing I'll take more Leofau, but I do have to make up, Kevin. If I have a couple of different guys on the field, 3-4 different guys, my pass rush isn't good, my run can't stop, and now I have a couple guys that are going to whiff on plays down the field. I have questions.
Okay, so believe it or not, I think that's what I want to lean into. All right?
Just put all the players out there and go.
Because you're not doing well on the rush defense.
Did you see Atlanta go after Josh Allen last night and just get after him?
And
they just said, go, guys.
And that's the thing. So if I'm going to turn loose, at least occasionally, I'm not saying every single sequence, every single play, but if I don't think you can cover anyway and you're giving up huge plays, especially in zone, and you can't get to the quarterback, then why not run some of these more unique formations where you're like, hey, we still can't do those things, but you know what? We might be able to get to the passer. Or you know what? We might be able to be more likely to force a turnover. So there's just some ideas. I know people would love to make a trade or get rid of Eberflus, but you're not going to get rid of Eberflus, and I still think long term it's not a good idea to get rid of those draft picks. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, navigating the NFC East, where a nail-biting Monday night finish means the Giants are the only team in this division that won this week. Next on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say...
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
September 26th through October 19th. Get your tickets at bigtax.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
This will be a 38-yard try between the hash marks. In the rain, in the wind.
Our version of the Hail Mary.
Scott Daly sends it back. Spot down. Kick up. Jake Modi from 38. It is gone. Time expires. And the Bears win. Their third in a row for the first time in 5 seasons.
Not a lot of faith from that other announcer going into that kick.
About this.
Our version of the Hail Mary. First time for them to get back-to-back wins in 5 years. And they took down the Commanders because nobody in this division wants to win. Let's navigate the NFC East. And I think this is the part. Well, first of all, any loss is agitating. And if you heard Jerry with Sean and RJ, and he even goes, I also look at the schedule and put wins and losses. And you can definitely tell he put this one as a win. You could.
That's the way you took that, huh?
Yeah, 100%.
Same.
So if they would have won that game, they would be 3-2-1 and half a game out of first place and in second place in the division. But alas, that's not what happened, and they're half a game out of last place in the division. Would you like to go Eagles, Commanders, Cowboys, or Giants? Commanders did just play last night.
You know what? I'm going to shake it all up. Let's go with the team that won this week.
The New York Football Giants.
Who I do believe Bobby thinks is the next in line to be fired. If I heard
Still?
correctly this morning. Yeah.
Oh. Do you think Scadaboo is going to regress? So Jackson Dart and Cam Scadaboo, they both scored on Thursday night and ran for scores. Last time the Giants had 2 rookies with 1 or more rushing touchdown in the same game was Week 10 against Dallas in 1980 when Larry Heater and Leon Perry each had a rushing touchdown. Let's talk more about Mr. Dart and Mr. Scadaboo. They were involved in all 5 of the Giants' touchdowns. 3 rushing touchdowns for the running back, and then 1 rushing and 1 passing for their quarterback. Both the running back and quarterback had 23 yards over expectation running against the Eagles. So they have really been able to impose their will. And then this last thing, going back to their Thursday night game that is going to be hugely important for really any team. The Giants scored on all 3 of their trips into the Eagles' red zone.
And they'd struggled at that
Yes.
with Russell Wilson for sure.
Exactly, except against us.
Yeah. I think they even struggled against us. Did they not struggle against us at that? I feel like they scored, but even in the red zone, they had their moments.
You might have a point. I have now
Forgotten
assumed
about that one.
everything has been the worst possible variation against our defense. So maybe that is not unfair.
Man, I'll say this: the energy that Dart has brought to that room is you can see it paying off on the other side of the ball too. Like they're excited; they want to get the ball back to their offense. I think Scadaboo's kind of done the same thing too. There's a reckless style of football.
Right.
He's going to last maybe 3 years, but it'll be the most fun 3 years of our lives.
And do you always wonder, like, also, does he see that as his only route to playing in the
I
NFL?
have to play. Josh Hamilton, right? Like, I only know one style to play.
Right.
This is how I play best. I have something that nobody else has. I have to utilize it. And Scadaboo's like, I'm strong. I'm built like a refrigerator.
Yeah.
I have to use this.
Do you want to continue to switch it up? Where are we going next?
Let's go to Washington, who did play last night, and I think maybe the most exciting game of the week.
This was a very exciting game, but go ahead and give me cut number 3. It was exciting if you weren't a Washington fan, because just when it felt like they had the game, this happened.
Daniels left to right. He's got Krosky Merritt behind him. Oh, he fumbled the ball, and the Bears recover. He stuck it in the belly of the back. It didn't get there. Krosky Merritt and Daniels. It's a misfire, an opportunity. Bears have taken the ball away.
So the Commanders turned the ball over 3 times in that game. They also had another fumble, but they recovered it. So they had potential for 4 turnovers right there. And then the Bears specifically, their win probability at the beginning of that play was 14.9%.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm surprised it was even that high.
Yes. After that, it went up to 42.3%. So obviously off of one play. And I realized, like we've said, there's a lot that goes into it. But you can look at that one play and be like, what a game changer that was.
I'm gonna say, did it seem like right after that fumble the rain lightened up for Chicago, and they were like,
okay.
I couldn't see it as well as I could whenever they had the ball. That's all I'm gonna say. And what timing? If I was Ben Johnson, I probably would not have trusted the kick to win the game.
I mean, neither did that announcer
at
you
all.
Heard him.
Yeah, no,
Hail Mary.
This whole time, all I was thinking was, you got to score a touchdown, dude.
Probably.
Don't take the chance of a slippery ball on a fumbled snap to be the reason that you lose this, or a kicker that you were like, I got to find this guy in the Goodwill store. You just threw him in there. I wouldn't have trusted that. Ben Johnson did. The whole time I was just like, keep giving the ball to Swift and go score.
Right. Now,
and also, man, Caleb Williams had a throw last night.
It was pretty special.
It wasn't complete, but I loved the throw.
Deebo Samuel was active. He's been dealing with a heel issue. He had 4 catches for 15 yards. Then I want to take you to the play that everybody made fun of Dan Quinn for. So he challenged a 1-yard completion on first down, and social media lit up with, what are we doing, bro? And it was in the second quarter. So on that challenge by DeAndre Swift, it turned a 2nd and 9 into a 2nd and 10. And again, it sounds foolish, but it eventually got to a 4th and 1, and the Commanders got the stop to hold Chicago scoreless on the drive. Now, do I know exactly how if it would have played out the exact same way and they would have got the first down? No, but man, oh man, in the span of 3 plays, Dan Quinn looked like a moron, and then all of a sudden looked like the smartest human being that had ever lived.
Yeah, and that comes with, everybody's gonna hindsight check your decisions on things, and you could be a hero.
And then they still lost anyway.
Jaden Daniels looks good, but there's something different about him this year. Like, there are times when I'm like, man, that throw was amazing.
Yeah.
And then there are other times where I'm like, this offense looks clunky. And maybe it's because you have some injuries at receiver. Maybe that's
and
the
Jaden
case.
Daniels
himself
has been injured
a little bit, but that team doesn't look. I expected, Kevin, this year for them to be a lot better.
Yeah.
Than their record shows right now.
I mean, prior to last night, he had done a great job at taking care of the ball. Just a phenomenal job. I think the completion percentage and therefore just the efficiency in general of the passing game is down, but maybe it's a byproduct of coming back from injuries. We'll see, because I know, much like Stroud before him, people are anxious to say sophomore slump. And as a Cowboys fan, obviously, I hope that is the case as well. All right, you want Eagles or Cowboys?
Cowboys.
All right. For the Dallas Cowboys, I'll try to give you some good news. Hunter Lipke became the first Cowboys fullback in 17 years to maybe 18 years to catch a touchdown pass. That second quarter touchdown was the first by a Cowboys fullback since Deion Anderson. And that was in 2008. So, yes, I think 18 years. Then there's Jake Ferguson. He had the 19-yard touchdown, which I thought was just a masterful pass from Dak Prescott as well. Ferguson has 4 touchdowns in the first 6 games. That's tied for the most by a tight end through 6 games in franchise history. Speaking of ties, George Pickens, he caught a touchdown for a 5th consecutive game and has 6 receiving touchdowns through 6 games. That is also tied for the Cowboys record at this point. Dez Bryant did that in 2013.
He's Dez Bryant, huh? So one more catch, one more game. He's better than Dez.
I need to go back and check Dez's 7th game to see how that stands up. I will look into that.
Well, we'll see.
Now, I'll tell you one more positive.
Would anybody ever admit it? Would anybody ever say, yeah, he's better than Dez?
Settle down.
Okay. Well, Jerry says no. And then Dak Prescott also passed Troy Aikman for second most passing yards in Cowboys history. He trails only Tony Romo, and he's only 1,129 yards behind. If he stays healthy, he will break that record, I feel like, overwhelmingly in the next 5 games. And you're like, wow, that's so many great things. Here's the other stat. Cowboys have given up 184 points thus far this season. That's the 3rd most at this point in the season in franchise history. No, that's bad. Right. This goes back to the 1960 season. So what are we on now? The 66th season? This is the 3rd most points the Cowboys have ever given up. So if you're like, how can we be this mediocre to subpar? Mediocre might be too nice. Subpar with all these offensive things. This is how. 3rd most points at this point in franchise history.
Can't believe it. What are we going to do to fix it?
That was the first segment.
Oh, yeah.
Hit the
Go back and
hit the radio rewind. All right. For the Eagles, Jalen Hurts, going back to that Thursday game, he had his first interception of the season. He had thrown 304 straight passes without an interception. We talked about how effective the Giants were in the red zone. Let's talk about how ineffective Philadelphia was on 3rd down. They were just 1 of 9 on 3rd down in that game.
Those chumps.
And here's part of the problem. The average to go on those 3rd downs was 7.1 yards.
Okay, is Kellen Moore not being there the reason? That offense looked like it always had the answer last year.
Right. Maybe so. Or maybe you just got that magical season out of Jalen Hurts. Now, was that because of Kellen Moore or was that because of Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, they can't run the ball. They can't.
You know what? I think now I'm going to change my answer because of what you said. That's the reason. The answer was nobody could stop Saquon Barkley. Thus, your passing game could do whatever it wants.
Yeah.
This year, Saquon Barkley is not doing jack ass.
Yeah, I blame a lot of that offensive front. As good as they are at the tush push and as good as they are at other things, they are not giving the Saquon the opportunity.
And I think he sees the direction this is going. So Zadarius Smith just retired in the middle of the season. He's like, I'm done.
Yeah, dude, I did kind of wonder that yesterday. I was like, hold on, he must really think that life is going to be bad.
I don't know if that means that he also sees that they're about to implode, and he'd already had a sack and a half this season, which I think is about what Micah has. And then also Keely Ringo. This is another thing we talk about, all the good moves that Howie Roseman makes. Keely Ringo has really struggled this year. You go back to just the last game where he was the nearest defender in coverage, gave up 3 catches for 69 yards, which would make you a star in this Cowboys defense. But for the Eagles, not so great. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where we got another Monday Night Football upset. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gag Nation, it's a Tuesday. Mark Schlereth will join.
My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
This Friday at Pickler Universe, 2800 North I-35 East, just past the George Bush Tollway.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
A 1st and 5. Robinson off the right side, breaks free. Bijan Robinson spinning down the sideline, still going. Can they catch him? They cannot. Touchdown, Falcons, 81 yards.
Bijan Robinson going crazy right there for that touchdown run right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Reap it.
Ooh. And we're switching it around today because we got Pudge coming up at 11.
Pudge Rodriguez
right here on 105.3 The Fan. Bijan Robinson's 81-yard touchdown run is the longest rush in the NFL this season. And I know Chicago beating Washington was an upset. This felt like an even bigger deal that the Falcons beat the Bills. And I take you back to last week's NFL overreaction or reality. Does this feed any more into the idea that right now there are no elite teams in the NFL, or is parity hitting even harder than usual?
Yeah, the Lions lose that one last night. Like the teams that I thought, okay, these are the ones. Maybe the Buccaneers are elite.
Maybe.
And all these one-score games that they've won are just, happenstance. This really hurt, Kevin, because not only did I lose at fantasy this week, but I also lost one of my underdog bets, which kept my parlay from.
That's called play. They did not do bets there.
Yeah, my play, one of my plays, and that was tough. So maybe I'll win next time. I'll just chase that money.
I never think that is a good idea. But that is one of the things I do love on Underdog is I like to make preposterous multi-tiered plays. And I'm like, hey, it's probably not going to work. But if it does.
From the 214, you guys made me think that lunch is in 14 minutes.
Yeah, sorry about that. We had to switch up the...
I love the fact that people in their brains, they're like, oh, I do these certain things at certain times based on the way this show works.
This is the last segment before lunch. I think we all understand that thought.
My last segment before lunch is 11.
Oh,
because during
you get your sandwich.
Yeah, I get my sandwich.
All right, Corey, it could be worse. I want to take you to somebody who did make a bet, which is definitely different than daily fantasy. He made a $5,000 bet that Jared Goff would score the game's first touchdown. That's 90-1 odds.
Okay.
Now, if you recall in that game, that is exactly what it looked like happened.
Dang.
For a minute. And that would have been a $450,000 payoff.
It was the reception, right?
Exactly.
Oh, dude. And what a way to win it.
And instead, it was a flag.
Because
you get nothing.
Exactly.
He didn't line up. He didn't come to a complete stop. That's brutal, dude.
That was perfect. So I'm saying, Corey, it's not that you shouldn't be upset, but it could be worse. So that person made a 90-1 bet. Now, on the flip side, if you have $5,000 to bet on a bit, then you're probably not hurting for money, right?
Yeah, probably so.
Like, it would be different if he was like, I wouldn't advise this, but he's like, hey, I bet $5,000 that Jared Goff would throw more than 1.5 touchdown passes. I'd be like, okay, that feels like a real deal bet. I don't know why you would wager all of the money you have left, but this feels like a D around bet.
Yeah, wow, that stinks, man.
Let's go. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the Chiefs. The Chiefs didn't have any penalties in their game this weekend.
I mean, they did.
No, they did. They just didn't have any penalties called against them.
Yeah.
Since 2019, there's been more than 1,600 football games. And I think this is where the narrative comes from. 12 times has a team played penalty-free football in 1,600 games.
Okay.
12 times. The Chiefs were 3 of them. So every other team in all of football combined for penalty-free games 9 times. The Chiefs, 3 times.
Kevin, you know how when a bull sees red, he gets mad?
Okay.
I feel like when
Officials,
referees
they
and
get
umpires see red, because we've done the study. The color red is the winningest color in the world percentage-wise.
Right.
Like if you wear red, you have an advantage already. I don't know why. I wonder if that's it. Is that it? Or is it the home crowd?
I called that one.
Is it every game that Taylor Swift's at?
Oh.
You know, and
I
she
have
shows
not,
up.
You know what? I have not
Do they
cross-checked
play
those.
penalty-free football?
I have not checked the other 2.
She walks in and she sweet talks the referees, and they're like, "Oh man, it's just so amazing."
That's what people say. Look, I don't know very many of her songs. That's the best I can do.
I'm perfectly okay with it, bro.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Even if you don't like it, I can shake it off. That might be the other one. All right. We talked about you leave that music running. All right. So Brian Branch, we said suspension might be coming. Well, hello. Here's the suspension. He got suspended for 1 game, although I do believe he is appealing that, which is a fascinating strategy for a 1-game suspension. But we'll see how that goes for him.
A strategy of appealing for 1-game suspension?
Yeah, like I understand the logic of like maybe you're going to appeal the multi-game suspension because you think it comes at a particularly tough time. Maybe he's appealing hoping that there's no verdict before the Bucs game.
Maybe he's appealing. Yeah, maybe he's appealing hoping maybe that he just gets a little fine.
Yeah.
And that's the proper punishment.
You're right, but I also wonder if he's hoping to just kill time so he can play the Bucs game.
Nobody would ever use the system.
Yes,
to kill time.
100%. They would
push things back.
Go back to one of our
further
interviews
until somebody is
of weeks
bled
ago.
out.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question about Brian Branch though.
Okay.
Do you love the way he wears his one mouthpiece in his helmet and then also has a mouthpiece?
It's a backup mouthpiece. Yeah. That's just called being prepared.
But you leave the backup mouthpiece on the sideline in a bag or something.
If you're not prepared in a bag, I like that every single player has their individualized branch, and it's just this bag with the mouthpiece in it. Yeah. All right. Bad day yesterday for Adam Schefter, who is not in.
He's had some struggles lately.
He's in the news breaking business, not the news predicting business. This is an actual quote from him yesterday during our show. Quote, I don't think, for all I know, we're going to hang up and there's going to be someone who gets fired, but I don't see a head coach losing his job. I don't see Brian Callahan happening soon. Now, maybe soon meant 30 minutes for him, because before our show was over, Brian Callahan had, in fact, gotten fired. So
do you think that he just, when he was saying that, he had not gotten the agent's message yet, or the GM's message?
Maybe they were watching and they're like, no!
You're just
check your phone!
Look at your phone right now, you dummy!
By the way, Brian Callahan, Bill Callahan, his dad is leaving the team because I could see how it'd be tough to work for the company that fired your kid. That makes a lot of sense to me. All right. Let's talk about some injuries. Garrett Wilson, he hyperextended his knee in the loss to the Broncos. It's looking like he's going to miss probably a couple of weeks. Now, another injury, Devin Lloyd, the NFL's interception leader, he has been ruled out for the game against the Rams. So they have already ruled him out for that game. So those are some impact players already this year. Keep an eye on that.
So Garrett Wilson won't not get thrown to by Justin Fields down the field?
You know what? That's a fair point. I can see how if you're a Jets fan, you're like, well, who cares?
Devin Lloyd, though, missing, huge factor for Jacksonville. Like their defense has been one of the key factors for them, and he's been a remarkable player. As we talked with Tony Khan, maybe should be Defensive Player of the Year.
Hey,
he already got a month.
You know what? He has been really good this year. Speaking of players who, well, maybe it's too generous to say good. Travis Hunter. Did you see that Travis Hunter got baptized before the Seahawks game?
Where? At a church in a river? Lake?
I think it looked like it was at an indoor building.
All right.
So I'm going to assume a church, not a lake.
You ever wish that you'd been baptized in like a river or something?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Can you re-baptize?
Yeah. People do that all the
wash
time.
our sins off together.
Yeah, I mean, look, couldn't hurt. But then they lost. So that's going to be a disappointing day. You got baptized and then you lost. But to be fair, the Seahawks have won a team record 9 straight road games. So what are you supposed to do about that? That is, of course, also the longest road winning streak in the NFL.
All right.
The Cowboys have won 0 in a row on the road.
You know what?
In case you're curious.
Their time is coming.
When is that time?
When they fix the defense.
And when do you anticipate, if you had to guess?
Probably next year's draft.
Okay. It's big on linebackers.
Yeah. We are seeing this is linebackers of the strength coming out of this year's draft. I think Broadus has already made a request, Kevin, for some information from Brugler. Regarding some, hey, who should I start looking at?
How
guys?
many linebackers can I get in the next draft? For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. So share those triumphs and tumbles, and we will also talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, Gag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan. And our...
V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen.
Your name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Picture we've used of you to tease this segment on social media is the picture of you on a horse.
Well, I'll put it this way: you got 1 in a million.
Okay,
nice.
All right,
It's a good picture. I'm very proud of it.
Now, is 1 in a million also the number of times the Cowboys make a defensive stop per play?
Man.
Oh, okay. Is that the run or the pass?
Hey, you know what's really weird? I thought it was the pass the first 4 weeks, and now I'm concerned about the runs. But I actually wanted to ask you about something else, and this is something that Schottenheimer has talked about quite a bit, and he talked about it after the Eagles game as well, and he said it again on Sunday that this is kind of the second time in the last 6 games that they've let a championship opportunity turn into a loss. And if people haven't been listening, he's not literally saying like we would have won the Super Bowl on Sunday, but like those are games that championship teams win. And I wanted to see what your thoughts were of his assertion that that's twice this year they've been in a championship opportunity and lost.
Well, it's really 3 times, right?
Oh, you're going to add do you think Packers then, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
I mean, they were within 1 second of beating them, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's like, you know, if you throw out, and you can't, but you throw out the clunker against the Bears, the other 3 losses, they had possessions near the end of the game to win it. Well, if you score, or if you get a stop, right, and not give up the field goal. So there's a fine line there between being just horrible, which they were against the run the last couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And but still with an opportunity to win, if you can believe that.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, I mean, I know there's the glass half full, glass half empty, that deal. But yeah, there's a fine line. We watched it last night twice.
Yes.
Right?
Very entertaining games last night.
It made me think that whoever wins their division or gets into the playoffs, they're going to have a bunch of losses.
Yeah.
So, I know it's 6 games and 2-3-1 doesn't look good. But, you never know how this thing's going to turn out. Maybe, the Cowboys, well, they lost to the Bears, but maybe they can turn into the Bears, a team no one's expecting anything out of, and you jump up and beat Washington the way they did. Or, what happened to Buffalo again, right? They were going to win everything and win the Super Bowl.
Right.
And, what are they? They're sitting there.
They're tied for first place with the Patriots.
The Patriots.
Yeah.
Right? And what about Kansas City?
Yeah.
3-3. They're a half game better than the Cowboys. So, I just think this idea of give up is a little bit early. Now, if the trend continues, I get it, right? But Washington's beatable. I mean, they're 3-3, right?
I think all the teams in this division
everybody
are beatable,
is,
for
right?
sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at what the Giants did.
Yeah.
So, this ain't over yet, 6 games into the season. Now, I was as critical as anybody could be writing about that game on Monday, and, they sort of deserved it. But
Yes.
then when you look back, you go, they lost by 3 points.
Yeah.
As bad as it was. And so this whole thing, I know we look at all the statistics, it comes down to making a play when you need to make it, right? And in those losses, they had in 2 of them and the tie, they didn't. But it was that close to can I make another play? I can give up, 300 yards rushing, but if I make a play when I need to make a play, maybe I don't lose by a walk-off field goal.
Right.
So I think, it's too early to just trash this team and say, okay, they can't do it.
No.
We'll see what happens.
And I'm with you on that. And I know that the Cowboys don't look at it this way, as they should not. Just me, as somebody who also covers the team, and I'm going to be honest, I was born and raised here. I'm a fan. I think what troubles me, Mickey, and I know that this NFL is set up for parity, but I get worried it felt like the beginning of this season was an opportunity for you to get a head start on your record with, once you get into right before Thanksgiving, Philly, Kansas City, Detroit, Minnesota, the Chargers back to back to back to back to back. I'm worried, as I thought they were going to have a better record at this point to maybe weather the storm of what looks like a tough end of the year schedule.
Yeah, I just thought with all the newness, how young they were in some places, that, if you can keep your head even with the water at 3-3, and let's see what happens. Because all those teams that you just mentioned that should have been you can't beat,
right?
We'll start looking at what their records are.
Sure.
Right? So it might not be as tough as we think, or maybe the middle part's, even tougher. The Chargers, they're losing. Kansas City's losing. Detroit lost. So it's not like everybody's unbeatable down that stretch. So let's see what happens, because most of them are either 4-2 or 3-2,
right,
or 3-3. I just think that stretch that we all talked about, those teams are losing games, and most of them just one less than the Cowboys at this point.
From what Eberflus from past time while he was here, and also now that he's here, how is he managing the chaos that is happening right now with their defense?
Yeah, I think that I think he's obviously dealing with it, and I'm sure it's not the first time he's experienced chaos. But again, is it scheme or is it personnel? And I think that's the thing you kind of have to ask yourself.
What's your breakdown of that?
I see what they're trying to do, and if you don't hold down the line of scrimmage, and it's not just defensive tackles, right?
Yes.
The defensive ends have got to contribute.
Agreed.
Right? Did you see DeMarcus Lawrence's line from this past week?
I did not.
I mean, he had like 5 tackles, couple sacks, pressures. I mean, he had a really good game. We forget how important he was at defensive end.
Yep.
He was their best run defender on the defensive line.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
And so far, these defensive ends have not done that. Not even close to helping the way you need to help against the run. You know, if you look at what Charles Haley did, and everybody looks at the sacks and everything, he was pretty darn good against the run, too, setting an edge, creating havoc on the outside. So far, the defensive ends in the run game have not created any havoc. You know, and everybody can't be a pass rush specialist. You got to be able to play the run, too. And, you know, a couple of the way times they lined up, they were so wide, there was a gap right up the middle. Now, I'm not sure what that was supposed to be, but it was almost like the defensive ends were so worried about protecting the edge that they were getting gashed right up the middle. The entire game, by the way. Now, is it the defensive tackles? Are the linebackers not reading gaps to where they're supposed to be? You know, you're playing with some young linebackers out there, by the way. A 5th-round draft choice.
Yep.
All right. And then Leofau is a 3rd and only in his 2nd year. And these guys are kind of in there. And you didn't start the season off thinking Murray was a middle linebacker, although I thought he was. They didn't. They thought he was a strong side or outside guy. So there's a lot of adjustments and growing that has to take place. And, you know, and we keep saying this, and I don't know how much we should count on it, but at some point Overshown's going to show up. But is he going to show up, you know, and have, what did he have, like 90 tackles last year before he got hurt? Are you going to get that guy? Because I think we're seeing a slower progression from torn ACL from Sam Williams. You know, he doesn't look like the guy that
Not at all.
we thought he was before he tore the ACL.
Yeah, he doesn't have that explosive.
Yeah, so we're going to see. Will he come around as the season goes along? You know, is he just a rotation player? You know, and I heard you guys talking about, who starts. You know, that doesn't matter. Just kind of look at the snaps, right? And you can start, but maybe you don't get as many snaps.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But again, I just think they got too many defensive ends that are pass rushers, and guys aren't playing the run well enough. They're getting, you know, there was one play, and I was like, why did that hole open up? Well, a tight end took out the defensive end. You know, you shouldn't do that. You should be able to beat a tight end's block. You got to be better than that against the run. So that's a lot of, when you look at who's playing defensive end, can you play the run? And maybe that's the reason why they're not in there as many snaps as you might like.
Thank you very much, good sir. Tomorrow, I really want to pick up, because I'm fascinated by this, the Cowboys run offense.
The Dallas Cowboys?
Yes.
What happened?
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the run defense, but I want to go to that tomorrow. We'll pick the conversation up then.
I'll do my homework.
I like it.
There you go.
I feel like there's a column on the way, Kevin.
Oh, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. By the way, if you wanted one more stat coming out of that game, Cowboys have played 38 games in franchise history in which they didn't allow a sack or have a turnover on offense. They are now 33-5 in those games. So there's that.
We can be better.
Yeah. Yes.
See, it can only go up from here, Kevin.
Okay. All right.
Gotta look at the bright side on this.
Okay. I like it. Now, nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. I'm sorry to bring this up, Corey, because I know that you said you suffered your first fantasy
loss this year.
I'm sorry about that. From the 903, I sat Dallas Goedert. Dalton Kincaid was a scratch, and I didn't have another tight end, and I lost by one freaking point.
No.
Now, here's good news.
I hate that for you.
From the 4-3-2, I went 3-0 in my fantasy leagues and won $60 with my various plays.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very nice.
Nice work.
From the 2-1-4, in one of my fantasy leagues, a guy had already given up and had 5 players out of his lineup, so I thought I would win easy, but I was sweating until the end and only won by 4 points.
Dude, sometimes you're up against that one dude that hasn't done anything. That's what happened to me. The guy I was playing had 1 win this year.
Right.
He had Cam Scattaboo also. Scattaboo scored 30 points on me. What?
Is it the most irritating when all of the players are like slightly a step above of projections, or is it when that one person has a game that like nobody anticipated? And you're like, the hell is that?
And you're like, you didn't make a good play there. You got lucky. You had to pick a dude up off the bench. I did that with Jabbar Gaffney once. Won a Super Bowl. It's fine.
Right.
You had to make the play. You're not a genius. You did look smart. You can say you're a genius, though. Who else? Nobody else played him. I did. I love it.
Man, this is tough. From the 2-1-4, I lost Puka Nacua, and also I had lost Hill and Neighbors 2 weeks ago.
I'm so
God, that is an all-star lineup of receivers that you've
There's
lost.
a dude in our league, his whole team's hurt. Like the whole team. It just says O or Q or IR next to all his players. Like, drop some of those IR guys. They're never coming back.
From the 2-5-2, this is magical. I went to bed with 1% chance of winning, and I woke up, and Jaden Daniels, with that fumble, I won the game by 1 point.
Dude, that's amazing. And DeAndre Swift, I bet, helped some people out last night, too, with that big catch and run at the end of the game for the touchdown.
That's probably true.
You know, that was a big moment for him. He had a really good game yesterday.
That is impressive. And then this is unrelated, but the 9-4-5. I was in the 7-Eleven and walked past the table of cookies and remembered that Kevin said the sugar cookies there were the bomb, and was he ever so right? So if you need to...
They do have good sugar cookies.
Yes, and they used to have these sugar cookie M&Ms that I wish they would bring back that were awesome.
There's this French cookie that I like. It's got pecans and toffee, and it's made by Nestlé Toulouse is the name of the place. They're very good. They make them in these little packages. You can just kind of take the little cubes and put them in the oven and make them. Or you could eat them raw like that if you like.
You are the worst. From the 4-6-9, I'm 1-5 in my dynasty league, and I have 7 players on IR or out. And now I'm forced to start Jaden Blue. Well,
you should find another running
check
back.
the waiver wire for somebody who will run for more than 2 yards.
And maybe get more attempts.
Yes, man. But I don't know if I want him to get more attempts. And now, by the way, one more super positive one. I had Bijan Robinson, Scattaboo, and JSN, and I won by 50 points.
Jeez.
I would hope so. That's the thing that would piss me off. If you have those standout performances, but somehow their entire team like overdid what their projections were, and you're lost, and you're like, how?
Yeah. I do ask you this next week, Kevin. I want to talk about the idea, the concept of not playing somebody so you don't get negative points.
Oh, I like that concept. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the man who always has concepts of a plan.
Concepts and plans.
It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus romantic fast food next on The Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
At 105.3 The Fan, I want to remind everybody this Friday we're going to be at Taco Bueno in Dallas, but it's 7940 Forest Lane, not the North Central Expressway one we've been to a couple of times. This one is out in the forests of Dallas, 7940 Forest Lane.
That's not true. That is not true. It's not a forest. It's a forest lane.
All right,
it's
have you
road.
been to this Taco Bueno?
Yes.
Liar. Right now, it's time for this.
I've literally been in this Taco Bueno.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time.
You can't just say liar.
Yeah, I can.
You can't just say that.
Pitched to the intro.
You can't just be like, liar. That's not how that works. I've been there. I've received.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, Alec. He's right. I won't say liar. Instead, I'll tell a folksy anecdote about how I bought the team in 1989 when no one believed in me.
Huh. Okay. I like this. I feel like I've heard that methodology before, Kevin. So more very specific. I don't know. Maybe. But it's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
You know what, Alec? I'm going to pause you right there.
Jeez.
And this is your fault.
What?
The first one was my fault.
What did I do?
You didn't pay attention to the show. Corey?
Oh.
What up? We have Pudge coming up at 11:40.
That's right.
10 minutes ago, they sent out a State Fair trivia quiz to win tickets. And I was like, who has time to do this so fast?
Yeah.
One of the winners is our very own Alec Medford. Was he not listening to the show to win the fair tickets? Also, Big Tech started out by a Santa Claus?
As Stephen Jones once said, you'll have to ask him.
Alec. That's a good point.
That's a great point.
Alec, were you winning fair tickets instead of paying attention to the show?
So was Ross and Kevin Walker. Shouldn't they be Toloing?
That's right.
Stupid jerks.
Well, man, God forbid a man's trying to have fun with his family, man.
Are you taking your family to the fair?
Yeah, my sister just moved back
All
to
right.
Texas a couple weeks ago, and she's never been.
All right.
So she
I
wants
thought
to
you
go.
were bringing some rando that
How's
I was
she
never
doing?
going to meet.
She's doing great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, she lives out in Leonard now. So yeah.
What up, Leonard?
Yeah. So we need to do some marketing out there. There's a lot of open land. So if you want to, I've heard it's booming out there. Business is absolutely booming. So if you want to get ahead of the curve there you go. But it is AM on the FM. We got the question of the day. Plus, I didn't know fast food could be so romantic. You're going to hear from Ryan Fitzpatrick. Yes, the former NFL quarterback and now Thursday Night Football analyst. He's got a great story to tell. That was from the Rich Eisen show. But gentlemen, the question of the day today, it's not going to be what am I going to do with those fair tickets, Kevin. I actually do have a question about the Taco Bueno football feast this Friday. Since it's going to be in the forest, Kevin, do you think we will have an appearance from the Lorax?
Oh, yeah.
Dude, it's so weird. My son literally made a Lorax yesterday out of clay. They're off for like fall break. Stupid.
Fall break?
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Soft. They got 3 days off.
Yeah, these kids don't have a clue.
And they get a week off at Thanksgiving. Things are different than they used to be.
Wow. See, now I feel like I'm finally at the point where I can say back in my day.
Exactly.
We didn't have it that easy.
You're
I didn't have
damn
a
right.
fall break. And I only got like 3 days for Thanksgiving, not a week. The heck is going? Yeah, I don't like this. Anyways, today, there's 2 national holidays of importance around here in my mind. Today is National Be Bold and Be Free Day.
Oh, yeah. Do you think it's be free because you don't have to pretend that you have hair anymore?
Yeah.
Because you're like, I don't have hair.
Yeah, I guess the moment once you kind of realize and you're just like, there's a freedom of not having to pretend anymore. I kind of like that.
Agreed.
And then more importantly to me, because I still have hair and I hopefully won't lose it anytime soon, National Dessert Day. Ooh. So what is the all-time favorite dessert of you two and the Tolos? 877-881-1053.
Can I throw some Shop Tolo business out there?
Ooh, I like it.
Now, we talk about worth collecting in Waxahachie. Very helpful with Peace-a-thon again and again. But I tell Paul the same thing every time I go out there. I'm really there to hit up the dessert spot. It's like 3 doors down.
I've seen it. Yep.
Yes, kryptonite.
You knew it.
It's right down on that same kind of storefront area. Their cookies are effing amazing. They're the best cookies I've ever had in my life. Their peanut butter cookies and their sugar cookies are insane. So I know you were probably asking for like a cookie or whatever.
I like this.
But those cookies at the dessert spot, I'm not kidding you. They're the best cookies I've ever had in my life.
So that means I need to go see Paul.
Yes.
Just so I can secretly really want to, like, ulterior motive is going to be to get desserts.
Yes.
And
I
by
tell him that. I am open about that now. I'm like, I'm really here to get cookies.
I like it. Majors?
Dude, this is brutally tough for me. Because
Sweets guy, huh?
I love a good bread pudding. All right, bread pudding is I don't like things that are crunchy as much as I like goopy things. I don't know if that's the right word for that.
Is it the banana pudding that has the Nilla wafers that come with it?
Vanilla wafers are amazing too. I love a good cheesecake. Give me a cheesecake on one of those suckers up. I am a sucker for creme brulee.
Oh,
I love a creme brulee.
Okay.
So good.
There's a lot of the things I'm naming off have a lot of vanilla in them, but at the end of the day, the greatest dessert I have is on my birthday when I ask Adrian to make me a peach cobbler. Instead of a birthday cake, I require cobbler. Much like Skip Schumacher. He's a cobbler.
I don't think that's going to catch on.
But I wonder, that's the thing. I hope he doesn't like, oh, dude, I was killed that as a kid. I'll never like you because of it. Hopefully he won't. Yeah, I won't. But yeah, peach cobbler, the way the wife makes it is the best. She doesn't use like puff pastry that she gets frozen.
Yeah.
She makes the dough part of it and it absorbs all that stuff. Oh, there's so much butter and sugar and butter and sugar and butter and buttered sugar. So good.
You doing all right over there?
Butter and all.
Okay.
Thanks, Corey. If we're giving out recommendations, I have a 2-for-1 for you.
Oh.
Just hear me out and paint the picture in your head. So you're hungry for lunch, right? And you say, I want some barbecue. You go to the Mansfield Hurtado location and you have your lunch there. And then right next door to it is a place called Tracy's Irresistible Desserts.
Oh.
And
that sounds irresistible.
Pride of Mansfield, Texas. I love
these things.
Yes, I love the Mansfield Hurtado location. That's my home location, if you will. Literally right next door to them, a little cheesecake and other dessert spot that is amazing. I met the owner, Tracy, last time I went. Lovely lady, had a great conversation, and I love this place. The prices are amazing, but the selection of cheesecake, I have not heard of some of these flavor combinations in my life.
Okay.
But they are wonderful. Like different kind of like Oreo cheesecake, Reese's, all kinds of crazy stuff, like coffee flavors, brownies even. Like, it's amazing. It is so good. So I'm telling you, do the 2-for-1. Go to Hurtado's for lunch and get dessert at Tracy's after if you're ever in the Mansfield area. Trust me, I will not let you down.
Okay.
For whenever I took Adrian to prom, we came back to my house and I made a cheesecake.
Oh.
And we ate it.
Was it good?
Oh, yeah, it was good. Okay. You even questioned me like that.
Huh.
I was just trying to engage
My
in
mom made
conversation.
it.
Oh.
Yeah.
You
I
liar.
took credit for it, though.
Did she ever make you like brownies or anything?
Now we're married. Huh?
Did she ever make you like brownies?
You know that story.
Man. I'm just ready for Peace-a-thon so we can see if the return of Mike's Pie happens or not.
Dude,
dump.
I'm kidding you. I'm not kidding you. That is one of my favorite all-time Peace-a-thon moments. How mad he got. We're all like, it looks burnt. And he's like, you're stupid.
Dude, him and Derek Holland were going to have fist fights.
Dude, and it was when we got to the 520 Expressway is when it really melted down because Derek was like, I'm just going to lean into the idea that this pie sucks. And Mike was not having any of it. And we were all just in tears laughing because it was just pure madness. 877-881-1053, your favorite desserts for National Dessert Day. I see tiramisu from the 469.
So good.
Coconut cream pie from the 903.
Oh, tres leches.
That means the 3 milks.
Yeah. Have you ever had a diez leches?
Is it? I'm assuming that's just 2 milks.
10 milks.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
How many milks can you
didn't
do?
say- You didn't say doses. My bad. Shut up. Shut up! You're right. And even my littlest son would be disappointed because he can now count to 10 in Spanish and he'd be like, come on, dude.
Yeah, we do this.
Think I've got a drop for that?
Sounds about white.
There we go. All right.
I'm sorry.
Just going to move on with that.
Oh, I'm the worst.
Let's see. Lots of people agreeing on the cobbler. Seeing their majors. Some cheesecake coming in from the 817, from the 214, German chocolate cake, or any chocolate cake. I will say the German chocolate cake, to be specific, the best chocolate cake out there. I don't even know what the difference
Do you
is.
like coconut? Like you know, some people don't like coconut. Like
I don't mind it.
I like coconut a lot, and so I always, as a child, loved the German chocolate cake.
I don't seek it out, but like if it's there, I'm like, oh, that's a nice, change of pace. Sure, why not? Coconut water, though, very good. Good for the hydration, too, as well. So whenever next summer rolls around, or I mean just like 2 weeks from now, it'll randomly be 100 degrees again because you know how it goes.
Is it the potassium? Is that one of the reason?
Yep. Yeah, I need to make the switch to that. Like, drinking it in the morning is so good for you, but I need to make the switch. It's just I always forget. Every time I'm at HEB, yeah, Mike, I have one in my neighborhood. Take that.
They're building another one in Rockwall.
Yeah. Oh, so Peyton gets to enjoy
near my
HEB.
house.
There you
Mike.
go. Yeah, there you go. Peyton's fist pumping back here because he's getting a HEB. Everybody but Mike.
How much money do you think we could make if somehow that could be a Peace-a-thon auction item? Build a HEB near Mike's house. Like, how much would he donate to make that happen?
Oh, I'm going to let you guys go to the fan text because the phone is ringing.
Oh, the phone is ringing.
I think, Kevin, honestly, I think it would be more in the lines of him trying to donate all of his Evan Carter cards.
Okay.
And his wife. He'd be like, whatever I need in order to get an HB in my neighborhood.
All right. I like that. And you're probably not wrong. We need to figure out some bits for things that specifically Mike can bid on.
Yes.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers legend and Hall of Famer Pudge Rodriguez right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Tuesday. Mark Schlereth will join us at 4:40 Nation 2 to 7 here.
to 8610. QC Kinetics 972-972-8610.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring on Texas Rangers legend, Hall of Famer. It is Pudge Rodriguez. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for jumping on with us. I know there's a lot of stuff to talk about. We want to talk about that Global Mission Summit as well, but have you had the chance to meet, chat with Skip Schumacher and get to know him a little bit better?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have a great time, and you know, last couple of days I went there to meet all these entrepreneur guys there, and we have a blast, and I was very happy that I got invited to speak with Mike Hoke, which is the chairman of Hoke Global. Is the one that invited me there to talk to some of the guys, and I have a great time.
I'm always curious, Pudge. Whenever it comes to the catcher position and a manager, like Bochy and Heim, they both played the position. They had a really good relationship. How important is the manager-catcher relationship?
It's very important. Obviously, there's a big connection there. Obviously, the catchers have to study the game a lot, the same way that the manager and the pitching coach and the whole coaching staff has to go through all these reports and study and see videos. And I think it's important to have that connection. I think when you have a very good tight connection with the manager, you can tell your manager when the game is going, how the pitcher feels, how the look of the pitcher based on the speed of the pitches or things like that. So for me, it's very important to have the relationship with the manager, but I think the pitching coach goes as the same because we talk more with the pitching coach and go through hitters or situations in the game with the pitching coach.
Now, go ahead. Who
was the coach that made the biggest impression on you in your playing career?
Well, I played for 21 years. I have some great managers. I had some great managers in my career, but basically I respect all of them. And the reason that I mentioned that to you guys, because obviously I study the game. They let me do my job. They let me go through the players that I need to. Sorry about that. That there's someone moving some food somewhere.
It's fine. It's fine. We're good.
I'm really sorry. But anyway, I study the game. I want the relationship with all the managers to be 100% solid. So for me, I learned from all of them. Johnny Oaks was a great manager for me because he was one of the guys that told me, look, this is your game. You go, you call it, and if we win, the team wins. I didn't do anything. So those are the things that I like to hear from coaches and managers because basically that's the way baseball should be going.
When you look at this year's American League MVP race, Aaron Judge against Cal Raleigh, do you root heavily for Cal Raleigh because you know how tough it is to put up those sort of offensive numbers while going through the grind of being a catcher?
Well, with all the respect from both of them, right? Aaron Judge, tremendous year, unbelievable, hitting over 330, and hitting over 50 home runs and the RBIs. But yes, you're right. I gotta go with Riley because a lot of people don't know how hard it is to be behind the plate. But it's not only being behind the plate. It's the job that the catchers needs to do before the game. The catchers are always the first one to arrive at the ballpark. And again, I'm going to go back to what I mentioned before. You got to go and see the lineup that you're going to be facing and go through every hitter's videos and get notes and then sit down and talk to the pitching coach. And then I go and do my hitting part. So for catchers, the hitting part is secondary. But when you see someone that hits 60, 61 home runs as a catcher is amazing. I know the average is not there. I think like 246, almost 250. But when you play every day and you didn't get hurt and play and be in the playoff, and now there are 2 games to none against Toronto, and he hit a big home run the other night, I think he's going to be my MVP.
Is it okay for me to be excited for Cal Raleigh, the person, but still root against the Mariners because they play in our division, and so I inherently want them to lose?
Well, it happens. we couldn't win the division. We, with a week and a half, we was only 2 games behind, and then, we lost 6-7 games. So that's baseball. You got to play hard. You got to play 27 out because you never know. Anything can happen.
Pudge, the WinStar commercial where you show up with the float and say, "Are we going to the pool?" Was that your float, or was that did they give that to you?
Say it again.
The WinStar commercial where you show up with Troy Aikman and Darren Woodson and Emmitt Smith and you have the float. Was that your float, or was that?
Well, first of all, did you like the commercial?
I thought it was amazing. It's my favorite commercial.
But great. As long you guys like it, the fans like it, I like it too. No, but this is that's the way they promote it. Obviously, we have a blast of a day when we did it. It took us like 11, 12 hours to do the commercial. But when you hang out with guys like that, hours go quickly. So I have a blast, and the commercial came out. A lot of people love it, and I like the commercial. It was very funny.
I laugh every time to this day still.
Okay, well, since that commercial happened, can you help our campaign to get Darren Woodson into the Hall of Fame? Because we just can't figure out why he's not already in the Hall of Fame.
Well, you're right. I mean, we gotta keep supporting. We gotta keep being positive always. It might believe it's gonna happen for sure. We have to continue giving him the best support that we can that we can give him. But at the same time, we got to be strong and stay positive that he's going to be in the Hall.
That's right. And as long as we get more Hall of Famers to talk about it, Kevin, I think we'll be okay.
Good
and we
point.
just got Pudge to throw
Good
that out
point.
there. Pudge, the Rangers offense this year was tough. It was tough at times to get that going. How you played on teams that had the best offenses. Like, it was just so much fun as a kid to grow up watching those offenses play. How do you hope this team starts to become a better offense this year? What do they need to do?
Well, I don't know. They need to make a lot of adjustments on their swing, and they're early in the season. What I saw early in the season, I love it. I like it. There was more aggressive, hit the ball more the other way, put the ball in play, make contact, and the team was a lot better. After that, things are going different way. We'll start to swinging too long, try to hit home runs, and do things that, for me, when you try to hit home runs all the time, you're going to fail a lot. And so, for me, I think that the adjustment that the Rangers need to do is just go back to the basics, go back to staying inside of the ball, make sure get the ball gets to you and hit the ball the other way. Yes, it's easy to say, but it's hard to do it on the field. But when you're a big leaguer, you know what you need to do. And what you need to do is just make sure you see the ball, stay back, and make contact, because when you make contact, good things can happen. Obviously, baseball is more failure than produce. You're gonna be a lot of times out, of course. But the amount of time that I want to be out, I want to make good contact. I want to hit the ball hard. I want to make that pitcher see that, hey, you can throw me whatever you want, but body's gonna be there, and I'm gonna make contact on you. So I think that's, for me, my idea that I think the Rangers should do in the offseason, work on that with the hitters and play small ball. I mean, you can when you have the pitching staff that the Ranger has this past season.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, we have a chance to be in the playoffs right now. But unfortunately, the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season went the other way. It was because, obviously, a lot of bad things happen as far as offense.
Now, we already switched managers. Do you think this is going to be a busy a busy offseason for the Rangers in terms of maybe some folks' favorite players aren't going to be here anymore?
Well, it's going to be difficult for Skip. Obviously, he needs to know the players. He's a player coach. In my belief, he did it when he was here with the Marlins, and he grabbed a young team and brought it to the playoff. And I think probably the reason that he did that is because he managed like a player. You know, you gotta go there and establish good relationship with the players, make the players understand me and you understand the players, you know, both sides, and let the players do what the players can do. They're all big leaguers. They're all great players. I mean, they all can make adjustments on the field. I think, you know, I would like to see the Rangers. I would like to see the players. I would like to see the hitters, the lineup, all that make some adjustments when they play the game of baseball, because I think if that happens, the thing is going to be a lot better. We did it in our time. You know, if something doesn't work, I got to make adjustment, and I move forward on the play, or I go back, or I do something to put the ball in play. But I think that's the way, or this is my opinion, the way they should go this year.
Well, awesome stuff. Glad you got the chance to speak at the Global Mission Summit as well, and you got to talk with our friend Shonda. Just great stuff. A busy week for you. We appreciate your time very much.
Before I hang out, I want to say thank you to Mike Hoke for the invitation for the summit, and also I want to say thank you to all the people that went, all the entrepreneurs that they went and listened to us speak, and it was nice. So I wanted to continue supporting what we're doing, because obviously we do this to put everybody together so we can be better.
Excellent message and a worthy cause indeed. Thank you very much, good sir. By the way, globalmissionsummit.com if you want to learn more about that. Thanks for the time, Pudge.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
There you go. One of the I will argue the greatest Ranger of all time, Pudge Rodriguez.
You've always said that.
Yep.
To me. And to the world. Well, when you talk on a microphone, Kevin, you're talking to the
probably
world.
To the world. I put
and
out
DFW.
Yes, I put out a list a long time ago. Maybe we need to reboot that list. Your top 10 Rangers at
kids
some point.
in North Garland, the kids in East Dallas. You're talking to all of them,
yeah,
Kevin.
We're locals. We're all from the Metroplex. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm excited to get the feedback on this segment. The Cowboys offense has to be nearly perfect to win. So what does that look like? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we...
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Broadcasting Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It feels like there are a few things that we can all agree about with this Dallas Cowboys team, and one of them is the offense has to be nearly perfect to win. Fair?
Yep.
Now.
Did I say yep?
You did. Now, what exactly does that look like? Is it a certain amount of points? Because if it is, right now, the Cowboys are averaging 29.7 points per game, which is fourth in the league. You might think that the Cowboys are in a position where they have to be first in the league in offense. I'm not sure about that, but I wanted to know first, do y'all have a point threshold, or do you think the Cowboys have to have the top scoring offense in the league?
I don't have a point threshold. I do, though, think that what my reasoning is does kind of associate itself with having to be the top scoring team in the league.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why in a minute.
Okay.
When you ask.
Okay. Now's the time where I say, can you tell us why that is?
Please.
Please.
Yes, I can, Kevin.
I appreciate that. Will you?
I will.
Okay.
They can't punt 3 times or turn the ball over offensively.
At all?
No.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
They Kevin, the 2 of the games that I think we've discussed, fumbles from the running back position, one I think was turned, the Philadelphia game, I think was turned in that moment.
Agreed.
The Miles Sanders
Agreed.
fumble. I think I agree with you also on the early Javonte Williams fumble in Chicago set a bad tone.
Yeah.
Because you were working your way to something. You had a great run.
Right.
You're about to establish the tone. And maybe if you're up like that early, they aren't thinking, we're going to take these same shots. Maybe your defense is a little better.
Yeah, and I'll concede that maybe that's not what would have happened, and maybe you'd have gotten run into the ground either way. But sure would have helped.
And so that's the turnover part of it. Dak has been very clean throwing the ball. He is in these 3 games that he's scored 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and they've still lost.
Yeah.
Problematic. But he's not turning the ball over. So and I think that's probably in his mind. I can't turn the ball over. I have to make these throws. But then the part of punting 3 times. I know you're like, hold on, teams punt. This team can't afford it.
Well, and I think
defensively they cannot afford it.
But I think that's the whole idea of this segment, right? Is we have to throw all conventional offensive notions out the window because they're not going to work.
And your mindset has to be, and I understand also, your mindset has to be we have to score every time we touch the ball. And I know that's what your goal is ultimately. Like, everybody wants to win the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Everybody wants to win the World Series. That's your goal. Your mindset literally has to be, I have no other option. We have to figure out ways for us to get across the goal line or score points. I'm fine settling for field goals. Not every time. But
okay.
3 is better than punt. But Kevin, I also understand not going for it on 4th down because you don't trust your defense if you're in bad field position. If you're at like the 45, and you're like, I would really go for it, but my defense might give up 60 yards here.
Okay, have the new kickoff rules and the fact that your defense stinks not change that perception then? Like, did you say our 45 or the opponent's 45?
Their 45.
Okay, I think at that point, I want to know with you guys, what's the threshold maybe where you're like, we're going for it? Now, I realize all of this is game dependent. So these are abstract conversations.
I'm very Dan Campbell.
Okay, go for it.
I'm very much in the mind of Dan. I have 4 downs. I might as well use them.
All right. And that makes a lot of sense to me because if you get the touchback now without the ball hitting in the landing zone, you get the ball all the way up at the 35. And so I realize that Brandon Aubrey has done a good job at that, and maybe pushing you down back to the 20. But the average starting position is closer to the 30 right now. And if you get that not in the landing zone touchback, it's a 35, which means to me, if I'm like, all right, we're sacrificing 15 to 20 yards of field position, but it gives me a chance to still score, I'm going for it because there's no part of me that thinks 50 yards our defense can't stop, but 65 we could.
Good point.
If it was 80, then I'm like, okay,
Well,
maybe.
hell, and you're right too, because the way field goal kicking is going, 65 yards might not even be the
right.
It might just be 15.
Yeah.
And that's why I feel like you need 7 every time you go down, you touch the football. And Alec brought up yesterday how we discussed how important Kevontae Turpin is in that kicking game. I mean, you saw it. We discussed that too. He gives you really good field position on times that you don't expect it, or you didn't think you needed it. Now here you are, or times when you need it the most. So yeah, Kevin, I think that you can't punt 3 times and you can't turn the football over. That's what I mean by when you ask that question.
Is there a touchdown to field goal ratio that you think you have to achieve? Like, let's say you're scoring on
3
these
to 1.
possessions. Okay, that is exactly the one that I had in my mind. And again, it's a different deal. If you're in a game and it's 27-25, I'm not going to go, well, you better score a touchdown with 2 seconds left, because that's what the formula says. Like, obviously, it's game dependent, but 3 to 1 is what I was thinking.
I would prefer
too.
3 touchdowns to 1 field goal and every coach probably feels the same way. Yeah, of course I'd like touchdowns. Yes, but this team has to think in a mentality of what are the ways that we can get 7 rather than 3. And as we discussed, going for it, using all 4 downs, planning your runs that way. I think that Dan Campbell's probably saying, look, I have 4 downs. If I can't get 10 yards and 4 downs, we have a big problem. And I think that's why the team's approach, their mentality is we're getting the first down. And so that's where I am, is I'm trying to push to my guys. Our mentality is we'll get 10 yards. We want to get 50.
Right.
We'd love a 50-yard play from you. But in 4 plays, we're going to create some things that are going to get us to move the chains to the next place so we can get closer to the goal line so we can score a touchdown.
From the 8-1-7, we got to score at least 30-plus points to have a shot. And then from the 8-0-6, and this is true, Cowboys finished regulation with 37 points twice this season, and that wasn't enough to win. I am also in the camp that I think every time you score 37 points, you should win. I realize that's not statistically what the NFL says, but I will go into every game. If the Cowboys score 37 points, I think that we should win. It's unfortunate that we are now having to have this conversation. From the 5-8-0, Tony Romo knew how to keep a bad defense fresh and off the field. That is always a tricky dynamic, though, right? Because, so how would you have accomplished that in this last game? By running the ball, right? Like that was something that I think it's Greg Olsen said in the last game. A good pass is always going to be better than a good run. At least that's what the numbers would bear out. So you're going to go slower down the field in theory if you continue to run the ball. Well, you couldn't run the ball at all this last week. Even though they had gaudy stats against the Jets, if you go back, there were people in the Cowboys building that were not thrilled.
Oh, their offensive line got pushed around.
And they were not thrilled with the way the running game was impacted because of that. So how do you slow down the scoring if all of a sudden you have run into an issue running the ball offensively? That is a challenging question to answer.
Yeah, I will say I'm confident that Schottenheimer will figure out and Clayton Adams will figure out a better plan this week. But they said it mostly all week after the game, the physicality from their offensive line. Tyler Smith said that. And I don't think Tyler Smith, I'm hopeful that the leader of that offensive line will not accept the performance he and that offensive line put out there.
And it doesn't feel like he just says things to talk.
Nope.
So I put a lot of stock in that. All right. So then do you need to reach a certain threshold of time of possession? Because that's going to help your time of possession. Being more physical, whether you think it translates to being able to run the ball better, pass protect better, or you think it's blow up the other team's run game better and force a punt, you are likely going to have better time possession if you're more physical.
Yeah, probably about 30 minutes. 30 minutes of time possession is pretty, like if I can get 34 is my
34?
goal. 34 is my goal. It's kind of like I was asked yesterday, Kevin, what is your goal with your dog? And I said, for him to walk around without being on a leash with me. I know that that's a dream, to have a dog that just walks next to you and is awesome. Sometimes it's unattainable. 34 would be my dream. Hell, The entire game, Kevin. I would like nothing but the turnovers and then get the ball back, and we have 4. Every single minute is the Cowboys.
Yes.
But 34 would be an advantage Cowboys if they could do that for sure.
Okay. All right. Because hopefully that will help with the idea that you are scoring, like I said, 29.7 points per game, which is amazing. But you're also giving up 30.6 points per game, which I believe is second worst only to the Ravens.
And you're right. You don't have to just run the ball to control time of possession.
Not at all.
The Rams won a Super Bowl with Cooper Kupp getting, every single little pass.
This is where you can throw those stupid little check down tosses to Javonte.
But they have to be for positive yards.
Yes.
They can't be for negative. You can't be, going behind the line of scrimmage and dumping that off. You got to be able to get positive yards.
From the 469, is anyone, the players on the defense, even pissed off or embarrassed about it? I haven't seen it. I can definitely tell you Trayvon Diggs is, and Wanye Thomas, I believe, said he feels bad for the offense. Trayvon Diggs said, "What is our identity? We don't have one because we're not good at anything."
Yeah.
That sounds pretty angry to me. Now, being angry versus being able to fix it, that is a whole different deal.
I'm really interested to know, Osa was pushed into the prime, it's time for you to be a leader guy.
Right.
Do you remember him telling us, was he like, I'm going to lead by example whenever we talked with him? He got a lot of double teams this week.
Yes.
And struggled with that. I wonder where his frustration level is and how vocal he is about that in the locker room.
And that's the tough balance, right? Because if you're Osa, you always have to say, if you're going to tell people, like if we did the show and I'm like, Corey, you got to be better. Alec, you got to be better. Then I damn sure better say I have to be better as well. So I wonder if Osa, as part of that discussion, is like, hey, I'm going to work on handling these double teams better. But Kenny Clark, if
I'm getting double and you're not winning, we got a problem.
Exactly. And look, I want to go back to a couple texts that we just got. We talked about this at the very beginning of the show. If you listen to Jerry Jones this morning, if you listen to Stephen Jones yesterday, they're not firing Matt Eberflus. And that's why we've had conversations about what can be done on the defense. That's why we're having this conversation about what does the offense actually have to do.
Sometimes I think we follow it so closely that we ignore things that we can't control.
True.
Or can't,
that
don't
is
discuss
true.
things we can't get done.
And so I don't want to dismiss that person's idea of firing Matt Eberflus. I'm just telling you it's not going to happen.
As a matter of fact, Kevin, I believe, I'm just looking at Twitter right now, Machota, Clarence Hill, all the writers, it looks like Jerry just spoke at a I'm going to say symposium or a conference of some sort, or maybe a sales meeting, and it looks like a lot of media were around, and he said, I got a lot of confidence in Matt Eberflus.
So there you go. So here's the game plan, and man, this sounds like a lot. Feels like you need to continue to score at least 30 points a game. Ideally, have possession of the ball 34 minutes per game. When you do score at a ratio of 3 touchdowns to 1 field goal. You can't punt the ball in 3 times in a game.
That's again,
that is a lot.
It's a lot to ask.
And don't turn the ball over.
But because you're having to make up for this defense. Go listen to Brad Sham at the end of the game. And he was just like, every time the Cowboys touch the ball, they must score. Because you're getting shredded for 6, 8, 10 yards every time Rico Dowdle touches the ball. That can't happen again.
Right. And, somebody asked from the 405, do you think Diggs said that because he doesn't have his friend there anymore? I don't think so.
No, I think he's ticked off at how there are plays, the Rico Dowdle touchdown specifically, where there is a receiver that is there isn't a player within 20 yards of him. And I think Trayvon Diggs is saying, how in the F did that happen? I'm over here on the other side of the field with nobody to cover.
Yeah, and I think it's frustrating because the defense is so bad, but I also think Trayvon Diggs is frustrated because he can't do what he usually, physically
I think that too.
What he usually is able to do. And that's got to be irritating because I bet he goes back and looks at plays and he's like, in theory, I broke that pass up.
Mm-hmm.
Or I made that interception. He was like, optimum me could have done that. And then you have to look at it and go, but I'm not. Mm-hmm. So there you go. for the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's move into the lunch rush and the expressway. We got NFL overreaction or reality, plus the Tuesday tailgate. A&M and Tech continue to stack up wins. Indiana's a football school, and the butt interception. Next on The Fan.
Upgrade your hunting arsenal with premium brands at Great.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.9-star rating on Google.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Carolina blue, little play fake. Young has got all day deep down the left side. There's nobody around the receiver at the 15-yard line, and that is Jimmy Horn, the speedster from Colorado, and a completely blown coverage on that side, and the Dallas defense continues to be absolutely nightmarish.
KNC Masterpiece, woo, right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got NFL overreaction right now. Tuesday tailgate coming up in just a few minutes, but also my new favorite moment of the day off air when Carter was describing the new Tron movie, and he said a movie, and Corey defiantly yelled out, "I have seen Morbius!"
It wasn't good. Guys, I did want to point out my apologies. Jerry Jones was speaking to the media after the Shriners Children's Group introduction for the 101st East-West Shrine Bowl to be played at the Star in Frisco on January 27th. So that's why he was speaking to media.
Hey, do you know who's going to be inducted into the East-West Shrine Hall of Fame?
I know this. There are two people standing next around him. One is Jane Slater. Jane Ashley Slater, I think her middle name.
Oh.
The other one is Daryl Moose Johnston.
He'll be on the show tomorrow.
In your face.
As long as Mickey plays ball. I'm just kidding.
You think Mickey will say, hey, I want to be on with Moose?
Oh, that would be fun. We'll figure that out. All right. NFL overreaction or reality. The Dallas Cowboys prove they aren't even close to being a playoff team.
As of right now, they aren't. They played the worst quarterback in the league by all numbers, and he was good.
Yeah.
The running game that they knew would be good beat them, and they couldn't do anything else. They couldn't do offensively what they really needed to do. So, yeah, at the moment, they are not constructed to be a playoff team.
Alec, what say you?
Yeah, not even close. It's a reality. And it's unfortunate because after Philly, even though you walked away with an L, I felt like this team could make a sneaky push.
Yeah.
But then it hit me quickly. That was just the element of surprise that Shoddy had talked about all offseason where, hey, totally new staff. I've got all the clubs still in the bag. I don't have to show you anything. And he didn't. And it caught Philly off guard. And good for them. But now the rest of the NFL has tape, and the tape isn't very good.
Don't you hate whenever you catch somebody off guard, you catch them by surprise and still lose?
Yes. Yes. Not that would ever happen with this team. All right, overreaction or reality? Oof, I would not have thought this question 2 weeks ago. Rico Dowdle is a top 5 running back.
Oh, man, I think that's an overreaction right now.
Okay.
He's played like it against 2 bad defenses.
True.
But I think he's a top 10 running back. And I thought that last year. I thought he was pretty good last year. He's finding the end zone a lot more too right now. So, but not yet.
He's averaging 5.8 yards per carry.
Okay, I get it, Kevin. Most of those were against us.
And the team before.
And the team before that too. Jonathan Taylor, however, averaging 5.2. And he's number 1.
Okay.
James Cook, 5, number 2. Bijan, 5'8", number 3. Javonte Williams. Crap, he's the top 5 running back, Kevin.
Oh!
He's the top 5 running back.
Bonus question.
Yeah.
Alec, and you can answer both of these as well.
Oh, no.
You would rather have Rico Dowdle right now than Javonte Williams.
I hate both of those questions. I really do.
That's the point of this segment.
Overreaction,
Okay.
Kevin.
Okay.
Rico Dowdle has 2 touchdowns. Javonte has 5.
Okay.
The counting numbers.
I like it.
I'm going to go reality to the first one just because the numbers are going to say that he probably is. And
boom.
If the Panthers have any kind of credibility offensively, they're going to see how well he's done and keep pushing him as a number 1 back and keep giving him those snaps. So if you keep leaning on that run game and involve him in the pass game like you saw on Sunday, yes, he will be. He will continue to be.
He's better than Hubbard.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Sure.
my fantasy team just cried when you said that.
I'm sorry.
Would I take him over Javonte? No. The touchdowns are great. I like that point, Corey. I'm a big counting numbers guy. Not a big math guy, but I like the counting numbers. I wouldn't take him just because I feel like Javonte, there's more purpose behind his runs, it seems. He's got a lot more to prove, and he seems a lot angrier. I know Dowdle played this tough guy act going into the game, that he was disrespected by the Cowboys or whatever, and it's like, okay, well, you signed a $2 million deal with another team. I don't think we were the only team disrespecting you. Javonte, I feel like he's still got time left on his calendar to say I am a number 1 running back in this league, and I'm trying to prove that. And I like the mentality that he's playing with right now. It's nothing you can measure, but I like it.
Now, this is my new favorite overreaction or reality question. Overreaction or reality, Cam Ward is now the best quote in the NFL. Now, if you remember a couple weeks ago, he said, if I'm keeping it a buck right now, we ass.
Mm-hmm.
His new quote, I'm not playing how I want to play right now. So once I play how I want to play, I think the league will be effed. Overreaction or reality, Cam Ward is the new best quote in the NFL. That's an amazing quote.
I mean, I don't know, Kevin. Rico Dowdle said they better buckle up, and then said they wasn't buckled up.
And by the way, in the pregame, you heard Jerry Jones was like, oh, yeah, our players are afraid to even get on the field. And then that backfired pretty quick.
Because 1-2, they didn't buckle their shoes.
That's right. Then 3-4, they got knocked on the floor.
And then 5-6, you know.
They should have
all
picked
the
up
picks. I heard Bobby say this morning that he thinks he is seeing a get you over or get you by Teddy Bridgewater quarterback in Cam Ward.
Well, he better look at that quote. Do I need to read it again? I'm not playing how I want to play, Alec. So once I play how I want to play, I think the league will be effed.
It's a reality, Kevin. He's the best quote in the NFL. I don't care.
Agreed.
Rico's was really tough. I can't lie. That was awesome. That was really
you back
good.
it up too, right?
And he backed it up. But Cam Ward is giving us quotes every single week So just by sheer volume, I like the confidence too. He's got a swagger about him that, if we're being honest, he has no business having right now because of his team's record. But I like the brutal honesty. I'm not playing great right now, but when I do, oh boy, hey, buckle up.
Overreaction or reality, the move back to Tyler Guyton from Nate Thomas was a downgrade, especially in the run game.
I think so. I think reality right now. I don't know how much more time Tyler Guyton's going to need. But I understand he's a first-round pick, and you see the ceiling for him.
Right.
But right now, the two tackles on a playing field, one has an advantage, and that gives my team an advantage. I don't know why you wouldn't run that out there. It's sheer stubbornness to go with the other one.
Whoa, Alec. What say you?
Kind of like that idea that it is sheer stubbornness, but I mean, it's a reality. I'm just trying to make sense of why it still happened. And, Shadi said, I don't believe in the idea of an injury costing you your job, which, to be fair, he was consistent about. Was it the right decision? Probably not. And with injuries, especially with an offensive lineman that we know is still developing and still isn't quite there yet, those reps matter. And the fact that he lost a full game's worth of reps, that's not good for him. He's going to need time to reacclimate and get back to where he was, where he was still a place of needing improvement. So it's going to take time, and I do think that was short-sighted to say, yeah, just go ahead and give him his job back immediately.
I will concede this next question might be a stretch. Well, let's see what you guys think. Overreaction or reality? The Bills are wasting Josh Allen's prime.
Oh.
Maybe it wasn't as much of a waste.
I need to know more about this question.
All right. So,
because the Cowboys are wasting Dak's prime.
I agree.
Dak's prime is right now.
Now, for the Bills, I think you could look at the pressure that the Falcons were able to bring against Josh Allen, and that is directly correlated to them losing that game yesterday.
And it happened with the Patriots last week, too.
Exactly. And so now, look, it's 6 games. I get it. But you're tied with the Patriots, who are breaking in a brand new quarterback, and it feels like you were in the midst of, you talked about how this is Dak's prime. It feels like you were in the midst of acknowledging that Josh Allen is at worst the 3rd best quarterback in the league, and that is a big at worst. Mm-hmm. And plenty of people probably think he's the best quarterback in the league, and here you are sitting tied with the Patriots.
The thing I've always felt like Josh Allen at times single-handedly carried that team.
Agreed.
Then there were other times that I looked around and I was like, man, they're a really stacked defense. They got a really good run game. Their offensive line is good. Their offensive line has not looked good lately. I'm going to say reality. But I think that's on the entire team, and Josh Allen included. He's got to be part of that too.
Alec, overreaction.
I hope I don't get fired by my team for saying that my quarterback also has to not be terrible, like Brian Callahan said.
I was going to say, I think that's fair, and I think Dak would agree with that as well. Alec, overreaction, reality. The Bills are wasting Josh Allen's prime.
It's a reality. They are, because right now, look at the picture of the AFC. It's evolving. It's starting to change a little bit. The Kansas City Chiefs are coming back down to earth. The Denver Broncos on the rise. You start looking at some of these other teams, like you mentioned, the Patriots. The Patriots are a very quietly, consistently good team now. Like, they look like a well-rounded team with a head coach that knows what they're doing. And hey, I might even take a little bit of a Fred Davis spin on it. His whole method that
let's call it what it is.
Yeah, call it what it is. If there's a quarterback, that has a wedding ring on while he plays, he doesn't trust him. Well, think about this. Josh Allen said that, I want to say it was after the game, maybe before the game yesterday. He was talking to reporters. Somebody asked him what's the biggest thing he's learned since being with Haley Steinfeld. And he said something along the lines of, I'm more than just a football player. His hunger is gone.
Have you
I don't
seen that-
believe in him anymore. The hunger's gone.
Have you seen that Pizza Hut commercial, though, where he can't not say Hut Hut? Oh, my gosh, it's hilarious.
That is good.
All right, one more for you.
He's a good actor, dude. I'm just saying.
NFL overreaction or reality? You are happy to see that Micah Parsons doesn't draw flags for holding calls with the Packers either. Matt
did it
LaFleur,
first.
I know, but Matt LaFleur, he is already, they're only 5 games in, and he's already like, it's ridiculous. They're missing these egregious holding calls. So overreaction or reality, you are glad to see that part is translated.
Overreaction.
Ooh.
And obviously I wished it had been here too. I honestly think that dude could have the record every year. I really do, because there've been holding call. If they called it, he would have more free opportunities.
Yeah.
And I want to see a dude do something special like that. Now, that being said, I'm sure there was holding back in Strahan's day too, and Joey Bosa's or Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
Or TJ Watt. Oh my gosh, they're all brothers. Everybody's a brother. I feel like he might have like 30 though. He's been that kind of guy. So I'm just saying, that's my overreaction.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You are glad to see that Micah Parsons doesn't get holding calls in Green Bay either.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of evergreen statements, and I'm glad that it's being consistent throughout the league. And it's just really fun because I'm seeing the absolute meltdown of Packers fans now on social media that either, one, are complaining about the lack of holding calls, two, complaining about him kind of going off and doing his own solo missions on some plays and not really doing what he's supposed to and giving up yardage. So, I'm just glad that people are seeing the things that we've been complaining about. We weren't making it up.
Yeah.
It's right there in front of you. Thank you for acknowledging.
There you go, NFL overreaction or reality. We will pick that up tomorrow as well, although that is a drop from one Corey Majors that I want to hear until the end of time. In the meantime, I'm sorry about this, guys, but it has to happen. Will you go ahead and give me cut number 11, please, good sir?
Has the snap, and the kick is away. A good punt. Niblett settles under at the Texas 25, turns upfield to the 30, to the 40. Ryan Niblett to midfield. Niblett down the sidelines to the 40, to the 30. Say goodnight to this one. Ryan Niblett, a 75-yard punt return for a Longhorn touchdown.
Sounds like he took a bite out of it instead of a niblet.
Yeah, it is tough
just
to
like
sound,
a real brother would.
Yeah, to sound terrifying when it's like, here comes Niblet. Mm-hmm. You're like, okay. So it's time for the Tuesday tailgate. We bring in Carter Freeman. And Carter, I know that loss was tough, but how much did you feel for Mr. Corey Majors this weekend, as on Friday, UNT gets crushed? On Saturday, Oklahoma loses, and then on Sunday, the Cowboys lose. It felt like
my fantasy team lost for the first time this year. So
it felt like the worst possible scenario football-wise for him.
You know what? We have these weekends, and we just gotta rebuild. You know, it's 1 week at a time. We just gotta execute better. And at the end of the day, hats off to UT, because
they pay their players too.
They gotta get back to work.
They do, and look, Texas figured out in the second half of that game how OU's defense was playing, and they adjusted their offense, and it worked. Mm-hmm. Because as an OU fan watching this, it was definitely frustrating watching my team not score a touchdown in this game for the third time in 4 years. They haven't scored one since 2023.
That's remarkable.
That's just awesome. It's like the new Tron movie. It's like by the third one, it's not fun anymore. Let's figure this out and do better. But like I said about Texas, is they didn't get a lot going in the first half. A lot of their struggles with Arch and their running game were coming to head against OU's defense, but as they came out in the second half, they got more push on their offensive line, which is a big talk coming into this game, was their offensive line was so flimsy. They got push on the front, like OU's defensive line wasn't getting any pressure, which allowed them to start running the ball, which then they had a stretch there. I think the 7 or 8 minute drive to begin the third quarter for Texas, they converted, I think, 6 or 7 straight third downs.
Wow.
So OU was getting them in those positions and then just getting backbreaking,
you're going to lose those games.
You're going to lose those games. And then the the fumble farting around that OU did at the end of the second half with the clock, and they could have kicked an extra field goal. It was just more of the same from Venables, OU's head coach, in this game particularly, where you've seen him struggle that you hadn't really seen outside of this game. So it's just really frustrating in a rivalry game to see all those things for OU come to a head again and yet another loss.
All right, so we've seen this before with Texas OU. You've seen it before in other conference matchups, Alabama and Georgia. Alabama and LSU immediately jump to mind. Is this game does not necessarily determine what your season will actually look like. Where does Oklahoma go from here, and where do you think Texas will go from here?
I will say I'm a little, and I was, as an OU fan, I always look at it as like a, probably a little more scrutiny, but they do have some real concerns with that run game. They're one of the worst rushing teams in the Power Four, if not the worst. You saw it front and center at the Cotton Bowl on Saturday.
Miserable.
They don't get any push up front. They can't run up the middle. They can't run to the sides. If they do, it's because of a holding call, so it gets called back, right? So they have a lot of things on offense they need to figure out. And as far as Mateer goes, I think it was a mix of both. Maybe the thumb wasn't 100%. It definitely wasn't 100% because he had surgery 17 days before that game, right? But also that was some of the gunslinger Mateer that you live and die with. And in this game, you definitely died with it with those 3 turnovers. But Texas didn't score off any of those turnovers. I do want to make that point, is OU's defense held tight once they did turn the ball over. It was just every other drive they ended up scoring on, right? With Texas, I still look at them as like a maybe 9-3 at best, maybe 8-4. Like, I know they came to play in this game after an awful game at Florida, but you did still see for a half they couldn't run the ball. And Arch looked a lot of the same in the first half
I would agree with
of that game. And they did, if they can figure out their offensive adjustments they made in the second half, maybe I'll be a little higher on them. But at the end of the day, they did only score 16 points on offense because you heard that touchdown from Niblett, that was on special teams, right? So OU only gave up 16 points in this game. They mostly held them to field goals.
After saying that, Arch Manning, is this one that gets people off his back for a little bit, though? He made some quality throws in this game that were big time. Kept the chains moving, kept the ball out of Oklahoma's hands,
and he didn't make mistakes.
Yeah,
that was the biggest thing to me. Is Mateer made mistakes for OU, and Arch played mistake-free football, especially on that drive to begin the third quarter for Texas when they held the ball for 7 or 8 minutes, converted all those third downs. That was impressive for Arch to live up to the moment, right? And again, Texas has to be that for a full game because you're not always going to go up against an inept offense with a quarterback whose thumb is messed up who can't run the ball like OU.
You think so? Do you think that this is going to keep people off of Arch Manning's back for a couple of weeks?
A couple of weeks. Because
not the season, though. You don't think this earned him?
I believe they get Kentucky and maybe Mississippi State next. I think those are 2 road games that Texas has.
And because I think one of the things is, I understand when you beat your rival, like that sets your season a lot of times. I don't think this Texas team is one of them that says, well, our goal was to come in and beat Oklahoma, and we accomplished that, so everything is good. This felt very much like a national championship or bust season for Texas.
So you're saying November 28th is the big game where they host one
you
A&M
can say Super Bowl.
Aggies.
They might play.
I can't.
The mighty
It's
top
their big
4
game.
Texas A&M best start in 9 years Aggies. Now I asked you this off air. The Aggies are going to be without Le'Veon Moss. There was their primary running back. He also, when he got hurt last year, he's leading the SEC in rushing yards. This feels like one that hurts.
Oh, 100%, because Moss wasn't 100% to begin the season either, and then you saw his coming out party against Notre Dame where he's finally healthy, right? And he had gotten back to that form you saw last year, so this is a big loss, but Texas A&M has Amari Daniels, and they got Reuben Owens, and Reuben Owens had, I think, 150 rushing yards against Mississippi State, right? Former borderline 5-star recruit. I think he was 4 stars on most of the rating sites whenever A&M signed him a couple years ago, but he's healthy, and he's shown that he can be a good complementary back. So now this is a good time for him to show that, hey, I can be the lead back as A&M goes on the road, right? You were telling me their next 3 games, I think, are road games.
Because, I mean, obviously the biggest game they've had all year was on the road against Notre Dame. But their other 5 games were all home games.
Yep.
And so they have back-to-back-to-back road games against Arkansas, LSU, and Missouri. So this feels like it's going to be the defining stretch of the season for Texas A&M. I know that game against Texas very well could be a defining game, but A&M has a trend of faltering in the middle when you see big picture things and you don't even get there. I will say one thing about their defense I thought was incredibly impressive. Last 10 possessions of their win, they gave up 3 points.
Yeah.
That's remarkable.
I assume they had the great success on third down, too.
Yes.
That's something since SEC play began. A&M's defense has been rock solid on not allowing their opponents to convert on third down.
Now, the defense continues to be a big positive for Texas Tech. So they win 42-17. I know their quarterback exited with a leg injury. How are they looking on that front with Morton?
So he's day-to-day is what I've read. And
so could be worse.
Could be much worse. I mean, it could end up being like Sam Leavitt at Arizona State, right? Where he ends up missing their road game at Utah, and Arizona State just gets absolutely waxed by the Utes. So he's day-to-day. When you saw Will Hammond come in against Kansas, their backup, he didn't have as much success as he did when they were on the road at Utah. So there's maybe a bit more concern there. But like you said, the defense, man. David Bailey and Romello Height rushing on either side, off the ends has been just absolutely phenomenal for them. David Bailey has like 8.5 sacks. I think he's close to leading the country, if not leading the country, in pressures this season. No one in the Big 12 has looked like they're anywhere close to Texas Tech among the teams that they've played and the teams they haven't played. So even if Baron Morton is to miss a game because they're on the road at Arizona State in this next game, you'd be going up against a team that just got destroyed by a team you destroyed, right? So the defense is so solid, it travels anywhere. And you've already seen it travel twice at Houston and at Utah. So
it sounds like it's okay for Red Raiders fans to be like, okay, my team's legit.
Yes.
Now, where that means they end
so.
up, don't know, but they're legit.
100%. I would be just the way that they look and the way the rest of the Big 12 looks, if they're not 12-0, I think I'd be a little disappointed. And I know, legitimately, and I think that you could never in their history could you say that about Texas Tech.
True.
And I'll take another look at their schedule here in a second, but Arizona State doesn't look as tough as they might have to begin the season, right? Like, even their games that Arizona State has won, they've been very close. And with Sam Leavitt missing time, their offense hasn't been totally functional. And Texas Tech has just looked like a wagon all season long. So they're 7th in this week's AP poll. I might have them a little bit higher. Like, I know Alabama's looked really good ever since they lost to Florida State to begin the season, but Texas Tech has looked good all season. And you just saw Ole Miss struggle against Washington State, who UNT beat by 49, and Ole Miss only beats by 3. What in the world was going on there?
So you just mentioned a couple of different teams. I was going to say that Ole Miss, that feels like the worst winning performance.
It's so weird.
Of the weekend. They were favored by 32.5 points in that game. And then the Alabama-Missouri game, that's right up there at the top of most entertaining games of this past weekend, was it not?
Oh, for sure. And Mizzou ends up losing, but you do see they can be competitive against some of the top SEC teams. But you mentioned A&M's only played one road game. Mizzou hasn't left Columbia all season long. So we haven't seen them.
Is that right?
Nope. Their first 6 games were at home, and 8 of their 12 games are in Columbia. So haven't seen them leave, but it was a fun game. But you saw at the end, their quarterback, Mizzou's quarterback, made the mistake, the interception, where Ty Simpson for Alabama didn't.
What are y'all's general feelings about Lane Kiffin?
Kevin, remember that time he did that commercial and he said, it's going to be a touchdown?
God, that was the worst commercial ever.
I think he's very entertaining as a podcast guest. I think he has a very good mind for what he wants offenses to do. Other than that, I think he's kind of a bum.
Okay, so this weekend, we'll talk about this more on Thursday. Huge game this weekend against Georgia.
That's where game day is going to be.
But, and I know people always complain about that. They hate when game day goes SEC. I'm going to take you to cut number 12. This is Lane Kiffin responding to a question that he pretends to act like is a good question so he can get a sweet burn off.
Off the wall question, you and Kirby, 2 most probably some of the more demonstrative coaches on the field. Who do you think burns more calories in a game, you or him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I walked by the TV and saw his press conference today, so it don't look like he's burned too many calories.
Damn. Yeah, he burned a lot. Kirby Smart did by getting that fake timeout against Auburn.
So that was so freaking Bush League,
I recently
man.
saw the guy, and he's fat. Is basically what he just said.
He goes, I saw him on TV today. Doesn't look like he's been burning too many calories. So what did you think about that comment? But also the gall of Kirby Smart, knowing how many cameras are on him. He clearly runs for a timeout, and then he yells, I was clapping for my team.
Yeah, that was such bunk. And that was at a time where Georgia was struggling to move the ball against an admittedly good Auburn defense.
Yes.
It's just, for Auburn, they can't move the ball worth anything because Jackson Arnold has a very low ceiling that he's already
Which you
hit.
guys already knew.
Yes. Although, to Auburn's credit, they did score a touchdown in their game this weekend, and my Sooners didn't. So there is that for what it's worth. But
how Bush League was that move, and what did you think about Lane Kiffin's comment?
Totally Bush League by Kirby, and it's not the first time that he's done things like that, and the winning disguises that. But then you look at that, all of the automotive incidents.
Yeah, all the people that have died because of his football players.
That there's never really been any repercussions for. Like it's out of control in a way, and it's again, you win a lot, it disguises it, but. I don't know. Lane Kiffin is very entertaining, and I think he's perfect at Ole Miss. Like, I think that's the
right spot for him.
Exact spot for him. So when they talk about him going to Florida or him going to, I don't know, maybe another, like Alabama, if that job were to ever open up again.
Right.
I know he was rumored for that last time around, but I just don't think that, I think his ceiling is a place like Ole Miss, where there are expectations, and he's having them win at a level that they've never won consistently before. But you go to a place like Alabama or Florida, and it's so much bigger. And he's proven at USC and at Tennessee, I know earlier in his career, but like he wasn't able to handle that then.
Right.
I just think Ole Miss is perfect for him. And if he leaves, that's just inviting another world of hurt for him.
Kevin, I've been looking at the fan text here. One fan text says, not sure of his name, sorry, but he's solid. Hope he's around more. That is Carter Freeman.
Oh, Lane Kiffin? He's a pretty good
you're
head
talking about
coach.
you, Carter. I'm giving you a compliment. Accept it, damn it.
Thank you, fantastic.
And then from the 575, I understand why you guys have the Tuesday and Thursday tailgates.
Oh
but did you guys see Friday? G-Bag stole Carter for the Friday tailgate.
The Friday failgate.
Well, if that's
because that's how
what is
UNT
happening?
played.
If that's the case,
did we make him so popular that every show now needs him on?
Just remember which host was like, oh, is that when your show? Oh, that's right. You're not on air. Just remember who said that, and it wasn't us.
That is not. Kevin is not part of my. Actually, Kevin is part of my intro for that segment. Just not saying that.
All right. Now, maybe the biggest win of the weekend, it belonged to Indiana.
It's the best win of the season so far.
So let's go to Kirk Cignetti, cut number 13, not feeling overly optimistic about how his team is playing at halftime.
Coach, you have preached composure, but we've seen your emotions come out on the sideline. Is that intentional?
What do you think?
You tell me.
Yeah, you can't let that go.
Can't let that go. Okay. What is your message to your team now? They are up by 3.
Jumping off sides. We got to do a better job of stopping the run. We got to quit laying on the ground on defense and coming back the next play. All right, and we got to play better.
Thank you for your time, Coach.
Thank you.
What just happened?
He's the best. And shout out to the reporter for just taking it, punch by punch and just going back and forth with him.
You got to be prepared for that. And then I know this was not the most important game, but since Mark Sanchez has been in the news, best known for the butt fumble and now this, let's go ahead and go to cut number 14. This is a play from Bowling Green that was something.
Oh, my goodness.
The ruling on the field, interception. Play is under further review.
Matty caught it off his rear end.
That's a pick.
That's an interception.
Wow.
We had the butt fumble.
And now you have the butt interception.
I love it.
Were you impressed by the skills it took to make the butt interception?
Just right off the butt cheek. Not something you see every day. And Bowling Green was down 21-0 to Toledo in that game, and they came all the way back and won. And
no doubt because of that play.
Absolutely. But did you guys know Eddie George is the head coach at Bowling Green?
We had him on, and he talked about it.
Yeah.
That Eddie George. That was something I forgot. So we had the game on in here on Fan University last Saturday. I'm like, oh, there's Eddie George. And they were down 21-0. I was like, oh, there's Eddie George. And then they won. I was like, well, hey, there's Eddie George.
Same thing with Trent Dilfer. Oh, that Trent Dilfer. He was the head coach at UAB, but not so fast, my friend.
I like that they tried to sneak that firing in, underneath the James Franklin one. The massive $50 million buyout and that disaster in State College. Maybe we can talk about that more on Thursday, but they're like, oh, yeah, Trent Dilfer, you suck too. Let's get you out of here, under the rug.
You get $54 million, but you don't ever get to watch sports again.
I have music. So
wow.
I'll go to the Mike Golick Jr. line where fandom was a mistake. And if I'd never had to deal with that again, and I'm $54 million richer, I think I could live with that.
Exactly. Yeah, we will talk about that more on Thursday because I also have questions about Drew Aller and his pro stock going forward. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much, Carter. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
And the level of concern. Next on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for what will no doubt be a scintillating issue of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Is it Issues and Radio?
Edition.
Edition?
New edition.
Oh, dude. Tell me the new edition isn't the best.
I will not.
All right. Kevin, today is Tuesday. It's a Tuesday. And
top stories of the day.
On Tuesdays, we like to at 1 o'clock find out what's concerning about this Dallas Cowboys team. Now, here's the thing. Everything is concerning at the moment except for Dak and Aubrey, probably. But Jerry Jones spoke this morning. This replay is presented by Window Nation. Dak had a talk with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show, also sometimes Aiden.
Yeah.
And then he also talked
sometimes
again
Carter
at the Shriners event this morning. So the Jerry Jones has had some conversations, and we will go with cut 4 to start things off in the level of concern. Oh, man! We'll go ahead with cut 4. Why is Matt Eberflus still the right guy for the job?
He's been in that, he's had tremendous experience. He's dealt with adversity with a long record, not only with us, but with his tenure at Chicago and Indianapolis. And he's had some great successes, had some very great successes, but he's had his tail kicked. That's who I want in the foxhole with me, because there's no such thing as having all the answers. And so when I jumped at it, when I saw we had a chance to get him, I still feel as strongly as I did the day we brought him in here. And these things that we're dealing with here are not 1, 2 major things. There are a lot of little things that you can address and get right.
Kevin, after hearing Jerry Jones say that, and I do appreciate this from the 682, this is now my favorite segment right next to Should I Eat It? What an amazing segment. After hearing Jerry Jones say that, Kevin and Alec, your level of concern for who Jerry has in the foxhole with him.
It's very high. All right, look. If you are about to walk into a foxhole and there's 2 next to each other, and the one guy is like, my record in battles is 5-4, and he's missing an arm, part of his ear, has an eye patch on, and then the guy on the other side is 11-0 in battles, and he's like, it's time to get to work and go kick some ass. I am going to go with that guy. Right?
It's hard to argue, especially if he's missing an arm.
It was weird that he said, I like Matt Eberflus because he's failed a lot. That's what he said. And I know he followed it up with, no one has all the answers. And I get that, but that's not the only part of his statement that I disagree with. It's a lot of little things. All right, let's talk about the basic fundamentals of defense. Can you get pressure on the quarterback? That feels like a big one. Nope. Can you cover the passing game? Nope. Can you stop the run? Nope. Arguably the 3 main tenets of, are you good at tackling? Not really. The 4 main tenets of are you good at defense? Right now, the Cowboys are subpar in all of those. How are those not major things? You're in the wrong foxhole.
Alec, your level of concern for Jerry's foxhole.
Very high. I don't want to get into his, his personal ideologies, but yeah, I would get this logic in like a bar scene where you're like, hey, my buddy's been jumped before. He knows what not to do, how to irritate people and stuff. I don't get it in football when he literally said he's gotten his tail whipped before.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't want a guy that people have laughed at that much before. And I remember very vividly laughing at the Matt Eberflus Chicago Bears. Like, there was a lot of things that did not scream, this guy knows how to lead NFL players. And The lack of communication and the miscommunication on defense through a few games here in Dallas tells me that he's still not very good at it.
From the 806, after the season when he gets Mike Nolan fired, Mike Nolan, my first call is Al Harris. No one knows this secondary better. We were big fans of Al Harris and thought he deserved that opportunity. A lot of people had some other thoughts about it as well. And I think this is one of those familiarity with Eberflus. They knew him from the past. He was available because he'd just been a head coach. You know how Jerry loves former head coaches. This is a reality. We love to have guys that can be head coaches. He does like that.
Okay.
But I think there was a lot of intrigue in the fact that they knew him, and he did a decent job up in Indianapolis. However, this, by the way, Kevin, this quote here, I think I was from the 817. I think it was more an analogy for experience versus the exciting hire.
Okay. Can we talk about that?
I think there are times you can be fooled by the exciting hire as well.
I agree.
If I can find somebody who's done the job at a high level or can do the high job at a high level, they do a lot of projection with the young new hire, right?
You do, but I will use the exact same battlefield analogy, and I'll give you the two foxhole options once more. All right? Are you going to go into the foxhole on the right, which has a guy who used to be the colonel or used to be the general, but they determined multiple times that he couldn't handle that level of the job. So they kicked him back down to being in the foxhole with everybody else? Or do you want this soldier who started out at the bottom level? He was a private, but man, he looked like an amazing soldier there. So he moved up. He was amazing there, moved up again. Let
me ask you a question. Where's Dan Quinn fit in that?
Yeah.
Because
that is an interesting one.
He's a colonel, general that went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And as Steven and Jerry mentioned many times, probably should have won that Super Bowl.
He should have.
He'd have just told his offensive coordinator to make some different calls. He's a different, unique person in that conversation, right?
Yeah, because I think
he definitely had the Super Bowl that he won with Seattle. You know, the pedigree of what he had was very high, and now he goes to Washington. Things were really good last year because of the kind of coach he is.
Yeah, because I thought he had started to work his way back up. Like, you're getting Flus on the downfall. When things fell apart in Chicago, at least Dan Quinn got picked up on the downfall and then worked his way back up, and you understand.
He was very motivated, man.
Yes.
He was very motivated to get back to what he wanted.
And I don't know. I'm sure Eberflus is motivated. I'm not questioning that their defense is trying hard or doing their best or whatever, but their best is not good enough.
Let's go to cut 8 here. Jerry was asked this morning, can you still get your return on investment on the cornerbacks you signed?
You know, that's a good phrase, return on investment. And really, it's one that sounds pretty bright line, pretty factual. But what is that? Dig takes one interception. When he was all pro, he took 4 or 5 of those interceptions. Those are obviously turnovers. They had everything to do with us coming out on top. But when you do that, you take some risk. And a lot of times the ideal interception, the ideal defensive play is to cover and do your assigned area of responsibility. And then you step out, if you can, and make a play on the ball and get a turnover. Boy, what a mouthful, because it's rare when you can do all of those kinds of things. And so we're right now, across the board, we're not getting the turnover. We got one Sunday, and it really almost won the game. That difference right there was that one turnover.
Stop right there. That right there, Kevin, we almost won the game with that turnover. Your level of concern of what reality is to him.
Wasn't that in the first quarter?
Yeah.
What?
This is like, I understand. I don't know that you're ever going to get, at this moment, the return on investment for your cornerbacks.
By the way, do you notice he just didn't talk about Deron Bland whatsoever in that?
Ignored most of the rest of them, went at Diggs. And I think he's like, man, I'm trying to squeeze the best I can out of Diggs. I think there is, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. That's it for the level of concern, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm so frustrated by the Cowboys at the moment. So what I wanted to do was talk about the Tennessee Titans.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Kevin's mad.
No.
You.
I just, sometimes you see people, it's like, oh, maybe you didn't understand the analogy. I definitely did. We all understood the analogy. It's a flawed analogy. And this is the thing that I don't like. And we've talked about it before. And holding his feet to the fire on this can be incredibly difficult. I don't like that Jerry Jones deflects straight up answers to questions with analogies and folksy anecdotes. I don't
like when he tells you something that's not that you see is true. Like you're like, no, I see this.
Yeah.
You just said that it's not, what I see is not real.
Yeah, you're wrong.
What are you watching if I'm not seeing the real thing?
And I think the great example of is nothing major on the defense. It's a whole bunch of minor things. Well, that's a mighty convenient redefinition of minor. Yeah, whoa, Mr. Lincoln, what did you think of the play, aside from the minor thing that you got shot in the head?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's what it feels like he's doing. Okay, it's minor things like covering the run or covering the pass or getting pressure or tackling. How are those minor things?
It's a good question, Kevin. I do want to play one more clip of audio. We're going to go to, oh crap, where'd it go? Cut 10 on the regular sheet, not on the Jerry sheet. This is cut 10, Kevin.
Oh, this is my favorite.
This is Tez Johnson. I'm thinking that he was getting MVP chance.
I'm going to tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? Yeah. And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Ted.
Baker Mayfield threw you the ball. Oh, I thought they told me. I was like, I didn't do a damn thing.
And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP.
Tez Johnson made a great catch, heard MVP chants, and was like, this is glorious. Very similar, Kevin, to the time I was playing Madden, and I had Corey Dillon on my team, and I rushed for like 3 touchdowns and 240 yards, and they started chanting Corey on Madden football. And I was like, this is the greatest thing ever. I'm actually Corey.
So I want to hear more from Tez Johnson because that story was amazing, but also
he was humble.
Props to him for telling the story, maybe not knowing that they would intersplice it with the sounds of the sideline, which, by the way, big thumbs up to that video editor for putting it together. But yeah, I like it. But I also like his humbleness in the story when he's like, I ain't done a damn thing. Yeah. And his teammate just calmly like, well, who threw you the ball? It was Baker. And then the way he wraps it all up and goes, but Baker is the MVP. That was an amazing quote.
And then finally, let's give it up for Dan from Ticket Sales at the Tennessee Titans. Paul Krowski posted this. Actually, a lot of people posted it. A friend just got this. I don't have this number saved in my phone, so I'm not sure who this is. It's Dan from the new stadium team. You told me I'm in if Brian Callahan is fired. Would you like to buy tickets? In which he replied, I'm currently driving home from Knoxville, but I'll reach out to you when the time comes. This is genius. Coach got fired. You guys said you hated the coach. You want tickets now? Do you want to tighten up?
Check it out.
I love this. This is genius marketing. This is really good job by Dan S. in sales for the Tennessee Titans.
I am actually really impressed by that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since we shuffled things around today, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, one of the craziest double plays you will ever see next on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go.
rosy.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curl?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
October for the Mariners. He's given them a 6-3 lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for Baseball Nuggets. So we're going to get to those playoff games in just a second, but a couple of other notes from across baseball. The Phillies have decided that they're going to keep their manager, Rob Thompson, despite the epic playoff choke. Maybe that's because they know the real reason they can't win the World Series.
Because he wants to push them around.
Because
he will.
No, it's not Rob Thomas. It's Thompson, but there's no P in there too, which is weird. The Tigers and manager A.J. Hinch have agreed to a contract extension, which is wild because it's like, hey, you gave up the biggest lead in the history of baseball, but then in the playoffs you beat that team. So you're back in our good graces and you get a contract extension. Now, for the playoff series, we got both of them yesterday, and I believe that is the last time we get that until maybe Friday?
Dang it!
Well, yeah, which really sucks. I wish they would redo that. Baseball every day, every day, every day. All right, so let's start in the American League, where the Mariners, we just played that highlight from Polanco, who has indeed been outstanding in this playoff run. They win 10-3, and they won both of those games on the road, the Mariners, that is. So they now lead that series 2-0 in the history of Major League Baseball. What do you think teams' win percentages for the series when they're up 2-0?
Kevin, I know it's not 100%.
That is true.
Because the Rangers
that is true.
Played on the road in Houston. What? I'm going to say, didn't they play on the road in Houston?
But they were up in that series 2-0.
Then what happened?
That is not relevant to this question.
They got tied. Kevin, I'm going to say it is 81%.
Ooh, close. 83.9%.
4%.
Okay, even closer. So in 7-game series, when the team has gone up 2-0, they've gone on to win that series 83.9% of the time. So obviously, the Mariners in a commanding position to make their first ever World Series. Now, let's talk about Uriel Rodriguez. He threw one of the weirdest playoff games ever yesterday.
Okay.
This is probably the closest that you're ever going to get to real life Wild Thing from Major League. So, by the way, Savage pitched in that game. He did not pitch well.
Oh.
And that's the guy who had taken over the first round.
Yeah. Gave up a home run.
Yeah, but he had taken over the first round of the playoffs, but before he even made the start. So I don't know how much this was weighing on his mind. He had to put out a statement, or I guess he actually said it. It wasn't a statement. He actually said it. He said, living in this world where there's so many different opinions and feelings which result in a lot of hate, it's sad to see that people close to me are being attacked for my performances. These people have done nothing to warrant negativity for my actions, whether it's my parents, brothers, girlfriend, family. It's just really sad.
This is Savage?
Yeah. So he said...
In Canada?
Yeah. He said people... That is weird. That's a great point.
This is Canada, folks.
But first of all... Don't harass and all of that athletes, and certainly never get into the realm of death threats. That's just terrible. But I also don't really understand why somebody would go harass his girlfriend because he didn't pitch well. What does she have to do with that?
This would never happen in America, eh? Canadians get all upset about stuff. Yeah, exactly.
See?
Dude, I'm right there with you. Why are you taking it out on somebody that has no control over it, can't do really anything about it, I guess, except for go home and say, pitch better?
Yeah.
Hey, pitch better so I don't get yelled at. I'm not coming to your games anymore, by the way. Yeah. It's probably what's going to happen.
I agree, and you would have thought, I didn't even consider the Canadian aspect of it. That's a great point. But it was Rodriguez who had a really brutal outing yesterday. He faced 3 batters.
Hit all of them.
No.
Okay.
But he walked all of them.
Yep.
In fact, he threw 16 pitches, none of which induced a swinging strike, and he got 4 called strikes. 4 called strikes, which makes sense. Because by the time you get to, midway through the second batter, aren't you don't swing at these? Just stand there until he proves that he can consistently throw strikes. 4 strikes, 12 balls, faces 3 batters, and walks all 3 of them. I'm not saying that the game, definitely would have been within reach or anything, because at that point they were already getting their asses handed to them. But what a terrible, terrible pitching run that is.
Yeah, that's not good. And you're right, Kevin. I do believe, was it 7-3 at that point?
Yeah, they were
they were
already in
tough.
trouble.
That's tough to be at that point, but you can't go out there and you can't do that in the playoffs. No, you can't do that in the playoffs at all. No, that's bad.
Yeah, they were like, let's see if we can. All right.
But this, I told you yesterday, Kevin, I was like, this is 2 teams that can slug.
Yes.
I don't expect Toronto to just go away, but Seattle is showing that they can definitely put the runs on the board.
They have been an optimized version of their offense many times throughout this season. Now, the NLCS kicked off last night, and that game was very different. We're going to get to the play that has caught everybody's attention because it was the first 8-6-2 double play in the history of baseball playoffs. That play,
but not the history of baseball?
Correct.
Interesting.
So, something for the Dodgers to watch. They won the game 2-1. Blake Snell was untouchable yesterday. You did say you still think he's got that in him, and man,
he's still got the ability to do something special.
Well, if we're talking about optimized versions of players, 1 hit given up, 10 strikeouts over 8 innings,
103 pitches.
He was captivating yesterday. On the flip side, something to keep an eye out on.
Roki Suzuki's walks.
Well, by the way, they took Roki Suzuki out of that game because he couldn't close it.
Yeah.
But Shohei Ohtani has just been awful.
We finally figured him out.
Awful in these playoffs. Now, I know yesterday he drew a plethora of walks at a time when getting on base was at a premium. But he
has 1 hit in the playoffs?
In this postseason, I think he has 4, but he played well against Cincinnati.
That's right, yeah.
So since then,
2 home runs.
He's 1 for 20 with 9 strikeouts. And so he's just been abysmal after that Cincinnati series. Now, he's a big part of why they were able to charge on through there. But
that being said, as abysmal as he is, somehow the Dodgers are able to overcome and adapt.
And that's the thing that's kind of scary, right? If the best player, or maybe the second best player on the planet, is struggling, and you're still in the NLCS, and you still have a 1-0 lead, you're probably like, yeah. And so when he shows up, we're going to kick all of the ass.
You're saying second best player on the planet because Cal Raleigh exists?
I mean, that's a good point. Third best player on the planet. Because Aaron Judge was spectacular in this playoffs as well.
Was.
And if we're going to give him a bunch of crap for not being good in the playoffs, we should give him some credit.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, you're right. They're still up in this series 1-0, despite the fact that their closer fell apart yesterday. They had a really hard time scoring runs, and one of the best players on the planet can't get a hit to save his life. But what it feels like everyone wants to talk about yesterday is you were this close to getting a grand slam. And instead of getting a grand slam, it turns into a double play. Let's go ahead and go to cut number 5. We'll listen to the madness and then explain what happened.
Set up for 2, and Muncy skies one to center field, hit well. This one's got a chance. Freeland going back to the wall. He leaps. It's in and out of his glove, but he caught it. And now chaos on the bases. Might have a play at the plate. The throw. Not in time. No, he's out. He's out. It's a force play at the plate, and he is out.
Now,
Teoscar Hernandez was so confused. He was at third base, and he was like, he tagged up twice and was like, I don't know what to do, and just said, screw it, just run.
Yeah, and it was confusing, and you even heard that level of confusion from the announcers. So when they say he caught it, he didn't catch it for an out. And I will say, I thought the umpire, I can't remember if he was off of second base and he was calling it out in the outfield. He had it dead to rights. He called it as not a catch the whole time. And I know some people were trying to say it should have been a home run, but it had already made contact with the wall by the time it skidded up to the yellow line that some people were trying to say it should have been a home run.
Okay, because I was confused too, even watching the replay.
So no, it already hit. And so the deal is it went out of his glove, hit the wall, at which point that is not a play you can catch for an out.
Just a live ball.
And so then when it went back into the glove, he makes the catch, but he does not make the catch. And so that is not an out. But then confusion reigned on the base pass, and the reason why it went in with the umpire is because you can see the catcher doesn't even attempt to make a tag because it looks like the runner slid in there, except, of course, for the fact that that's a live ball.
He played it like he was at first base.
Exactly.
Just foot on the bag, foot on the plate.
Exactly. That's a great way to put it. And it is not a tag out situation whatsoever. So that player is out, and that's the first out. And in the meantime, all the runners held up because they were like, he could catch it, and then they thought he did catch it. And so because of that, the catcher just trots down to third base, and that's another force out. And so there are your two outs. I know it didn't end up costing them the game, but it really felt like we were going to look back at this game and be like, well, you had a could-have-been grand slam that turned into a double play. And props to the umpires for it felt like they were pretty on top of this, even with the review.
Yeah.
It was one of the craziest plays we've ever seen. And like I said, the first 8-6-2 double play in the history of postseason baseball. And then, if you're the Brewers, that's all fine and well, but you still lost the first game at home. It's a lot.
Yeah, that play in particular, Kevin, still sticking with it. I'm not quite sure as a third base coach or a first base coach or a runner how you handle that.
Yeah.
Like, I can't blame anybody for it because you're kind of making a judgment and you don't know what the umpire's thinking. It wasn't very clear. It wasn't concise.
Yeah, if you weren't, this is one of the things where I'm sure, to your point, those coaches usually go off of what they see and what they feel. In this case, if you're the third base coach and you weren't staring exactly at the umpire that made the call, I could see how you were lost because what did you think might have happened?
Nobody does that.
Exactly.
Nobody looks at the umpire to make their decision on the play.
Exactly, because otherwise, do you think it was a catch? And if so, are you going to try to tag up? And if so, that person needs to go back.
Yeah, exactly.
All your runners need to go back. Or do you think it hit the line and you think it should have been a home run, in which case you could just trot on home, or the actual option of what happened? So crazy play, moving parts.
Still why you love baseball. Like,
For
these
sure.
are these are the things that you love. I love this game.
And you know what? And that's one of the things that Pudge said. You never know what's going to happen with 27 outs. And you literally saw something that had never happened in the history of playoff baseball yesterday. By the way, in the meantime, how much pressure is on the Brewers tonight? Because we talked about the Blue Jays losing their first two games at home for the now presumptive World Series favorite in the Dodgers. If you lose those first two games at home...
I mean, it's only like 83% of the time.
Almost 84.
Almost 84. That's it.
That feels pretty high.
The other day, you told me that like 14% was really high for a guy's
That is a different scenario. That is true.
Isn't that big of a
I
deal.
feel like that is a different scenario and a different sport that you're misrepresenting. Thank you.
The most ridiculous claim in the history
Okay,
of
John
baseball.
Smoltz, I know what you think.
Thank you, John Smoltz.
Shut up, John.
Unless you were
Smoltz.
supporting Kevin. I'm not really sure who you were supporting.
Well, you know who he didn't support is the Rangers. So you shouldn't say thank you to him. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
They won anyway.
Right here. Good point. On 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll chop it up at 7:40. We may as well cancel Power Rankings at 8. Nick Eatman in the final hour and the random Wednesday wheel spin at 8:20. It's the Hump Day edition on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here from my good friends over at QC Kinetics. Get you healthy and keep you healthy, boys and girls. If you've been dealing with joint pain, and I know more and more these days people are in pain, taking control of their health and looking beyond traditional medicine. That's what I did. 2021, right elbow, right shoulder. Left elbow, left shoulder pain. I thought about surgery. I went through steroid injections, 2 years of that nonsense. Finally went to QC Kinetics. Couple of sessions. I got real lasting relief using advanced cellular level treatments. It's QC Kinetics and the regenerative medicine. It revitalizes your joints using growth factors from your own body. It's so easy. Give them a call. Free consultation. Free consultation. Exercise your freedom to look beyond the same old solutions at QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. QC Kinetics. 972-972-8610.
I'm Denton Day here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm taking the Dodgers first 5 money line tonight in the NLCS. Freddie Peralta on the mound for Milwaukee. He had a great 2025 campaign, but in his 2 postseason appearances, he's allowed 5 runs in 9 2/3 innings. With the Dodgers only scoring 2 runs in game number 1, I'm expecting a stronger performance from their bats to start. Take them on the first 5 money line. I'm Denton Day from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
The following is a real Reliant Air Conditioning customer.
Well, I lived through one of their commercials last week. I wanted to get my system checked before the summer, so I called an AC company. I'd heard on the radio. They came out, quickly said my entire system was toast and needed to be replaced for like $8,000, but that didn't seem right because it had been working fine. So I called Reliant Air Conditioning for the free second opinion they advertised. Their tech came out and said he had no idea what the other guy was talking about. The system is working just fine, and it didn't cost me a penny. They saved me $8,000.
Jeff Stewart here, and at Reliant Air Conditioning, we provide comfort to homeowners who don't want to be taken advantage of. So call 2 other companies first, and then call Reliant Air Conditioning, and you'll see how we've been gimmick-free since '83. Our number's 877-YOUR-HERO, or schedule online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO. We are the outsiders.
You're invited to a very special evening with Need to Breathe. Live in Durant. The Barely Elegant Acoustic Tour. Need to Breathe. Choctaw Grand Theater, Friday, December 5th. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com. Need to Breathe. The Barely Elegant Acoustic Tour. For more, visit needtobreathe.com.
Tolos, now's the time to call in the pros, my friends, the Vining family at Greystone Roofing.
Our team gives your roof the full inspection workout, spotting damage before it benches your home with costly repairs.
Don't wait for the next storm to blow the whistle. Call Greystone Roofing today or visit them online at greystone-roofing.com and schedule your no-cost inspection. Greystone-roofing.com. Greystone-roofing.com. Let's get that roof game day ready.
Greystone Roofing.
We're built for Texas. Are you?
It's a little quiet on the border these days. Illegal border crossings at an all-time low because Donald Trump and Senator John Cornyn have been fighting side by side to seal the border. Cornyn has led the charge in the Senate, funding more agents, more technology, and more miles of secure border wall, beating back Biden's border failures, taking the fight directly to the cartels. Cornyn stands with President Trump, voting with him 99% of the time, supporting Trump's nominees, confirming conservative judges who defend our Constitution, and together, Trump and Cornyn put America first. They've worked to keep our families safe and our border defended. Yep, it's quieter on the border now because real leadership gets results. Call and thank Senator John Cornyn, 713-572-3337, and tell him to keep delivering Trump's agenda. Paid for by Lone Star Freedom Project, LoneStarFreedomProject.com.
Hey, football fans, it's Chris Arnold, here to announce the Dallas Cowboys High School football.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan after an eventful set of Monday Night Football games. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
I am doing outstanding. I wanted to get y'all's takes on the Monday Night Football games. It felt like both of the results were surprising, although Jerry told me multiple times this morning this league is set for parity, so every team should go 8-8-1.
Yeah.
He didn't say that last part.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
It's an 8-8 league.
It kind of felt like he was calling out previous Cowboys teams, and he's like, if you can't get there, like, what are you even doing? And I'm like, well, we've done that multiple times, but both of these results felt surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, Buffalo only being able to score 14 points, that's a little weird. They got some issues defensively for sure. And then the Commanders, man, I mean, if you don't...
They just peed down their leg.
Yeah, turn the ball over everywhere.
Like, so many turnovers for sure. But it was kind of fun. This was one of the more enjoyable doubleheader Monday Night Football extravaganzas.
Yeah, they were. They were both fun, good, entertaining games. And I guess the turnovers really for Josh Allen. Like, that was something we thought, and when he won his MVP last year, he did a great job of cleaning up 2 interceptions.
But before that, the knock on him was he can do everything.
No doubt.
He can turn the ball.
He's so reckless.
Yeah.
He is. And now they've lost 2 in a row, and they got to go and have their bye and look, I think Matt Milano, the loss of him at linebacker is huge.
Yep.
And they've had to play without him before, and they've been successful. But I think the rushing attack last night with what Atlanta was able to put out on the field was a direct result of not having him. But shout out to Atlanta, that pass rush, they got after it.
Yeah.
And they addressed that in the draft with Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. in the first round. I thought the trade up for Pierce Jr., personally, they gave up a lot to go get a guy that... But it's working out. Like, that was the weakness of their football team last year. And now last night, that pass rush is looking fantastic. The Commanders' L is probably the one that I'm a fool, and it gave me a little bit of hope. Big picture.
In terms of the division?
The division's tight now. I mean, realistically, guys, you're a game and a half back, right?
Okay, but does that not make you even more agitated about the loss then? Because then you would have been half a game back.
Both can be true.
Yeah,
like, I'm absolutely still ticked about Carolina, but it is like, okay, the Commanders are coming into town. If you're able to play up to them and get a win, which I do think the Cowboys are capable of doing, now all of a sudden you're 3-3-1, they're 3-4. Philadelphia, I'm hopeful that thing is just combusting. But
do you think it is? I said hopeful.
I don't know. I can't speak about the Eagles fairly and objectively. I just can't. I hate them so much. They're my number one most hated team in sports. All I want to do is for them to just be the 0-17 and suck.
I got you.
The Eagles are fairly mediocre, though. I think they're going to come back to the back. I don't know if I want the Cowboys to be in the division, but I think they are, unfortunately. But as long as they can play explosive offense, which I think their offense is going to have plenty of amazing afternoons and evenings, especially as they get healthy, this thing is wide open. And not only the division, but really the entire league. I mean, there's only 4 one-loss teams left.
Do you
there's only one winless team? This is a big blah of middle 20 teams or so.
I think this answers the question for me then, but we had talked about it last week. It feels like there are not any elite teams. Maybe you feel that way about the Bucs, but right now, do you think there is a single elite team in the NFL?
No, I don't.
Tampa.
Okay. So there you go.
Tampa is going to figure out they're going to start getting guys back too.
Yes.
And they've got a quarterback that everybody absolutely in that organization believes of. They're winning games. Remember when Kansas City did all their one-score games and were undefeated in that regard? Tampa's a team you're going to absolutely have to worry about.
Fire the cannon!
Do you buy then, regardless of what the numbers say, do you buy Baker Mayfield right now as the NFL MVP favorite?
Yes. Yeah, what he's been able to do with missing offensive linemen and wide receivers. And I agree. I think Tampa's probably, like, if I had to say who's the best team, it is Tampa. I don't know about elite, though. I don't know if they're an elite team.
They're playing some of the best football without their major players. They get those players back, they're going to be elite. I'm just calling it right now on that. Yeah.
I still think the Chiefs offensively are starting to really get going and getting Rashee Rice back, and you just kind of have this trust that Spags will get the defense more figured out. And they played pretty well versus Detroit the other night. A big picture, their defense hasn't been that good this year, but you kind of feel like as the season goes on, he will figure some things out. And I think the Chiefs are going to just be somebody that you're going to have to reckon with.
Across ESPN, The Athletic, and NFL.com, they all have the Bucs number 1 in their power rankings, and then the Cowboys are sitting at 22, 23, and 22. I take it no particular arguments to that placement for the Cowboys.
You've lost to Carolina and Chicago. You are who you are right now.
Yep.
But what this all done, what Jerry saw last night with the Washington loss, and then how Philadelphia might be in some turmoil, I think he's going to go make a trade now. I think he's going to try and find something to do. I think he's going to try and get his team back into this thing. I didn't think that initially. I thought they were going to sit on it and just wait and see how this team looked. But I have a feeling right now he's walking around that building thinking about what they need to go do.
And
to get back into this thing.
The other thing that he said was he's a big fan of hanging around the rim and just trying to get into the tournament, to your point. So
one of his favorite phrases.
Yeah, personally, for the long term of this team, I think that is a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad idea. But
it's got to be for a player that's going to help you long term. It can't be for a guy like Kenny Clark who's on the other side of 30 and maybe his best years are behind him. Maybe he's going to have a couple of more good years, but you got to trade for a guy who might even have a year of control on his rookie contract and is, near all pro level that the team just doesn't want to sign at the end of this year. Find a George Pickens on the defensive side. We've talked about Devin Bush, linebacker, Cleveland Browns, who are 1-5, but that's not enough. I think they got to get a corner as well. And
that's tough to argue right now.
If you really want to be a strong team, you got to find an edge as well. Although Jerry keeps saying today he feels like the edge is a strength of this team, which is bizarre to me.
That was an interesting statement.
I mean, you got I guess you got a lot of guys that could be second or third on a depth chart somewhere, but you don't have like frontline dudes.
Yeah.
Well, and the way he's talking about Kenny Clark, like, are you kidding me?
I would have felt better if he would have been like, we had felt that way about Kenny Clark. This game was not his best, but instead
he hasn't had
the last 2 games.
The last 2 games have been poor.
Yeah, but instead you get the pushback of, well, he's our first or second graded person.
Yeah,
but teams have also kind of figured out as well. I mean, they're going to start smashing your 3 technique. You're undersized there, and that's what people are going to do. They're going to start running the ball at your 3 technique.
And what are you going to do about it?
Nothing. Because you're inside linebacker play.
No, they'll make tackles like 9 or 10 yards down the field.
That is interesting with some of those tackle numbers. And I'm like,
stupid.
I'm like, if you play on the second level of the defense, sometimes maybe that's the spot you were supposed to be in. But sometimes I'm like, great, you got 10 tackles and all of them were 7 yards after the line of scrimmage. Like,
it's Jalen Smith.
Yeah, neat. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Yes. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. We got a double guest situation in the 4. We'll have Calvin Watkins and then Mark Schlereth at 4:20 and 4:40. And our thoughts to a very busy afternoon for the Cowboys right out of the gates here.
Indeed. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good night, Kevin.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
This is Andrew Perloff with an...
Treats has low fee products? You got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little...
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. We got a Toxic Tuesday of sports lined up here for you over the next 5 hours. General at your service at East. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion. You got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and fits you. Fix it to go 5 flawless. Wolchuk and Chia follower here. Carter Freeman left already. About 1 o'clock, he told everybody, see you tomorrow.
See you later.
I guess he's got a big college football game to go to. I think he's probably on a road trip.
Yeah, there's some action tonight. He'll probably get in the mix.
You'll see him pop up there for sure.
Is he on the road? I mean, he's gone.
He's going to go to South Bend. Didn't he say for this weekend?
Yeah.
So, I mean, what's he doing today?
South Bend, but don't break, baby.
He's probably got prepped for Fan University.
Oh,
Yeah,
so just don't worry about our show, right?
That's the hottest weekend show in the nation, Fan University.
I guess everybody's got to have their priorities, you know. And
we're the orphans.
College football is a big deal.
It is a big deal,
and we're excited to have that show every Saturday. I was cruising around, handing out flags over the weekend, and listening quite a bit. They had it going on. It was a good show.
It's a good show.
Great college football show. Jerry Jones at the East-West Shrine event today, he talked about Pickens, quote, "We knew if things really went like we want them to go, that certainly we'd need to think about having some room available if we're going to pay a second wide receiver." Sure sounds like he's prepared to pay this man his money. At least open-minded to it. I guess that's the first time in a couple of weeks I thought, man, maybe the Cowboys are ready to do what it takes to keep Pickens.
He's delivered. He's delivered he's delivered. He's they give a 3rd-round pick for him, and your best player, one of your best players goes down, and what does he do? He steps up the last 3 weeks and just as good as one of your best players. So hey, tip of the cap for them to making the trade, and yeah, we'll see.
I really like what you said on Twitter, though. If you're not going to pay him, you see where this season is going right now.
Yeah.
I think you should be looking at trading him. Yeah. Either pay him, trade him, or trade for great players to take advantage of his presence in this 1 year. Those are your 3 options. But just letting this play out and letting him go, I guess you'd get a comp pick, in the 2027 draft. But
I think it's going to be a tag situation.
You think franchise tag?
Yeah, I would guess that, like, right now, I just feel like that's probably the direction.
All right, now we quickly need to Google David Mulugeta tag situation.
How does he handle that?
And how does he handle that? Oh, my back seems to be bothering me. Oh, wait, is this a table I can lay on during a preseason game?
Well, he knows that doesn't work here.
Oh, wait a minute. I could walk around at practice and look good with a hoodie on in Oxnard,
Yeah, I really don't want to go down that path again.
Not with him, you don't.
No, I'd ideally, I think, like to work out a deal. I'd like to keep. I mean, the Eagles just showed, and this would be more expensive. You're paying your quarterback and 2 receivers more, but they did show that it's possible to win by paying 2 wide receivers and a quarterback. So draft your cheap labor on defense, and you've got an offense that's going to score a bunch of points.
I guess the counter to it is you can score a bunch of points with just 1 wide receiver.
But if that receiver goes down, then what happens? And now we're getting the benefit of when CD goes down, you've got a George Pickens that can step up and your offense doesn't skip a beat.
But would that money be spent better elsewhere?
I don't believe in them really to do a damn thing when it comes to spending money elsewhere. They don't ever do it. I think they've got major team building issues. I don't, outside of like drafting, I don't know what they do well when it comes to free agency, because they don't ever swing for a big fish in free agency. They try and go for, let's look at our draft notes from 10 years, 5 years ago, and is there a former first-round pick that we liked? Oh, he's on the market. Let's see. It's a reclamation project. We hit on Rolando McClain back in, what was that, 2014, and it worked for us. So, let's live off that for 10 more years, and let's see if Peyton Turner works, or Kenneth Murray works, or Kyer Elam works. And unfortunately, I wish it would work, but it hasn't. So I don't know. There needs to be a pivot somewhere, because for 30 years, the way that they've done this thing outside of the draft, and then now, unfortunately, they haven't hit in the draft, and they've got an issue with, well, dang, we don't have any good players on defense right now, or we don't have enough good players on defense right now.
Yeah, and that's why if I was in that room, I would be saying, guys, if we want to compete anytime soon, it's going to be taking this money that we didn't spend on Micah and not throwing it on the offense, but taking it into free agency and trying to find a player at every level, plus our draft picks. We need to draft a corner, draft a linebacker, take this 30, 40 mil that we were going to spend on Pickens or Micah or whatever, and go off and find players to plug these gaps. That's the path to victory. Like just coming back next year with Pickens and Lamb and a defense with a top 10 pick and the Packers pick, I don't think that gets you close enough. But we've seen this team score enough with either Lamb or Pickens. You know, you got Jake Ferguson, you got your guy Flanoy coming along.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think
quarterback's done a great job. Too.
The quarterback has proven with this offensive coaching staff the last 3 weeks, one's enough. You're dictating coverages with one. The other guys are going to get man, you know, and I think you can make two. I just don't know when you're talking about number one wide receivers, it's hard to get 1 + 1 to equal 2. Like, you know, there's just only so many footballs to go around. So that's how I would look at that. On the potential availability this week for Lamb, Turpin, Booker, thumbs up on all, said Jerry Jones this morning with Sean and RJ. It's looking good. So you got some good injury news flowing back in here.
That thumb could be a middle finger, though.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Was he wearing the mittens? Yeah.
I do get the feeling here lately that whenever one of the Jones guys is talking, there's a subtle middle finger flying at the Cowboys fans with their lack of acknowledging just how far behind the 8 ball they are. I mean, how do they come up with this strategy? What do you think justifies it? Like, we got to be selling to try to keep these people interested? That's the only thing that makes sense. Like, no other sports team is in denial publicly. Like, they're fighting for their lives with their words, getting pissed off when media tries to ask them, why are you bad at this? Why does this guy still have its job? You know, CY came on here every day, every week, was accountable to it. And like, hey, I understand the question. It's a fair question. We got to be better. You know, I think the Cowboys will be like, oh, we're confident this is all going to be fine. We're going to have a damn good defense. It's just, I don't know. But it looks delusional. It looks almost greedy. It looks exploitative. Like we're talking to the dumbest Cowboys fans out there who could possibly believe a message to buy more merch and game tickets. That's what I hear.
Yeah, I mean, that's just that's the way Jerry handles things. Jerry is.
What the hell are we doing?
He's all about just.
But the sad thing is that it seeps to like everybody in that building, and there's great people over there that I'm friends with and that I love, but like they kind of all buy into the same thing. Like it's not that bad. Like it's fine. It's great. Everybody's great at their job. Everyone's great at what's going on here. Like something needs to be shaken and really rebuilt from like the fabric of how this organization's run. But it's not going to change. And that's the thing. It's like you're beating your head up against a wall. And I know like Brian will get frustrated with it too, because it's like we'll be doing the postgame show and people will call in about like, well, GM Jerry needs to go. Well, it's not going to happen. Yeah. So it's like, why do we talk about it? But that is the root cause of it all. You know, they had so much success when they initially took over. And Stevens told this story about they're driving around and their land in Arkansas, and they're like, damn, we didn't think it'd be that easy. We got this NFL thing down. We're geniuses. We're great at what we're doing. And then, well, it took another 30 years. And now, I don't know, have they changed the way that they really go about doing things at all? I'm not sure. There's a lot that probably I don't know that goes on behind those walls that we're not privy to. Brian's a great resource because you have worked there, and we've been able to learn and take a lot from you. But big picture, man, like you've got to make drastic changes in your team building philosophies and probably a lot of the people that you have in place that are making those decisions if you want to win.
Yeah, and looking at that through the lens of what Jerry and Steven have said over the last week with the Tony Romo angle. I guess Kalashaw wrote about it as well. I know Werder wrote about it, that 10 years ago you say that's my biggest regret. Well, Jerry's been asked about that twice today.
Yeah.
And both times he said, well, I'm not admitting a mistake. We didn't do anything wrong. I just regret that we didn't win. So we're thinking, okay, how do you apply that lesson to today? You were close with Romo and you didn't go all in on your roster. You keep your fingers crossed that Tank Lawrence could handle the pass rush by himself, and he couldn't. And Sean Lee could be a one-man wrecking crew on defense, and they couldn't. You never went out like the top contenders are now in addressing your weaknesses. But the way he answered those questions gave me no faith that it was lesson learned, and now we realize you can't get to this point with a non-GOAT quarterback and think you're just going to win playoff games with a roster full of holes.
Yeah, I mean, he just thinks it's luck.
Yeah.
It's like if we would have done it, we would have gotten lucky, and we've just had bad luck.
Yeah.
And at some point, it'll change.
Gosh darn it.
We get around
I really
the rim.
wanted that for Tony.
Yeah. It's a shame that the ball didn't bounce our way.
The Eagles are close, and they're like, let's go get Saquon Barkley. How's that? Let's go spend $20 million on a running back. On Overshown, he did say after the bye, that would be November 17th at Oakland.
Yeah.
So, reinforcements to an extent. I think you consider that one of maybe three players that I would need to see them add to sort of change my faith level. I mean, sadly, because of what happened last night, I guess you can say this NFC East has slid back to a point where the Cowboys could still contend for a playoff spot if this offense does get healthy and they go off. But I don't know how many points that's going to look like, because this was with the belief that they could kind of stop the run and that they were giving up big plays. Now they can't stop either. They got nothing to build off on defense.
The biggest concern you have now is that you scored 27 points and they scored 30, and they did it by running the football.
Yeah.
That's your biggest, because
bad QBs are lighting you up.
It used to be that you could usually take a team, if you score a lot of points, you could usually take them out of running the football. But Carolina did the opposite. They won by running the football in that game the other day. So I think if I'm the Commanders, I just immediately start by running the football and seeing where takes me. Yeah.
I think it'll take them to 45 points. I think the Commanders are going to have a 0-point day.
I need to look at. I'm going to see the Commanders tonight on offense, but I'm interested, just watching them a little bit in some of the cross tapes and stuff like that I've done. They've got him a nice back with that Krosky Merritt, the running back.
The fumbles have just been a problem for him, man.
Yep. But he is a good running back.
He's good.
Yeah, he's a good running back.
What do you guys think the over under total is for the game?
Probably 55 points.
I was 56.5 is what popped in my mind.
Yeah, I thought it would be somewhere right. Probably, I'll go 53.
Yeah, 53.5.
Yeah.
Wow. And I feel great about the over.
Yeah, I'm in. Let me load up on my online sports book.
It should be 60.
Give Zim a little call. He had Jaden Daniels figured out decently last year.
Yeah, watch that tape.
Maybe they'll pivot and put Marcus Mariota in at halftime.
Marcus Mariota won that last game.
He sure
for you.
did.
Yeah.
Okay, Mariners take a 2-0 lead on the Blue Jays last night. The ALCS is off tonight. Dodgers drew first blood against Milwaukee. They lead 1-0. Game 2 of the NLCS is coming up at 7:08. It'll be Yamamoto against Peralta. Cooper Flagg started at point guard last night for the Mavs in preseason action. D'Angelo Russell was out, but Dante Exum has a knee injury as well. So they're talking about point guard once again being an issue. Jaden Hardy, the other option, but that would be pretty cool if Cooper Flagg could handle some point guard responsibilities. He did have an off night shooting. He was 3 of 13, put up 11.7 boards in 21 minutes of action. And the Mavs got the win in preseason against Utah. But the big performer was Anthony Davis, who answered critics. He had been slow starting in the preseason, plus his weight was up, so the Mavs message boards were going off about AD. He silenced the critics last night, 25 points in 25 minutes.
Man, I'm just thankful that we didn't have a catastrophic situation with Cooper on that dunk when he stepped on the ball.
Yeah.
And it got rolled up.
He
popped right up. It was beautiful, but oh my gosh.
But maybe 25-year-old Cooper, that's not the same.
I don't think I've seen that before. You dunk the ball in and then you land on the ball and almost have an injury situation. But he's awesome. And how about Nembhard as well?
Yeah.
It's a good little find there. I bet Nico, because watching Cooper Flagg play defense and his ability to switch and just guard 1 through 5.
It's beautiful.
He really is special. Nico must just be beside himself watching that. Defense wins championships.
All right, but it's a Dallas Stars home opener Tuesday. I know Wolchuk's fired up. I'm surprised he doesn't have his Star sweater on again. But I know a lot of Stars fans out there do. And if you're heading to the AAC tonight, just be aware it is a little bit of a later start. I'm sure most people know, but if you're tuning in for TV looking for that at normal time, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. And it's going to be one of those late nights. They might be looking at close to a 10:30, 11 o'clock before this thing wraps up, okay? So, but that's fun. It's good to have them back, and before too long, Mavs preseason opener is next Wednesday against the Spurs. We got the G-Bag of the Day champ on the other side, then Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Oh, it's one of your favorite days, General. National Dessert Day. Top 10 most popular desserts in America. The results might anger you. Next.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. Tolos, as a parent, I would do anything, and I know you would too, to give our kids a bright future. But some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done.
Of course I have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
That's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
GettyVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GettyVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWSecurity.com.
It's football time. Get ready for kickoff with DFW Security. Protect your home or business with smarter cameras and better access control. DFW Security has secured Texans for 30 years with a 4.9-star rating on Google.
DFWSecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time for the G-Bag of the Day champion, and then we'll get to Wolchuk's top 10 here at 2:20. We're talking dad stuff here at the break. 14-year-old, I'm driving up to Target with her last night. She goes, "Yeah, Dad, Sunday soccer game at 1. Don't know if I can plan, and I'll probably be too tired from homecoming." I'm like, "Oh, really? What's going on at homecoming?" "Well, we have the dance, and then there's an after party, and then there's a sleepover." I'm like, yeah. Neither of the three things that you just mentioned are actually going to happen. And I'm kind of laughing. She does the laugh back at me like, "No, Dad, this is how it's going to go." I'm like, all righty. Well, you're going to be very disappointed on Saturday evening when I come picking you up from the gymnasium or wherever homecoming is. But
it's tough playing soccer with a hangover, man. It really is tough.
Gosh, I don't know if I'm going to make that game, Dad.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's go into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with the champ.
And sleepovers used to be bomb, bro.
Yeah.
You and your homeboy, y'all playing that out the whole day. It may be like 3 days in a row, y'all planning this thing out. Yeah, we gonna get pizza, bro.
Yeah.
Blockbuster.
Yeah.
Might slide over to Eric's. Like, yo.
Toilet paper house.
Yeah.
Bring the console.
Everything.
You got the Xbox console.
The console, dog will switch. Yeah, then the parents just come and squash on all of that with a simple, nope, You're like,
And it could be innocent. I just don't know. I'm not leaving things to chance.
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
I knew if it was video games and pepperoni pizza, I'd be fine.
Yeah, I hear you.
But you don't know.
I hear you. People can be so sneaky nowadays, and it might not even be her. It'd be another person that's sneaky.
Right?
And
the next thing you know, there's trouble. And I know how to avoid that.
Yep. All right, this is going for 5 today at 5:30, so stick around for that, y'all. 5:30 here on The Fan. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, he goes off on the Facts Over Feeling podcast. They said Irvin, Jerry Rice, and even Primetime were too slow to play in today's game. You got to put a tariff on these podcast mics.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name. And I certainly don't know your game because you don't. I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are.
Damn.
So who the f*** are you to talk about what? You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the f*** you talking about. Keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to shit on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock out. I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. So shut the hell up.
Looking for 5 tonight. Michael Irvin, the playmaker. Is he the greatest football player talker? He's like the Howard Cosell of football talkers, isn't he? He is. The voice, the vernacular.
The energy.
Yes.
He's got it all.
Jameis Winston.
Yeah,
Jameis.
They use him to hype up the squad, then they make him go sit on the bench, bro.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and you got to be good at talking.
You gotta let that man get in the game for kickoff or something, dog. If he's going to hype up the crowd, hype up the team.
All righty, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you very much. It is National Dessert Day. 877-881-1053. What is your favorite dessert? I've got the top 10 most popular, and goodness gracious, there is one in the top 5. I think we're going to be ticked off.
Oh, God.
Real ticked.
I'm going to go with breakfast dessert as my number 1. That'd be your donuts.
The breakfast.
And I think the king of the donuts currently is your blueberry cake. Yeah.
It's incredible. Now those the cronuts. Shout out to
the
Baskey.
cronuts.
Those are on point.
Yes.
But the blueberry cake donut is pretty much undefeated.
Yeah.
It has stood tall and
special.
It has for really, I mean, what, thousands of years?
At least.
Could I
millennia.
Please once again hear a repeat of the subject today?
The desserts.
Best
Top
desserts.
10 most popular desserts in the U.S. of A.
Dawson and Chief
He went straight to donuts.
Dawson and Chief went right to breakfast items.
Yeah.
Right off the jump.
Put Cap'n Crunch on this thing, too.
Pancakes, maybe.
Just some Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
I thought maybe you could go with Rice Krispie treats or something like
gosh,
that.
Some of the pancakes you'll order today, it is darn near
Yeah.
dessert. In South Africa, they do actually consider the waffle a dessert. They'll waffle it up, and then you get a scoop of ice cream on there with sprinkles and chocolate syrup.
That sounds nice.
That's on their dessert menu. It was kind of freaky the first time I went to Johannesburg. I was like, wait a second, what?
I've been sprinkling brown sugar on top of the French toast.
Oh.
You know, to make it caramelize a little bit. That's special. So I do consider French toast. I mean, French toast with a little ice cream.
All right.
That's definitely a treat.
But you're out on, like, a donut would not be a dessert for you.
No,
It's breakfast.
It's a breakfast item. Yeah, and we do top 10s on that.
We
every
do.
once in a while.
Yeah,
right?
well, every if there's a National Breakfast Day, you know, I did my top 10 breakfast items
times a month.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's been a couple
I
of
didn't even
weeks.
phase you, did it?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago.
I mean,
Got used to it.
We've pigeonholed the donut into a breakfast item, but if you didn't know any better,
yeah,
culturally, you would look at that and say, "Oh, that looks like a nice little dessert."
Just sweet.
The senator
pastry
from
treat.
Texas would like the floor here to say, what time do donut shops close generally, please?
Yeah, no,
11 a.m.
we've made it
Yeah.
a breakfast item.
Yeah.
It's a breakfast dessert.
Yeah, that's because it is a breakfast item.
Okay, well, this is going to be a war.
Desserts for any time of the day, buddy.
Let's see if donuts crack the top 10 here, boys.
Cinnamon rolls.
I smell
that's-
cinnamon rolls.
That's okay. Cinnamon rolls are in this thing?
No. Cinnamon rolls won't actually make it. But donuts.
I'd rather have
I'm
a
not saying
cinnamon roll
donuts
than a
don't make
donut.
it. I'm not going to say that. They might be pretty high. They could be pretty high on here. Would you eat this?
No.
Brian
T-Mobile
could.
Park.
No, I would not eat that.
What?
No, not the stadium itself. But ALCS Game 3 is shifting to Seattle.
Not
So
grasshoppers again.
they're introducing a new item. It's a Huckle Nut Cannoli. Crispy rosemary scented cannoli filled with huckleberry sweet cream.
You know, we do the top 10 nuts list from time to time, and I don't think the Huckle nut has ever made an appearance.
Had never heard of a Huckle Nut.
I mean, you had me at cannoli. You almost lost me at Hucklenut.
I would eat most cannolis.
Is it the Huckle or the nut that's got you?
I don't think I get this.
Okay, so this is something you would go to if you were at like a rich person's brunch.
Yeah.
And they had a bunch of weird stuff like kale and spinach omelets. And you're like, what's that? You know, that looks sweet and delicious.
Mm-hmm.
And but it's probably like what? Like a jelly donut? It's like a fancy jelly donut.
Yeah, it's the legit cannoli, but they're filling it with this huckleberry nut stuff.
I'm looking at it. It's looking passing the eye test for me.
Like the colors, sure.
Huckleberry and hazelnut combo is what we're talking about.
I feel like
here.
this is going to be sour. Like
Yeah, it's going to be tart.
The huckleberry would be tart. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This isn't for me. But if anybody ends up going to ALCS Game 3 and you get this Huckle Nut, let us know if it's any good. All right, honorable mentions. The most popular
Give me
desserts.
a second, Dawson. You like
please.
filled donuts?
They're all right.
Okay.
Yeah. I think they're a little overrated.
The filled ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I usually take 80% of it out.
In
It's
some places,
overdone.
there's barely any filling. You know, the
like my
ratio of bread to fill.
Like my son that eats like the chocolate donut, he eats all the chocolate off the top and leaves everything else.
It's not a bad move.
Yeah.
To this day, or like when he was a child?
To this day. Yeah. Doesn't eat the donut
Segment's
part.
making me hungry for donuts.
I'm hoping Eliza grows out of that because right
Did
now
she do the same thing?
Oh yeah, like the other day, because Saturday morning, it's like my morning with her for breakfast and everything. So I didn't make her, all right, pancakes, and then I put some Nutella on there for her. And all she did was eat the Nutella off. She didn't end up eating any of the pancake. I was like, that was a mistake.
Yeah. My
You
kids
burned
do
the
the same
pancake?
thing.
Yeah.
You burned it?
No, I didn't burn it.
Oh.
The pancake was fine. It was like those little mini.
Oh, is that a box?
frozen.
The Trader Joe's one. She loves these, and they're called Peffridgets. There's a fancy name for them.
Pepperidge Farms?
No, it's the Trader
South
Joe's
African?
brand, but they're pretty good. They're like little mini puffy looking donuts.
It's like like what they call dollar,
like the dollar cakes.
Dollar cakes,
yeah, like the dollar cakes. Honorable mentions are
silver dollar cakes,
Rice Krispie treats, cookies, which did not make the top 10, very surprising. Lemon squares, big fan myself, and then your fancies, the baked Alaska, the bananas Foster, and even funnel cakes making an honorable mention appearance.
Funnel cake is all time.
Do you love a funnel cake?
Bananas Foster is one of the best things I've ever had made table side.
I don't think I've ever had Bananas Foster.
Bananas Foster's good.
We should have done that in New Orleans.
Yeah, you should have done that in New Orleans.
Missed an opportunity.
Except we were at the divey poor boy places every time.
Which
Hey, they
I
were
don't
great.
regret that.
Yeah.
By the way, have we done a state fair? Have we done like a funnel cake cheeseburger situation? Has that happened?
Yes, yeah.
Okay,
I actually, a couple of years ago at the State Fair, I tried that out, and it was good, but there is a lot going on.
Yeah.
We got about 5 days left in the fair, right, Lucius? About 5 days left in the state fair.
I believe this is the last week here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Jeez.
Man, I feel like it goes.
Flew by.
It did blow by.
Crazy. 10 is s'mores. You want some more?
Over cookies. Okay.
Yeah. I know cookies are big for you. 9 is ice cream.
I like s'more flavored things, though. You know?
I love s'mores. I just hardly ever have them.
Well, it's a
Never,
to-do.
never can get the marshmallow to be right.
It's the s'more Pop-Tart.
S'more Pop-Tart's really good.
It did
that
look pretty
place.
cool Friday. You guys weren't there, but they have like
Stephanie had one.
a s'more station they'll drop off for you at your table, like it's dessert. It comes with a little fire
pit.
They got like a little fire pit, and yeah,
That's awesome. That's actually
there.
a really
Make your
cool
own.
deal.
Yeah.
Brownies at 8. And ice cream.
With ice cream, it should be in the top
Brownies
3.
at 8. Yeah. I honestly, cookies, brownies, ice cream, all really low on here. Your cakes and cupcakes coming at number 7. Banana pudding at 6. Banana pudding's making a jump.
I love banana pudding. I really Palmer's does it great. Local craft barbecue, fantastic. Like when you got like a lot of the, I don't know, they almost like put a bread situation in there
Okay, let
too
me
to,
ask
like,
you this
thicken
though.
it up.
Yeah, if you go for the sans, the vanilla wafers, are you still in?
I guess I could still be.
You could still be in.
I could still be
You're
in.
in. You'll give it another shot.
I will.
Don't pretend you're highfalutin.
But I do like when it's like real bananas, right? Not like some banana cream deal that they're kind of messing around with.
Do they have that?
Yeah.
Like banana cream what?
It's like fake banana pudding.
Yeah.
Where it's like flavoring.
Yeah,
it's like banana flavoring.
It's like a banana pudding.
And then they just, it's just,
like
it's
an
basically
actual
like
snack
pudding.
pack
it's
or
like
something
vanilla.
like that?
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of
exactly.
like a snack pack,
Okay.
which actually sounds great.
I could
right
see.
now.
I could see that. Yeah.
Top 5 most popular desserts. Number 4 is going to be the one where we're saying, what the hell is going on, America? 5 is
Creme
cheesecake.
brulee.
Cheesecake at 5. By the way, I put that out on Twitter. Cheesecake was the number 1 item. The people replied, cheesecake's the best.
I'm just
People love
going to go on record. I know people love cheesecake. I think you're extremely lazy if you order a cheesecake.
What?
I think you're lazy.
Why do I have to work hard?
We got stores that specialize in cheesecake.
I think your palate has no imagination if you
But there's
just order
different
cheesecake.
flavors. We can do all kinds of things with cheesecake.
That's a lazy order for a dessert.
Brian.
So what's going to make you happy? What's going to make you feel like, man, this guy's putting that work in? His palate is.
Oh, I told you like a
Bananas
Foster,
the bananas
something like that.
Foster.
Yeah.
Creme brulee.
We need some fire.
Something that takes some like prep time to it. Cheesecake takes no prep time to it. So to me, that is a very lazy order. And then you could say, oh, well, I put berries on it and stuff. Yeah. Even more lazy.
Like a s'mores cheesecake.
Wouldn't that be like more of a lazy restaurant manager?
If you have cheesecake, I would say you're probably if you have dessert items and cheesecakes, one of your 3 desserts is a lazy way of doing it, because you could just get it and just take it out of the pan and just cut it and serve it. There's no prep in that.
So, like, you do not like the Cheesecake Factory?
I enjoy. Like, I'm just saying though that
it should be the Bananas Foster Factory.
If you're going out to dinner and you someone orders cheesecake, it's just lazy. It's no imagination on your part.
If we ever go out with Brian again, just remind me.
Order the cheesecake.
Don't order the cheesecake. Order just so he
Set him
gets
off.
pissed off. Okay.
I usually buy dessert for the table, and if you order cheesecake, I won't buy it.
Yeah, you won't. You'll say you're on your own.
I love it.
This guy on his own. Check. Thank you.
Yeah.
The cheesecake.
We all go to lunch there, whatever, and I'll buy appetizers and stuff.
Yeah.
But you order cheesecake, I'm saying no, we're not going that route. Not today on my watch.
All right. Well, here's one that you're going to like, Brian.
Split the checks.
Speaking of lazy, number 4 on the list is Jell-O.
Wow. This list was made by 5-year-olds.
Jell-O.
Or 95
Or 95-year-old. My grandmother used to make Jell-O.
Jell-O at 4. What?
Yeah.
I was stunned when I saw that.
I'll tell you what, if you add like booze to it and make a Jell-O shot, now we're talking.
Yeah, Jell-O shots are good, and those will creep up on you.
Shout out to the Sharif party.
Yeah.
Those Jell-O shots were.
Oh, yeah.
They were
Sean,
shot.
Yeah.
3 is your cobblers and crumbles.
That's there you go.
2. Get
See,
ready.
you got to make those. That's kind of a scratchy thing to make. Yeah.
Strawberry shortcake.
Hot warm. Yeah, delicious. Number 2, donuts.
Bang. Nailed it. I love this list.
In your face.
I love this list.
Donuts. Lucius, breakfast item, correct? Isn't that what we agreed on?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that.
And going through it for eating it for dinner, but yeah, you can have anything you want, you know. But when it comes to dessert, there's just a certain thing that's supposed to be at the dessert. Dessert is after the dinner.
Yeah.
And donuts don't apply there?
I mean, it can.
I'll have a donut after my prime rib, please.
Yeah.
You guys have any of those powdered donuts?
I just
Italian restaurants.
I'd like a tomahawk
They'll do
chop
that.
with
little mini
12
donuts.
glaze.
Like
coffee
Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Number 1, though, it's everybody's favorite. Pies.
There you go.
Number 1 comes in at the pie list.
Key lime over there. Come on now.
I do love key lime pie, but that could be a lazy order.
It's now you're.
But a homemade, like you're making the crust, a homemade apple.
The thing about it is, like, yeah, to me, if I'm going to order dessert at a restaurant, I like a little imagination with my dessert. That's all.
Something fancy
That's
that
all.
you couldn't get at home.
That's all.
Couldn't just dish up.
Cheesecake is amazing, Brian.
I love you, but
cheesecake is amazing. bro.
Cheesecake.
I can't go with the cheesecake take.
Cheesecake is very simple. Too simplistic for a meal that you're probably
How about
spending.
a warm slice of pecan pie?
Okay, now there's some
At least you gotta
creativity.
warm it up.
You have to make it.
Okay.
You have to make the cheesecake. To me, is one of the simplest things to make.
But don't you have to make it? You got to make the cheesecake.
I think
is better, man.
I think to me, there's a certain level of pecan pie that you have to. The taste of it has to be a certain way. Cheesecake, they all taste the same. They all taste the same.
One trick pony.
It's a lazy way of ordering. You have $100, $125 meal, and you order that.
Boy, they got that Oreo cheesecake at the Cheesecake Factory. Oh my God!
Now see what he's doing. Now see what he's doing.
Stop eating your meal. Be like, I'm gonna get to the dessert.
He's having to doll it up. You're having to doll it
And
up.
if you're going to doll up anything, do it with the Oreo stuff.
Yeah.
Oreo's got the best flavor profile in dessert. I mean, let's just be honest. If you want the thing that tastes the best, you're getting Oreo.
I mean, double stuff
Bluebell,
Oreos.
ice cream.
By the way, the Oreo McFlurry, the whole booth thing is all gone. What? Gamecocks took the L?
Oh, that's right. Speaking of the Gamecocks, we got a college football darty coming up, Chief.
They had to run the table. Yeah, College Football Tuesday darty. SEC fat shaming. We have your stat of the day, and Texas Tech making headlines next year in the nation.
Damn right they are. Wreck 'em. So is Trajan Wealth. They're always making headlines. TRAJAN in the headline. Get ready to plan for your retirement and make sure you got some peace of mind. I know I do. Eric does. We are clients with Trajan Wealth, and your costume should be scary, not your retirement. Trajan Wealth can help take the fear out of financial planning. Call today for that free consultation. Yes, I said free. 469-579-3500 number to call. That's 469-579-3500. I love my go-to office in Frisco. Steve Shelby helped me tremendously. My wife Maya and I were super helpful. He was super helpful for both of us. We love the customer service. We got Arlington, Fort Worth, McKinney. They got other locations also in South Lake, Eric.
Yeah, man. Shout out to my guy, Brandon Gerfen. Got me taken care of at the highest level. Now I have the confidence and peace of mind that retirement's actually a possibility for me. I would encourage you to check them out at TRAJANwealth.com. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table. Their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but great news for all of us. Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, we'll chop it up at 7.
but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's time now to talk some college football with the Chief, Eric Chiafalo. Buddy.
Yeah, plenty to get to. Texas Tech's in the headlines and so much more right after this.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get Rain Man Cole.
We all remember the Aggie fan that had too much to drink over the weekend, eating a sandwich, water jug of whiskey, BAC 337.
We're still alive?
Matt Brown has done some reporting on this, and he says that A&M police were unable to comment on whether this individual is physically okay or not, so we don't have the update there. But we do know, and we can confirm, that the sandwich was a pimento cheese sandwich.
Little Masters.
So,
Masters,
I get
Masters pimento cheese.
Masters preparation. So there's your update there. Texas Tech. Why was Lance Leipold so upset with Joey McGuire after the game? They're throwing tortillas and allegedly throwing a pocket knife. That's right.
Geez.
At
not good.
A Jayhawk staffer.
Okay,
so now the pocket knife was closed because I was wondering, like, is this were they throwing an open blade knife?
Yeah, that would have been terrible.
That would have been even worse.
Really bad.
So they confirmed the pocket knife was discovered on the field. They handed it over to the school's police department, and now they're reviewing the sideline video to see if they can identify the actual individual who launched it. So we'll see. But come on now, dude. You're going to ruin the whole tortilla bit if you're going to start throwing other crap.
Yeah, and look, the tortilla bit, I think Joey McGuire wants to go away anyway because they're flagging him now for it. Like the Big 12's trying to usher this out, which is unfortunate.
He says they're already really penalized a lot anyway.
They are, yeah, and it's a great tradition. But I do think in watching that game, that can be a hellhole for people to go and play. And much like Raider Nation, like we talk about the black hole, Texas Tech, which is really a growing, and they're the only team in the country to be ranked in the top 10 in both basketball and football.
Yep, there it is.
They're crushing right now.
That's the second headline.
I think they need to lean into this. I think they should just be
a rabid, wild bunch,
nastiest fan base in all of college football.
Yeah.
And it just becomes synonymous with, if you're going to play on the road in Lubbock, you're going to be in a living world of hell.
But we do have to move the line back a little bit.
We can't be throwing weapons,
pocket knives.
All right? No weapons. Like, you need it. But like, they cut to the fan base after the initial fan, they get flagged for the tortillas, and they're just shirtless, giving the Jerry Bird and everything. And I'm like, you know what? I kind of dig it, man. Like, just go full tilt on this. Embrace it. Roll with it. Don't resist it. Be D-bags.
Well, think about this. Right now, if the college football playoff started today, it would be Texas Tech and the Red Raiders hosting the LSU Tigers.
Oh,
imagine those two fan bases.
We would have to do G-Bag on the road, LSU, Texas Tech, college football playoff in Lubbock. We need to make that happen.
I'd rent a bus.
That's going to get violent.
I'd rent a mobile home. I'd take us all out there.
Let's do it. That should be a thing. If it stands, a lot can change.
Oh, it will change. It almost definitely will change.
So much fun.
Blow that thing down with alcohol and cheesecake.
I told you yesterday. I was making a white trash party. I told you yesterday that Vandy was favored over LSU this weekend.
They should be
2.5-point favorites.
They should be. Yeah.
When's the last time you think Vandy was favored over LSU?
Well, they haven't. They've lost, I think, 14 of the last 15 against LSU. The last time they beat them was 1990.
They've been favored before?
Last time they were favored,
68.
48.
Ooh.
1948.
Was General Nealon coaching at Vanderbilt then?
Probably. Yeah. I mean, Vandy has been an underdog in 51 consecutive SEC games prior to this one. So we'll see if they can,
Vandy's a good team.
handle that. If they can
Anchor
handle
down.
the expectations. Gamecock stat of the day, Lenore Sellers versus LSU finished with 19 rushing yards on 22 attempts. His total distance traveled during the game was 894 yards, though.
Yeah.
That according to Cole Kubelik, which is just a hilarious
sideline
stat.
reporter for ESPN. Yeah.
How about James Franklin? He's required to look for another job in coaching or broadcasting.
Yep.
It's like a contractual clause. How can they hold him to this?
Yeah, he actually does because of the offsets language in his contract.
Yeah, it'll save Penn State some money if he makes money elsewhere. They only have to pay the difference.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know how you can actually monitor that and make sure that he's doing right by that.
Have you ever
yeah, of course. I was tried for that job. They just didn't hire me.
Has anybody ever collected unemployment here?
Yeah, a couple times.
No.
Did they always ask you questions about if you're looking for jobs?
Yeah.
They always do that. They monitor that stuff, and they'll take you off it if you don't do what you're supposed to do.
I don't know if they ever checked on me, but they would make me updated. I have to log in there once a week and be like, yep, I talked to this person and that person.
Seems easy to fudge.
Oh, absolutely. Especially if you got a network of friends. Be like, hey, bro, I'll put you down. This is reference real quick. Keep this money coming in.
I got surprised by a job reference call the other day, and I was like, I guess I worked with them. I don't know. Bet online. Current odds.
Was this your day at the when you're making those protein drinks?
Smoothie King.
Smoothie King days.
Those were the days.
Put some extra fiber in there for you.
Yeah, if you were being a bleep hole, you got the fiber. Okay, Penn State head coach, odds to be the next one. Bet online.
It's our guy at Nebraska, I believe.
Yeah, Matt Rule is
There's
the favorite.
a connection between him and the AD that people are talking about pretty heavily.
It's the Bills OC Joe Brady at number 2, Syracuse's Fran Brown at 3, and then our guy Google Me, Kurt Signetti at 4.
Google Me is a lot better coach than I thought he was.
Oh, he's outstanding. Yeah, he's phenomenal. Speaking of awesome coaches, here's Lane Kiffin being asked the off-the-wall question of the day and lead up to the matchup versus Georgia.
Off-the-wall question, you and Kirby, probably some of the more demonstrative coaches on the field. Who do you think burns more calories in a game, you or him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I walked by the TV and saw his press conference today, so it doesn't look like he's burned too many calories. But he does have a lot of energy in the games, and he coaches really passionate. And I've given him heat before about the weight loss part. He says he's too stressed to work out.
He's playing those pickup basketball games,
too
right?
Stressed.
He probably didn't have a choice.
He was in the Saban pickup basketball games.
You better
right?
show up or you're fired.
He played defiantly in those games. Yeah. But Lane Kiffin continues to just be incredible. There's your Darty.
Love some good nature ribbon like that, Chief. Appreciate you. We got 1 hour down and 4 to go here on 105.3 The Fan. Looks like the Chiefs going back to back for 2 days in a row.
Is that right?
I think it's hodgepodge time, dude.
Are we about to podge it?
I think we are.
You podging?
Maybe we sprinkle dinkle a little true or fart.
You want a true or fart? I can sprinkle dinkle true or fart.
All right, we get it done at a high level next year in the nation. But Tolo, speaking of getting it done at a high level, Greystone Roofing and Construction, best.
Pepper lady. Pepper lady.
What? Cinnamon sisters?
Razor blades.
Saffron spot?
Nutmeg maybe?
Sweet crab?
No.
Nutmeg maybe?
Said that. Was it spicy?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it saffron spot?
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the Nation. Thank you for making us part of your day here. We got the C-Note coming up in about 20 minutes. We got chances to pick up your 2025 G-Bag Nation flag later in the week. Bearded Monkey in Rockwall, 2 to 7 on Thursday. We'd love it if you can join us. And Pickler Universe there in Carrollton on Friday, just past the Bush and 35 there. Come learn all about pickleball, hang out with us and Stella Artois. That's Friday, 2 to 7 in Carrollton. Time now for a little sports hodgepodge, maybe some NFL true or fart. Here's Chief and Wolchuk.
Yeah, we got plenty to get to here right after this. TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude mother.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
From John Machota, the Cowboys have faced Bryce Young, Justin Fields, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams, Russell Wilson, and Jalen Hurts combined. They've completed 72% of their passes, throwing for an average of 270 yards per game, 15 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and a combined passer rating of 117, which is the highest in the NFL. And you wonder why the internet is calling this Cowboys defense not the Dumsday defense. Shout out to Rex Ryan. It's pretty good. You guys see this one?
Rex called it the Dumsday?
Yeah, Rex called it the Dumsday, which is really, really strong. But they're saying this defense is so not safe for work, and they're being ran through at such a high level. This is the Bonnie Blue defense.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
It does seem appropriate. I saw statistically it's now worse than the 2020 squad that got Mike Nolan fired.
Goodness.
Dan Quinn somehow had top 10 defenses. Isn't that crazy? Was that just Micah Parsons doing? I guess Diggs and Bland were at the height of their powers.
Yeah, but you had like a real pass rush, right? I mean, and obviously that starts with Micah Parsons, but in general, you had a legit pass rush. And right now, they're talking about.
I think he schemed some pretty good things, though, too.
No, he absolutely did. Dan Quinn was absolutely awesome.
I think
he had some better players.
Yeah, that year off really helped him.
But yes, it did. But when you have a pass rush, that can mitigate a lot of your problems.
Mm-hmm. But
and right now, like switching to a man defense ain't really going to help too much with this Cowboys defense. You can't get pressure. The quarterbacks are going to slice and dice you up, dude. I mean, how many times do we have to say Russell Wilson got benched 7 days after putting up a career night versus your defense? Your defense is an absolute disaster class. Everything about it. There's no like one scheme change that's going to fix it. You guys are awful at every single level. That you need a total revamp. So that's where they're at right now. The Bonnie Blue defense. That's how the Cowboys are going to be remembered for 2025. That is awful. That is not safe for work.
Bonnie Blue Star defense.
Ooh, Bonnie Blue Star defense.
Blue Star.
Bang. I think we just sealed the deal on that.
Yeah.
That's what they are. That's who they are.
You're right.
You have the Purple People Eaters. You got the Steel Curtain, right? You got the No-Name defense. You got the Doomsday.
And Bonnie Blue is the gal that does the train videos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, it's
there's not
vulgar.
the Amtrak ones, right?
There's others.
Disgusting.
It's not good.
It's really, really bad.
It's a bit off-putting.
Jason Garrett's hanging off the back of that train waving.
Yeah, waving.
The Red Ball Express.
Nobody uses that. Nobody uses that meme better than John Machota. John Machota uses it too.
Machota and KT crank that thing out at a high level.
Right, does a good
it's
job.
really freaking funny.
Does a good job.
How about your guy Bijan Robinson last night, Broadus? Barry Sanders took a couple of years, and now we're in that realm. And why is he the only running back? And it's fair. Like, I think if we only were going to choose one, he would be the one to choose. But why is he the only one that gets the overhead sky cam view of his incredible runs? Do you guys see those on the internet?
No, yeah.
They look amazing.
It's kind of like they follow him with drones.
And it's only for Bijan Robinson. Like, it doesn't go to any other player. And, again, that's fine, but He was incredible last night. And I saw, did you guys see?
I think that's about the cam operator.
Maybe it's an Atlanta thing.
It's only with the Falcons?
I just kind of feel
Monday
like that
night
maybe.
thing.
Yeah, it's a Monday night thing. Probably a little bit better cam that we don't.
No, it's not a Monday night thing, dude. This happens to Bijan Robinson like all throughout the season, dating back to last year.
I wonder.
You get this overhead view of his incredible runs, and it cranks up the badass level by like 1,000.
I wonder if it's home games only. I wonder if it's like something specific with Atlanta.
I got a drone.
We're trying to shoot you down on all this stuff right now.
Yeah, I know you are. No, but I think Wolchuk actually has a pretty good point.
That's the only thing.
It might have. Yeah, it might absolutely.
Maybe it's like Atlanta's just got this thing done.
Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Is that what
Pretty
it's
cool.
called?
Yeah, Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah.
Ben DiNucci tweeted last night.
Ben DiNucci. I didn't text. When you get Nucci back on?
Yeah, still waiting
He's doing.
around.
He's doing NFL
CBS
radio
Sports now.
Oh, is he CBS? Oh,
I think he's doing some college games.
Oh, is he? They got him doing college games. I knew he was doing stuff with NFL. The
he's getting
Sirius
into media
satellite.
now.
Yeah.
I thought Sean Payton said he was going to be a Walmart greeter.
Maybe the Nucci wants to, give his hot sports opinions.
Nucci said that he says, I was only on the Falcons for 5 days during training camp. But Bijan Robinson is the best athlete I've ever been around.
His self-awareness is pretty awesome.
He says, I'm not sure it's even close, but he did note that Micah Parsons would be number 2.
Fair enough.
Which absolutely is fair.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him jumping into like every single position group just out of boredom. That guy could pretty much play whatever he wants.
Yeah. And he was next level last night. So the doubleheader Monday Night Football thing, it's clearly here to stay. We got another one for next week. I didn't realize they were going to be pumping it out like this.
And at least, I think if I remember correctly, the games they showed, there might not be bad. Like Texans-Seattle is the second game. I can't remember what the first game, but I thought initially, okay, they're not bad games, but it is weird. I don't know that I love this doubleheader Monday night deal.
Well, they're trying to make up they're trying to give these guys value for paying billions of dollars. They're trying to give them more games and give them opportunity to make some money back.
Yeah, but it worked out last night because you're in a great fourth quarter, Buffalo and Atlanta, and then bang, the game ends, you flip it over, and it's basically the start of the fourth quarter in another tight game with the Commanders and the Bears. So Monday Night Football doubleheaders, I guess they're here to stay. Wolchuk, we throw it over to you live in studio for, is this the first installment of the season?
Might be.
NFL True or Fart?
Yeah, I think it might be a first installment for the True or Fart style. We got a couple of these, and we can carry them over if we need to. We'll start with this one, Eric. True or Fart? The Cowboys are going to make a trade here to get the defense some help by the deadline.
It's starting to feel that way. I mean, just listening to the way Broadus speaks, seeing Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News, talking about Jerry getting ready for a deadline gamble.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it happening, absolutely. And I just hope that it's somebody who's going to be under contract for at least a couple of years, and hopefully it's a total game record. But they need 11 of them.
11 of them.
We don't have any real evidence yet, Wolchuk, that a trade might be afoot. Nothing seems imminent. You can't read the tea leaves based on what they are actually saying. But I do want to take you back to training camp where they were insisting there's no way we'd ever trade Micah Parsons. Yeah. Right? So I think they might be looking at the media like we want to deny and do the opposite privately. So I'm working on that. And then, Chiefs on it. You can start to get a feeling when the insiders start to say, oh, I don't know. And when collectively, they start to change their tone, we're watching you, Brian. Mm-hmm. And those are pretty good tea leaves. I
say they're going to make a trade.
I'm with you.
I do. I just feel like that Jerry's looking at this division and the fact that the Commanders lost last night. I just totally believe that he's going to try and swing for something here.
Just do something real, not Jonathan Mingo. Okay? If you're going to make a trade to get people excited, let's get a player to get people excited. That's all I would ask for.
I'm going to say absolutely true. I think it's going to end up being with Miami. Just seems like a team that wants to shed some cap. Bradley Chubb is going to be the name I'm going to throw out right now. And Minka Fitzpatrick.
There we go.
It's going to be two players.
Well, I would.
It's going to be a double dipper.
I would try and make it a 3-level deal and maybe get like Jordan Brooks at linebacker.
Okay. 3 for 1.
Would you trade 3 players for 1 first-round pick?
I would.
Not those 3 guys. I'm not giving a first-round pick for Chubb and Minka. And the Chubb contract, I got to look at because I'm pretty sure he's making some some fat cheddar.
I looked at it the other day, and it's fat.
It's fat. So, I mean, I think, honestly, if you're making a trade with the Dolphins, it's probably more like Jalen Phillips because he's still on his rookie deal. I mean, it is expiring.
Now we need to figure out where they had some of these guys that we're talking about. Where was Phillips on their board? Because you brought up a really good point about in the show opening. It seems to be that they're looking at guys
they had
great
high
college grades on.
Yeah, did they like them?
Yeah.
Did they like them?
Yeah.
That's certainly.
We need to figure out. We need to figure out what their boards have looked like the last 3-4 years when it comes to some of these guys.
Yeah, Miami might help you with multiple players. I can't think of another team that would be able to shed. I mean, honestly, the swing that I would be calling Vegas and saying, can we make a deal for Max Crosby? That's the big fish that I would. I don't think I would be doing it for. Who? There was another big name player we talked like Trey Hendrickson. If I'm going to make a big swing here,
so how bad is his back? What happened?
That's also fishy.
What happened the other day?
He left and he's been missing practice. Now he's got back soreness.
Yeah.
So you got to monitor that. But I'd be swinging for the fences and going to try and get a Max Crosby.
I wouldn't hate that. You got him under contract for 2 more years after this season, and he's a cornerstone.
Yeah,
he's a monster.
Yeah, and he plays the run and the pass, so it still fits their whole. Well, we want to be able to stop the run better. He does that. He's a local guy. A star. So I'd be in on, and that would certainly, I think, get everybody fired up. All right, Brian, true or fart?
Fart.
You're going to be able to tell us more about this tomorrow, but we are witnessing the Jaden Daniels sophomore slump.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you tomorrow for sure. But I just watching some of the game and stuff like that, though. He's been hurt. They fumbled in a rainy game situation. But I'm going to say fart. I'm still going to say, because he's my LSU guy. I can never pull against. But I will have him broken down for you tomorrow, and I might come back and say, no, that's true. That's true. Okay. The fact that they're 3-3, but he hadn't played in a couple of games, I'm going to say that's fart right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Farting on it, Gavin?
I am going to say it's a fart. I don't think it's a sophomore slump, and if it is, then he's getting the right remedy for that slump. It's playing the Cowboys. He'll be on an MVP trajectory statistically by the time we get to what would that be? Sunday afternoon, about 7 o'clock.
FedEx Air Player of the Game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even he still had 263 total yards, 3 passing touchdowns last night. QBR was like a 64. The fumble was egregious, but that's not going to continue. The only thing that keeps him from being dominant is the injuries. So, I fart on that slump.
Yeah, I'm going to fart on the slump, too. Okay, Gavin Dawson, true or fart? The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to be the NFC representative in the Super Bowl.
I mean, I would fart on that if I had to pick who has the best resume right now. I guess Tampa is the clear answer, but I think it's just them and 5 or 6 other teams that could end up. So if I'm taking the field versus Tampa, it's a pure fart. That's a math play.
Yeah, I guess I will go that way as well. I will fart on that, and still just thinking that the Lions, the Rams, the Packers, I'll just go with the numbers.
Someone's going to knock them off.
It's some
maybe Seattle.
I mean, like these games
maybe Seattle.
It's super close games. I know they're down a lot of dudes, especially offensively, but it's not like they're elite and just running away with these games.
Pretty average defense.
Yeah. So that's a fart.
You going to fire them cannons?
I'm going to say fart. Even though I think they're an elite team right now, I think the Rams are the team you got to watch.
Yeah.
I think the Rams defensively, and they seem to like weather the storm on injuries, get them all back together.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like the Rams in this thing.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with the Rams as well. They're my preseason pick. But gosh, Tampa Bay is looking pretty good right now. Okay, Eric, back to you.
Rams should be undefeated.
The Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbo combo is not sustainable long term for the Giants. True or fart?
I will true on that. I will true on that. I mean, it's not like Dart has been out of this world. And Scatterbo, as much as I love him, I don't know how long of a career he can actually have. So I will still lean fart here.
Yeah, massive fart. I mean, one of the great things in NFL Twitter right now is trolling Giants fans who are so excited. I mean, they think they got rookie Dak and Zeke cooking up there. And there's there's no reason to believe Jackson Dart can stay healthy or is going to be enough of a winner from the pocket. And I think Scadaboo is a nice player, and in the right offense, I think he could, kind of be a star or household name. His running style, he'll be productive. But as far as impacting winning and losing down in and down out, they're just basically replacement level players.
Okay, so you guys are going true then. It's not sustainable.
Oh, yes, excuse me.
Truce.
True.
We got Truce. What do you think, Brian?
Oh, I think it's fart. I think their defense
Real
is
deal?
I think their defense is legit. I think they're going to find a way to fix their offensive line. I think this quarterback is for real. I do. I think he's one of these guys that has the personality that his teammates will follow him. I think that he's a guy that's well liked, and he's got talent. I just, like I say, we'll see who the coach is at that place, but I could see the Giants being a lot better on both sides of the ball.
I think it's going to be Belichick because all the historical reasons, plus Dart probably reminds him of his girlfriend. Bubbly IG model type personality.
Yeah, dude.
Clearly his type.
Wow, that is. I agree.
That's a walk-off.
I think that he would love to go to New York. I think that's always been his dream spot.
Yeah.
The girlfriend bit is hilarious. I do think this is true, though. I think it's just health reasons. I'm with you. I think Dart has looked good, and they're both good players. But, Dart got banged up in that game the other night, and I'd be shocked if Scadaboo can play longer than 5 years in the league with that style. Even 4. That dude is just looking to hit anybody that moves.
I guess they're hunting wide receiver now down there,
sure
trade
they'll.
deadline. They're talking Olave today in New York.
Are they talking Pickens?
Man, that's an interesting one. Would you make that move in the division?
Mike Tomlin wouldn't.
Okay. Wow, that was hot, wasn't he?
Sure was.
He is ticked off at Andrew Berry, the Browns GM, for trading his starting quarterback. Okay, we got that coming up in the football fix. Here it's the C Note coming up next. Cowboys news of the evening, and maybe it's time we do a little draft talk. What do you guys think about that? It's coming up next in Nation.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Current Financial. Texting private.
products. I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Waves?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Saffron Squad?
(484-0829) or visit myirsteam.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Wild Fork Foods.
Tolos, it's game time, and Wild Fork Foods has the goods. Shop any of our 9 DFW locations for the full experience. Discover an unbeatable variety of premium meats and seafood. Our on-site experts make shopping easy, ensuring incredible flavor and great prices. Score at Wild Fork Foods.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Just when you thought football talk might be getting a little bit depressing, here comes NFL draft season. Mel Kiper's big board is out. Let's look at maybe the top 10 or so. Talk Cowboys draft strategy for the 2026 upcoming draft. Of course, we'll be dominating the coverage for you. I do want to give a shout-out to Nick Mangold, the former Jets great, said he needs a new kidney.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. He's type O, said he got a diagnosis in 2006, and he always knew it was going to end with some sort of kidney disease, and he thought he would have more time, but it came on a little bit earlier, and so he's looking for people with type O blood that want to maybe donate a kidney to old Nick Mangold. That'd be it'd be doing him a solid if he could.
Yeah.
Okay, segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, it gets real interesting outside of the top three for the Cowboys, but if you guys are curious who Mel's got in his top three, it's Dante Moore, the quarterback, Oregon, Jeremiah Love, running back, Notre Dame. That'd be sexy. And then Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana. I assume with Javonte breaking out like this, the Cowboys are not going to be in the market for a running back.
He might leave.
Could have surprises. Yeah, I don't know about Javonte leaving. I just can't imagine the market's going to be that robust.
Yeah, I wonder, especially like it changes things after he had his worst game of the season. But
yeah,
I didn't think he'd be a guy that would be breaking the bank. I mean, I think like 6 per, which they didn't want to pay for Rico. So I don't know. I wonder what their strategy will be at running back. But maybe they would look at if Blue doesn't really emerge as a guy that they thought he would.
Yeah.
Maybe they would be in the market still.
Yeah, maybe not in the top 10, but maybe with the Green Bay Packers pick in the 20s or something. That's an interesting idea. And yeah, I guess I'm waiting to be impressed with Jaden Blue, but I don't see an NFL player right now. So I mean, I was kind of interested. I know he had 4 carries, 5 carries, but I am interested to see what Phil Moffitt would look like.
I am too. I think Phil Moffitt is your RB2.
The vision, the patience. He just looks like he's kind of maybe in a hurry or not sure exactly what to do. And, I think it might be a journey with Jaden Blue to get to where he's kind of the weapon that we had hoped he'd be when they drafted him. But number 4, we go to Ohio State University, where linebacker Arvil Reese is sitting there as Mel Kiper's 4th highest rated player. That'd be something, right? Now, what kind of a linebacker is Arvil Reese?
I watched a little bit of him last night.
Yeah, Dane Brugler, that's his favorite guy in the draft.
I can see why. I don't really see a whole lot of holes in his game. I mean, you talk about a guy who was a converted safety to linebacker. He can cover. He's got range, sideline to sideline speed, can rush. He looked, the burst that he plays with, that's your proto. And he's huge. I mean, 6'4", big dude.
243.
Does a great job of getting in the way of passing lanes. I mean, there was not a whole lot to dislike when it came to Arvil Reese.
So he's like an inside linebacker type.
He can play outside too. I think, yeah. I mean, you could have. He's a good blitzer. The dude is a heat-seeking missile out there.
Okay, number 5 is another position the Cowboys could benefit from, but I don't know. Now that you have Osa and Kenny Clark, would Peter Woods, defensive tackle from Clemson, be on your list? He is a 3 technique in the pros. That's what he projects to, but Kiper's right in that he moves outside to edge. He's that rare bigger guy that's quick enough to win off the edge as well, and says his strength will intrigue a lot of NFL teams no matter where he lines up. I guess the Cowboys are internally believing that the group of edges they put together are going to grow into something, but if I'm not seeing it by the end of the year, if I had a voice there in the Cowboys draft room, I would be advocating quite strongly to find a pass rusher.
Yeah, I don't know that Woods is a guy that's going to be.
Yeah, he's a. Are you saying that? Do you know something off the field or something like that?
No. I don't know that'd be. I think he's more of a defensive tackle. To your point.
Yeah, that's what I think. That I just kind of looking at some of the metrics and stuff on him. I haven't looked at Peter Woods yet, but I know things that his pass rush grade, his run defense grade is much better than his pass rush grade. And this is, again, if you look at what Pro Football Focus has looked at him as a player. But like I say, the win rate as a run stopper is much better. The interesting thing about Peter Woods is he's 20 years old. So, there might be some thought about, a guy like that, okay, maybe you're getting a young guy and then all of a sudden he's, next, 4 years later, he's.
You like the traits.
Yeah, exactly where he's at. And he's played 4 years for you. And then, the second contract comes up and he's still in his mid-20s.
Got a lot of upside there, but, just 1.5 TFL and a half sack so far this season.
Been rough for that.
Yeah, 3 pressures. So you're not getting a ton of production, but you'd be banking on absolute elite traits. Now, if the Cowboys do decide to let George Pickens go, and I don't think we're trending in that direction right now, Mekhi Lemon, wide receiver USC, is
that's a player.
First wide receiver that hits the board here. 5'11", 195, a warrior who plays with passion. Snatches the ball away from his body in an attacking manner, runs with a fierce approach after the catch. One of Mel's favorite players in the class. How about safety, though? Caleb Downs, Ohio State.
Here we go.
Mel Kiper's 7th ranked player. Would you use a top 10 pick on a safety in today's game?
I would on Caleb Downs. That's a game-changing player right there, and he has been awesome every single year at Ohio State. Coming into the season, I had seen some people say he might be the best overall player in the entire draft, and I have not seen anything that would really change that unless it's somebody like Reese, his own teammate, just emerging and snatching that title away. But Caleb Downs can play down in the box. He can absolutely impact the running game, but he is a rangy player that will make plays in the secondary. 214 just texted in Derwin James. I think that's a pretty good comp. I think he's a better cover guy, though, than what Derwin James was.
Yeah, if you look at advanced stats for him I'm interested to see his missed tackles are pretty or something you probably need to take a look at, the missed tackle rate that they have. I wonder if that's the case. And then the way they've graded him, some of the better games that he's had has been against lesser competition. I'm just curious about that too. The Texas game was a lower grade for him. You look at the game against Washington was a lower game, and Illinois was a lower game. All those teams at some point in time, I think, I don't know about Washington being ranked, but Texas and then Illinois being ranked.
He was pretty darn good in the playoff for him last year.
Yeah.
Going to win an Addy.
They looked at him, too, as the number of receptions. There's been 21 targets with 14 receptions. Again, looking at him and seeing, if these things, I'm not saying this is the end-all, be-all thing. It's just stuff that somebody else has already looked at.
Yeah.
And I wonder if this is going to carry over when we start watching these tapes.
I like what you're doing, though. I mean, when you look at these big schools, you got to consider, how much is this guy individually responsible for, and how much is this guy sort of reading the play and arriving, and you have so many guys on his team winning individual matchups
right.
that, I can come here and clean up stuff.
Yes, that is a good point. When it comes to, he's got a lot of talent that he's played with. I mean, we saw the tons of players that got drafted on that defense last year. They're going to have more that get drafted this year. So is he a recipient from playing on a loaded defense?
To Zach's point, if you look his 2023 grade of an 85.6 in 2024 is 87.9. This year he's at 76.9. So he's kind of regressed a little bit in slight amounts there from his previous campaigns.
We have another wide receiver at number 8 on Mel Kiper's big board, Jordan Tyson, a wide receiver, Arizona State University.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about the idea of taking a wide receiver in the first round? I guess if Pickens does it, but you have so many spots to fill.
They got to put. I mean, they've spent money. Now they've got, I think, 10 players that are under contract for future years on offense. I really think you got. I mean, it's all about still take the best player available. If that ends up being a wide receiver, I'm not going to hate the idea. But I think you really need to focus on trying to improve this defense.
Yeah, this guy evidently, though, if you look at him, the grade against man coverage, this guy's outstanding. When you put him one-on-one with guys that are playing man coverage against him, he's really a good player. Their receiving grade's really high for him. Again, we're looking at Pro Football Focus. I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of what they've scored very high. He's a player that's gotten better every year, though, too. From 2023 to 2024, now to 2025. He plays in the slot, and he plays wide as well. 47 receptions out of 74 targets here so far, 11 yards of reception with 7 touchdowns.
Averaging a first down every catch.
Yeah.
Ruben Bain at 9, the Miami
I've watched
edge.
this guy play. He's a stud. He is an absolute stud, the way he plays.
And where are you with edge going into the 2026?
Kind of feel like, to me, Bain at 6'3", I'd love to know how much he weighs. I'm not
275.
Sure. 275. You wonder if he's a little bit too, I'm going to say this 5 technique kind of guy. Where, it seems to be the guys that are really good elite type pass rushers are in that 55 to 60 range. Is this guy a little bit, is he more of an edge player as far as, maybe he could play both for you, though. I'm just interested how, I know watching him play a little bit, man, that he was pretty impressive with the first step stuff, ability to grab that corner. So at that weight, I was like, if that's what he really is, man, he plays a lot faster his size is that, but he plays a lot faster.
Yeah, he runs like a 225-pounder.
Yeah.
I mean, he's kind of, Brandon Graham I've seen as a name that gets thrown around that's like similar in their build. Graham was like 265, 270, Bain 275.
Yeah, this guy's got he's almost a 30% winner at pass rush win rate.
Yeah, he just has the knack for shedding blocks. He wins with his hands, and I love that. I mean, that's one of the big traits for defensive linemen you got to look at, because a lot of guys, they don't really understand the hand fighting.
Man,
and this guy can shed.
Yeah, if the good games, the good grades. Notre Dame has been a good grade. South Florida, a good grade for that. Florida State. This guy's excelled at all different levels of competition.
Auburn's got an edge I've been told to watch as well, that I think he's pretty long.
Yeah, he didn't quite make the top 10, but he's in here. I know who you're talking about. At number 10 is Spencer Fano, the tackle from Ohio State. And going into the year, I thought tackle would be up there on the priority list, but they've proven Steele and Guyton, good enough at getting the job done. And Dak playing under pressure enough, I think they're going to just roll with who they got.
Keldrick Falk is who you guys are talking about.
I think he's like
6'6", 285.
Bendy guy.
Yeah, is what they're talking about. His run defense grade is much better than his pass rush win grade.
Surprising.
And but his run stops again are very, very good. He's a guy that was really good in 2024 grade wise, a little bit off the mark here in 2025. But he had 9 sacks in 2024. He's got 2 sacks here in 2025. 31 hurries last year, 16 this year through 6 games.
That's impressive.
All righty. There's your first look in the C note of the 2026 draft class, and hopefully the Cowboys win these next couple of games. That'd be fun to get Washington and Denver, considering how this season has gone. I don't expect it. But with the rest of the division sliding back, I wouldn't be surprised if they're in this NFC East as long as their offense keeps producing. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking it?
Tuesday. Got questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Let's chat prize picks, though, shall we? Oh, I hope you had some fun cashing in last night.
latest Spiss and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king, Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, my teammates. Thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this, as always. Appreciate you guys. Be taping Love of the Star tomorrow morning, so feel free to fire your questions at my Twitter page, at Brian Broaddus, or Eric Chiafalo's Twitter page. What is your Twitter page, though, by the way?
It's at Eric Chiafalo.
And then Zach?
It can get complicated.
Yeah. What about you, Zach?
With the spellings. Yeah, it's also just at Zach Wolchuk.
There you go. So just fire your questions at us so we can get them answered.
They didn't have Balzac Wolchuk. Otherwise, that's what he was going to go with.
You know me well.
Very nice. But, yeah, we look forward to getting that done for you tomorrow. Have a lot of conversations. Try and give you a little bit of a deeper dive on some of this stuff, what's going on with this football team. Deep dive. By the way, I asked a question about Winfrey. In the pre-show, somebody asked me about Winfrey. Yeah. What's going on with
what happened?
Perrion Winfrey? I was kind of told that they're not going to do anything with him until they absolutely need him.
They don't think they need him?
They don't need him now, huh? Kenny Clark's been so good these last couple of games.
The last couple of games. But, yeah, it's just kind of, like I said, don't kill the messengers here. But, yeah, they just kind of, if they need him, and they haven't been very good at defensive tackle, you're right, the last couple of weeks. So maybe
started off strong.
Yeah, he did start off strong. So, but anyway, here we are. He's in case break glass in case of emergency guy right now.
I'd say you don't need a one technique with how Smith and Toia are playing. Just put Perrion in there. He can get turned too.
Yeah,
he can get blown off the ball.
He can also get upfield and maybe create some problems rushing the passer.
Havoc.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm right. All right, let me go to you, Zach, first on this one.
Do it.
These are questions I have for my guys. On Tuesdays, I like to ask questions, all generally Cowboy-related questions. Zach, give me your best guess why this team struggles with communication.
I don't think that you've got necessarily the smartest players in the world.
Okay.
I think, and this is
football smart, right?
Yes, I mean, I think that maybe and maybe they're just some of this has to do with the buy-in, and there could be a stubborn nature of the players, like we talk about stubborn nature of the coaches. Like I do this well, and now you're asking me to do stuff that I'm not really comfortable doing, or I don't really want to learn what to do. Go ahead and adjust to me, man. So I think that's more what it has to do. I think that yes, on the coaches, but we've heard they've tried to dumb it down a little bit. We're doing like one-word checks.
I don't know how more dumbed down you could get by playing cover 3.
So for me, I wonder. I wonder how much is this just on the players and they're just not able to figure it out.
Do you think the buy-in is the biggest part of
that seems to be consistent.
That they don't want it. Don't want to.
This is 2 years in a row now that buy-in's been an issue with a new defensive coordinator. This worked well, and then you need to see it. And we heard that last year. We needed to see it. And players would talk about it with Brad on the Cowboys Hour on a Monday.
Sure.
Steven and Jerry have talked about it. And I don't get it. Like, you're going to have coaching changes. This is the NFL, right? Like, you need, if buy-in's a question, then what are you doing here? We need to get you out.
Yeah, I think Wolchuk's on it, though. Now, obviously, these are very talented guys. We're cheering for them, but I think it's a combination of not smart and not caring enough. Like, if you're not smart, you got to do a lot of homework. I was one of those guys, in school. I couldn't just learn it by watching the teacher lecture about it. I would have to go home and obsess about it, create flashcards. Whether that was math or Spanish or history, whatever it was, I needed to work extra if I wanted to get an A. Yeah. There's some students out there that just get A's from watching the teacher talk and maybe scanning the notes. Boom, they're on it. And the Cowboys specifically, with Diggs, Bland, and Wilson, I don't think there's a light bulb on there, right? And sometimes you end up with that, and how do you work around it? But then also, I do want to give credit to the passing concepts. Like these are all designed to make defensive backs be in conflict and make difficult decisions about where they're going. So some of it's time on task that will allow them to eventually get it figured out.
Chief?
Yeah, I think they covered it pretty nicely there. I don't think there's a ton of buy-in. The football IQ probably not exactly where you want it to be, and guys that are probably being put in positions that are not to their strengths.
Yeah.
And so that combo just leads to the Bonnie Blue Star defense.
Chief, I'll go to you on this one. You just answered one. I'll give you another one.
Let's go.
Come on, ride the train. Choo-choo.
You can fix one thing right now in this defense, the run defense or the pass defense. You only fix one.
Yeah, it's going to be the pass defense. It's going to be the pass defense. You gave up a boatload of yards on the ground the other day. Still had a chance to win the football game.
Yeah.
The pass defense is where you end up having a team like the Giants be able to put up 37 points on you with a quarterback who is literally about to play his final game as a starter before he gets benched. Your pass defense is the biggest of the problems, and your pass rush is a huge issue. So there's no question it would be the pass defense.
Dawson, if you can fix one, only one. Run defense, pass defense.
I'm going to go with the pass defense because in order for that to happen, Diggs and Bland would have to turn back the clock and have their injuries fully heal. And if you fix the pass defense, then you'd have two good corners. And you would obviously have this coaching take a little bit better. But, both of these issues right now are fatal. It's either do you want to give it up big time or give it up little by little.
Well, Chuck?
Yeah, I think that I'd go with the pass because you got Diggs and Bland. Now, Diggs, maybe they move or they cut, but those are two guys that you paid and you need to step up and be good for you. Those are two players you're relying on. So to me, it means that your pass rush has gotten better, your corners have gotten better. So if I can get the pass defense figured out, then maybe Kenny Clark and that run defense we saw the first 3 weeks will end up kind of following in suit.
Kind of feel like it's the run defense, boys, just because of the fact that, if you do, that team the other day just ran the ball on you extensively, and you really couldn't do anything about it, and you lost that game because of their ability to run the football. If teams, the path that they have to travel, the passing game, I like what you guys are saying about the players and all that, but man, you talk about how that just totally demoralized your team. How they were able to last 6 minutes of the game take that away, and you couldn't stop that to get the ball back. That's a problem. I think running the football on somebody could be the greatest strength you could have, and it could also be the most demoralizing thing.
No doubt.
That you can have also too if your team. They got that ball with 6 minutes to go, and you couldn't get them off the field just because they ran it.
Well, and you had them in a 3rd and 8, right? Right up until Elam had the penalty.
Yeah. Well.
But they're both so bad right now.
Yeah, they are.
You
both
can't
bad.
be this bad at both.
You made a quarterback that is one of the worst in the league throwing the football. One of the better ones in the league.
Yeah, he looked dialed.
Yeah, he was way dialed. Dawson.
Yeah.
Would you consider playing Diggs at free safety with some of the cornerbacks coming back?
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely am not putting Donovan Wilson in single high ever again. I can't imagine how anybody thinks that's a good idea. Actually makes me wonder if they're kind of punting on this season. I'm getting Tank vibes off some of these decisions. But yes, I'm interested in that. Let's just take advantage of his ball skills.
All-time football follies of him trying to make open field tackles is what that would result in. Now, listen, we are at a no bad ideas stage of the season when it comes to the defense. So I wouldn't push back too hard, but he would get put in some very precarious situations.
If you played, Zach, I'll get right to you here. If you played single high with him and just let him roam and play, I'm not asking him to play down.
Right.
I'm asking him to play back.
Yeah, true free center fielder.
So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help the run by playing, take your pick, Bell, Wilson. I would Stewart. I'd say I'd place somebody down extra to help, but let him play deep. Let him play, if you play cover 3, and let him play middle of the field and just kind of try and read things from that depth.
Yeah, just use the ball skills.
Yeah.
I get the idea, but that means we got to have more Kyer Elam on the field, which is tough.
Well, I said with other corners coming back.
Okay, with with maybe a Carson or a Rebel or somebody.
Carson, Rebel, if other corners are thrown into the mix, would you consider playing him at free safety?
Again, you are going to give up an 80-yard touchdown run because he's not going to make the open field tackle when the running back inevitably gets past you. But I don't hate it.
How about you there, Wolchuk?
I like the range that you're talking about. Kyer Elam's actually the one I'd consider doing this with because he will tackle, and I do think it's safety. You still have to have a willingness to tackle, but I do like the coverage aspect of possibly Diggs shifting over to safety. He's going to have to buckle up, though.
I kind of feel like
he wants to do that.
I feel like you got a ball hawk back there. Maybe a guy that doesn't have to cover. I mean, he doesn't. I mean, he could just he's kind of a heady player.
Sure.
He'll gamble a little bit. I think he understands what the scheme is supposed to do. I think he hates the fact that they don't play nearly enough man coverage. But Bobby put out a tweet the other day that man coverage has been poor for him. But I just wonder if it would give you somebody on the back end that can maybe go make a play or two. That's what I'm asking about.
I like the idea, Brian.
All right. We went over. I'm sorry about that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning every afternoon about 3:40 here on the Fan. Wolchuk.
All right, let's do it. Daily football fix, MVP chance. We got coaches that are ticked off, and the Bears did something for the first time in 99 years. We'll tell you about it next. But I love talking East Dallas Diesel. It is a Tolo Truck Tuesday at East Dallas Diesel. You're going to want to make sure you're following them on all social media.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute snack. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do it, baby. All right, let's head to Chicago, where the Bears upset the Commanders, and they did something the NFL hasn't seen in 99 years. Might be shocking to you. After Jake Moody hit that 38-yard field goal, and I was thinking that he might have shanked it off the foot, the way that one started drifting right and then kind of curved right back in. Thank goodness he made it, because bleep Washington. But for the first time since 99 years ago, the Bears are the first team to win 2 straight one-point games by the exact same final score.
Oh, so the Raider game, the Raiders and the Commanders.
They beat the Raiders 25-24, had their bye, and they came out of the bye, beat the Commanders 25-24. First time in 99 years that's happened. That's kind of nuts. I figured you'd probably get just 99 years of football. Somebody's going to end up having the same score back-to-back weeks. But, and I guess it's the 1-point thing, too. And that's another wrinkle into it. What a stat.
Kudos to the Bears.
Shout out to the Bears. Now, DJ Moore, and somebody texted in, like, is DJ Moore okay? Well, he was hospitalized last night. He's had to stay in D.C. overnight to receive further medical attention. Now, Ben Johnson went on his weekly radio show earlier this morning, said it was just precautionary. They got good news. He should be coming back today, and he's going to be day-to-day going forward. It's a groin deal. What was that, Brian? It's a groin deal?
Exactly.
Yeah, so hopefully that's okay. But, man, a groin that you need to stay in the hospital overnight for.
Tear, maybe?
It sounds like it might have come off the bone.
Smells like? Is that what you're about to say?
Yeah. The nose knows. I think Orlando Scandrick got a situation like that.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, that groin will come right off the bone, right off the pelvis.
Jeez.
Very painful.
Just a scare, though, Coach.
Day to day.
Day to day.
That's what Ben Johnson said.
It looks like a cramp.
I think it's just a cramp.
Jim, I think it's just a cramp.
No big deal. Just a cramp. His ankle's not totally obliterated. One of the best moments of the weekend, and I saw this yesterday, I couldn't get to it. You had Baker Mayfield throwing a touchdown to Tez Johnson. Now, Tez Johnson goes to the
tremendous
sidelines.
flip.
Great flip. And Tez, I mean, we were wondering, could the Cowboys have interest in Tez? Because you've got his wide receivers coach now, and Tez is a big play guy. Not surprising that he's making plays down the field, 45-yard touchdown. But here was Tez post-game as there was MVP chants following his touchdown.
I'll tell you a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it. But he is the MVP. The one he got the first down on, he said he blacked out. But, I mean, that's just Baker. The pump fake get everybody. I'm just like, oh, my God, he's a dog. I don't know what he eating put in his cereal before the game. But that guy on it every single week.
I love Tez. What? I haven't done anything. They're chanting MVP for me.
He was talking about it on the sidelines, too, like with some of the players.
He asked Sterling Shepard, as he says in that clip there, he's like, hey, Shep, are they chanting for me? And then Sterling Shepard's just laughing. Like, no, Tez. That's for Baker.
That's Baker love right there.
Baker should be getting it.
Yeah, he deserves it, man. He's as fun a player to watch in the league right now.
Cowboys defense level of awareness there for Tez, but we love him.
Damn right. Yeah, lack of it. Now, actually, it's Mahomes, who I saw has jumped to number 1 in the MVP odds right now.
Oh, is he?
He's at plus 200, so he's jumped over Josh Allen after his Monday night performance.
3-3.
I think Baker's third, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, Patrick Mahomes is about to get Rashee Rice, his best receiver, back in the fold. Maybe Vegas knows that the Chiefs are about to just go back on another run.
I don't know. To me, this is weird because the Chiefs have struggled so much this year, and when they win a game, the refrain is, here we go. They're back. Here they are. I don't think they're that good. I don't think a team that's going to be that good would have struggled this much.
That's a tough call, but I guess
they have fixed their offensive line.
Yeah.
There's some things to like about them. They're not what they used to be. That I'm sure of.
Certainly has not looked the same, but they did have a big win against Detroit. Maybe it's the Lions, fading into the night. 4-2 now.
Yeah.
The Eagles and the Lions at 4-2. The other division players are looking a little bit better there.
Yeah, I think the question for the Chiefs is going to be, can they get their defense figured out, and in particular that pass rush? But their offense is starting to get rolling. Going under center has helped things, especially with the rushing attack. And now Rashee Rice coming back. You have Travis Kelce actually breaking tackles. He almost broke as many tackles the other night as he did all season last year.
We found out, I think, about the weight gain with him. It's the, I guess Taylor Swift's an amazing baker.
Yeah, she's the sourdough.
He was talking about the sourdough bread, the sourdough cookies, all the other sourdough products. You can do anything with sourdough bread. It's amazing.
Yeah,
the bread bowl is excellent.
Bread bowl.
Yeah.
Get a delicious bread bowl. Shout out to Shedeur Sanders, who
is he not saying much?
No, he is. Shedeur is crushing it in the content realm. He went to the game and pretended he was Shiloh pretended he was Shedeur. So Shiloh ends up showing up, and he is dressed in Shedeur's Browns jersey. He's got the chain on, the sunglasses. Obviously they're brothers. So the resemblance, it's amazing, but he has fooled all of the fans. Bleacher Report has shared this video. Here is Shiloh Sanders pretending to be his brother Shedeur.
You saw my hat?
You know who I am?
Yep.
Who?
Shedeur Sanders.
Yes, sir.
I wanted you to go in.
I know.
Why'd they wait so long for Gabriel?
I don't know, man. He's a good guy, though, bro.
Don't give up.
Steeler fans were cheering for
Thank
you, bro.
you. Appreciate it.
Seriously. We wanted to see you play, man.
Hey.
We wanted you to play so bad.
I appreciate it. You see me on the field, though? You see me on the side?
Oh, yeah. We're like, come on, put him in. We were yelling, put in Sanders. Come on, Coach, we want 12.
Thank you. Hey, everything happened for a reason. I'm just thankful to God that I even have the opportunity to get on this field and to just get the chance, you know what I'm saying? So
we love you. We love you.
I appreciate y'all.
And your dad, get a picture. Get a picture,
Wait. Do y'all know Shiloh?
Oh, heck
my
yeah,
brother?
number 28. Well, he was 28. I wanted to buy his jersey, but that's all right. I still am too.
I'm videotaping, so I'll take a picture
there we
later.
go.
Oh, my God, I can die.
Shiloh is the man, dude.
that lady was awesome.
Because it's at Acrisure Stadium.
We're pulling for you, 12.
Bunch of Steeler fans we were hoping you would get in the game there, 12. Oh, but incredible is Shiloh fooling everybody as they thought the real Shedeur Sanders was walking around Acrisure Stadium in his jersey before the game.
He went up and talked to Shedeur at some point. Oh gosh, this is good.
It's such a good bit. It really is. Shout out to Shiloh. He's the man. All right, so Brian Callahan gets fired there in Tennessee. Who's going to take over as the coordinator or the head coach there?
Mike McCoy.
You think it's going to be? Well, he's the interim guy, but I don't think Mike McCoy's getting the job.
I thought that's who you're asking. I'm sorry.
Now, one of the top candidates, according to certain outlets, is actually former Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy. I think Mike McCarthy would be a good fit. Would you want Mike McCarthy kind of being the guy that's going to groom a young Cam Ward?
I'd heard that a month or so ago. I think it might be a decent situation for him in the short term. I think Mike McCarthy can help a young quarterback understand what he's looking at, what he's trying to do. But if you want a coach to give you a schematic advantage, if I'm a Tennessee fan, I would not want to see that. There would be some benefits to be harvested from having Mike, though.
Foundation of winning.
Yeah.
Program builder.
Yeah, I guess from those.
Do you want to put the work in, Brian?
If you want to put the work in, it's program builder. Absolutely.
No, I mean look at the difference in just Dak this year. Come on.
When they moved on from him, they got better.
If you get back into the McCarthy,
they got better offensively. Put it
they
that
did.
way.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Tennessee, you're probably looking at who are the best offensive coaches right now, coordinator wise. And Cliff Kingsbury is certainly mentioned. Joe Brady is mentioned. Maybe those are the ways that they end up going, or they dip into the college ranks, possibly. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I did in the 214 text this in. I thought this was like a ball sack. Maybe it's just a joke. But there are Titan fans that legitimately want Jeff Fisher back. Is he even doing anything? And when's the last time? I mean, I think of the smelly breath with Jeff Fisher. KT started that bit where he just looks like a guy whose breath stinks. And now I cannot look at Jeff Fisher and not think of a guy that has terribly smelling breath. But why would you want? And John Gruden was another one that I saw. Maybe John's a guy, and John loves to work with quarterbacks.
Yeah, John's names get thrown out a lot. I mean,
it's kind of like
I don't know.
It's an icy name.
He's the commissioner of Arena Football 1, AF1.
Okay, that's what Jeff's doing.
I believe that's what Jeff's doing. He also owns
paid for not doing anything.
He owns the Nashville Cats.
Wow.
Yeah, I think with the Jeff Fisher thing, just a lot of people are not paying attention to how much scheme evolves and how behind the times a lot of teams are. But they always have a good place in their heart for, we're going to bring in this guy because he's going to bring us toughness.
Right. Like the sequel does not always look like the original. And I think that's just, we're trying to channel our 1999 to get back to the Super Bowl Tennessee fans. Let's go to Pittsburgh. We just actually were there. Shout out to Shiloh. Jalen Ramsey had 2 sacks, and that went over the Browns. Incredible.
Yeah, I think he knocked the wind out of himself on one of them. It was kind of a scary moment.
He said he's going to tell his kids about this. Quote, I'm going to probably tell my kids, I played in a game with TJ Watt and Myles Garrett. I had 2 sacks. That's crazy. It sure is. Here's an angry Mike Tomlin. Would you ever trade a quarterback within the division? Mike Tomlin says, go bleep yourself. You shouldn't have done this.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us. Because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
You know what's crazy is this is the second time this year he sort of swerved across a lane to get in some sort of a spat with the other team about Joe Flacco. A couple of weeks ago, he said, I told my guys last year, don't get Anthony Richardson hurt because we don't want to see Joe Flacco.
That's right, yeah.
And now we have Joe Flacco impacting this one with shots fired at Andrew Berry. I don't know what's going on there, but I'll tell you what, this Steelers defense has grown a lot since the first couple of weeks of the season, and it's not just Jalen Ramsey with the 2 sacks. It was Nick Herbig.
Wisconsin.
He's a good rusher.
Absolutely blowing up this year. Yeah, I think it's over 5 sacks in 5 games.
Steelers know what they're looking for. In terms of the coaching front as well, Notre Dame, watch out. Penn State's trying to poach your guy. Penn State's going after Marcus Freeman is the report that he's actually at the top of their wish list, according to Pete Nakos of On3 Sports. They're going to try and pry him
Narcos
away.
was a good show on Netflix.
Narcos was a good show. Really good. And the last thing here in the fix, Aaron Glenn possibly could lose the Jets locker room. Thought he might already have if he doesn't bench Justin Fields for Tyrod Taylor. Justin Fields is the only quarterback in the history of football to not throw a single interception through 6 games and be winless.
Wow.
Something's wrong.
Well, they don't have a takeaway either. They're the first team to go 0-6 with no takeaways. Yeah, it's crazy. And it's not very often you throw for negative net yards, but he pulled that one off as well.
He did.
Yeah, I think they would be better off with Tyrod Taylor. It's worth a shot, but that should be about the end of the Justin Fields.
Played well against Tampa
in the NFL.
They were
and I guess they saw that, and maybe that's the other fan or the other players are saying, you know what, this guy gives us a better chance to win.
Yeah. All right, we have a Cowboy cut. We'll do that and more. Cowboys Twitter coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
But Tolos, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. You need and want the best modern technology.
Uber Eats has Lola Bee product? You gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your hair. That's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And Crisis Lifeline, or to chat, visit texas988.org. In Texas, you're not alone.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got some Cowboys Twitter here, top tweets going viral, and there is a player that's been released. Let me tell you right now, in 2 days' time, we're going to be at the Bearded Monkey in Rockwall. That's your next chance to pick up a 2025 G-Bag Nation flag, the hottest flag ever. And that's saying something. But, yeah, the Cowboys have released wide receiver Jalen Cropper. With the impending returns of CeeDee Lamb and Kevontae Turpin, the hope is Cropper passes through waivers and returns to the practice squad. I would expect that to happen. I don't think anybody's chomping at the bit to try to go get Jalen Cropper, but the story is really about CeeDee Lamb and Kevontae Turpin coming back. How much is that going to help their offense? Quite a bit, you know, and their special teams as well. Like how much kick return yardage difference is there with the all-pro Kevontae Turpin in the lineup for you? I think that's just, you know, chicken soup for your Cowboy soul. I think right now you have good reason to be very down on this team, but they're going to be able to just have more firepower than a lot of these teams on the schedule. Some weeks it won't be your week. But you know, I think there's still plenty of excitement and big plays to be harvested, especially with those guys coming on back. I was a little disappointed Flanoy couldn't have more of a follow-up performance. You guys, Flanoy was hoping for a little bit more. That was the perfect opportunity for him when you get the ball back with 6 minutes to go.
Oh, yeah, it should have been. It should have been. The ball should have gone 3 more times to Pickens is who it should have gone to.
Yeah, Pickens. I mean, I thought Flanoy had a really good play where he kind of sat down in the zone, converted for a first down. I was hoping, I mean, it it was a tough play because Dak's like on the run that he would have caught that touchdown. It was a really good play by the defensive back in the red zone. Because that was the only shot. Like Flanoy was running that drag from the opposite side of the field. That was a play that I thought he should have had a touchdown on. But I mean, I thought he made the most of the opportunities. They could have looked his way a little more.
I wonder who they're going to sit with all these receivers coming back. Do you think they're going to sit Flanoy?
Flanoy seemed more involved than what Tolbert was, but maybe.
They need to incorporate Flanoy as the blocker guy.
I'm with you.
And not put Tolbert. They ran that flip play on 3rd and 1, and they had Tolbert out there. Tolbert actually,
he's been much better.
Yeah, he got in the way.
Yes.
He got in the way, but they need, if they want to keep Flanoy active, he needs to be doing all that stuff.
Yeah, and I think he's capable, and I'd like them to do that. I mean, because Flanoy's going to be here. So I'd rather just spend your time developing him, incorporate him in the offense, because I don't think Tolbert's a guy you're bringing back next year. I think he's on another roster.
Yeah, but that they won't do that. They're going to. We watch this week. He'll dress. They'll sit Flanoy.
You're probably right.
Cowboys not getting set for a Commanders team that has not had Terry McLaurin for 3 weeks in a row with a pulled quad. It seemed like there was a chance he was going to play last night, but ultimately did not go. I don't know what that means for this week against the Cowboys, but obviously that is huge. If Terry McLaurin can't go, increases your chances of victory. But I feel like if Washington plays clean as opposed to last night, they had 3 turnovers, they had some costly penalties. I'm expecting Washington to come in here and kind of have their way with the Cowboys defense, maybe score 40 plus, and I don't know if that 2.5 points is enough to help the Cowboys cover. Jerry Jones on Washington losing last night reminded me that we are still in it. Yeah. The last thing I'm thinking about is in any way being out of the playoff hunt. I mean, playoffs would be the last thing on my mind right now. We have to be able to evaluate ourselves and say this roster isn't winning a championship. It doesn't matter if we sneak into the playoffs. I don't think fans want to hear that. It's remarkable how at times tone deaf they are. Is he open to making moves to improve the roster? Quote, I don't have a trade in mind right now at all. That comes about right now if someone is on the phone calling. Yeah. So I get it. I just hope that at least internally they're being more urgent. I get not wanting to broadcast to everybody, yes, we want to make a trade. Please, let's do something. You end up overpaying in that situation. But privately,
he's waiting on a call is what he's waiting on. But I think they're going to make a trade. I do. I think they're going to find a way to beat the Commanders this week, and it's gonna stoke the fire of him. Like, okay, we're going to be okay here. We're gonna, we got this offense. If I just help this defense, it's probably the wrong idea to do, but I think he's going to do it. I just, with the way that the Commanders and the way that the Eagles are playing right now, it's made his decision a lot easier to go do this or to try and do this.
I just think everything is different. Like once you get the Cowboys on the field, I don't care what you've put on film. I don't care what you've looked like with the Washington Commanders. I don't care who's hurt.
Yeah.
I'm just frankly shocked that the Jets couldn't do more 2 weeks ago. The expectation is what happened against Russell Wilson, Caleb Williams. The Cowboys are giving up like ungodly EPA against opposing quarterbacks, and they've played some of the worst quarterbacks in the entire league. You get them out there against Jaden Daniels, I think there's a better chance Washington never punts than Cowboys win the game.
It's possible.
Desperate team 3. I think both teams might be desperate in this one, though.
Yeah, with what they are. I mean, Washington's now 3-3. They lost a game they felt like they probably should have won. Absolutely, this is a massive game for the division.
This might be a day in the Jones family where you say, "Hey, check on Dad. Is it time to take away his media driver's license?" Because he said where we are potentially our strongest is pass rush. We've got the most capable pass rushers that we've had. Evaluate that statement, guys. How does Jerry Jones possibly think in his mind of minds that that's anywhere resembling realistic?
Coach is telling him that.
Okay.
Is that really? Are coaches really telling him that?
Absolutely they are.
I mean, even now, maybe before the season.
Absolutely they are. Absolutely they are. Yeah. It's Jerry, we'll get this thing. There's been one game where they manufactured pass rush. Jets.
Yeah, that was more of a byproduct of the opponent you played. We're fine. We found that out.
But now let's go back. One of the better offensive lines that they played?
No, they just gave up 9 sacks or 8 sacks in London when they just played this weekend. I think we were wrong.
Kind of feel like that though
I think the quarterback has a lot to do with that.
The quarterback's a problem there, but I think the offensive line itself, I don't know.
I like their 2 young tackles. I think they're going to be good.
Yeah,
but one's a rookie and one's in his second year. And again, I think it's more the quarterback. I think the quarterback holding the ball probably made them look better.
Yeah, I think you've played worse offensive lines.
You have.
I think you've absolutely played worse offensive lines this year.
But they got a backup right tackle. I mean, we talked to Joe Person coming into the week, and he was like, "This guy stinks."
Yeah,
and they didn't get any pressure on that guy.
The problem with Carolina was they were running it so well against you.
That's where I was,
and the play action's torturing you. I mean, it just there was
no reason for them to throw the ball.
But Dante Fowler's played like a game and a half well. I mean, James Houston was back to 14 or 15 snaps. They are so down on his ability to help against the run that they're not finding many situations they even want to put him out there for.
Well, it couldn't be worse than the way that Marshawn Nealon's playing right now.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I mean, if Marshawn Nealon is supposed to be one of your better run defenders, and he's having problems.
Yeah, I don't know if like really good defenses would even have him in the rotation, the reps that he's put out there. Sam Williams is about to find himself on a different team. Like I just don't know how Jerry Jones could say that, and it's frankly concerning that they're using that kind of wisdom or knowledge base to make their personnel decisions from as we come up on the trade deadline and ultimately free agency next year. I would circle like edge as one of the main things that we got to get done. I'd be willing to lose George Pickens if you could trade for Trey Hendrickson, for example. I think it's that important. You're not going to get close to winning without it.
Man, that back scares me all of a sudden. It's things starting to, I don't know. I mean, he had a back injury in the game. It's something he's kind of been dealing with. So I don't know about
Hendrickson.
Yeah, Hendrickson. I don't know about that one.
Okay.
I like what you're trying to do. I think these linebackers are horrible. I mean, the ones they're playing with right now are not helping them. And I mean, horrible's a bad word, but they've not shown instincts. They've not shown ability to finish.
The reactions are weak.
The reactions are slow.
Mm-hmm.
They get caught up in blocks. They don't flow fast enough. They get the things that happen in coverage. Your linebacker group is killing you right now.
I like watching Jamar James close, and I like watching Leah Fowler try to make plays. I mean, at least they're trying to give you some splash while being out of position and reacting slowly. Like when they decide, at least they're trying to raise a little bit of havoc.
Hey, I'm watching this. They put Clark on the field one time. Zach, you might remember. I don't know. Zach, did you guys watch? Everybody else watch?
Oh yeah.
All 22?
Are you talking about the toss play?
No, I'm talking about the time when they put Sam Williams inside eye of the tackle, and they were running they're running like a run game stunt, like a run game blitz. They take Williams inside, they take Leofau off the edge and they need a guy over the top to fill in. Yeah. The guy over the top is Clark. Yeah. He never got there.
No.
Never. He hesitated and never got there. Now the ball is outside up the field, and everybody's scrambling to, it's a run blitz. It's a down inside, guy over the top. They can't get anybody over the top.
Yeah.
And the ball goes, and now the guy's running. He's lucky he tripped, or he would have scored. I mean, that's the kind of crap you're playing with right now.
Mm-hmm.
This coordinator, we're beating the hell out of him, and a lot of it he deserves. But man, he's trying to do something to affect their run game, play run defense, and they can't even get that right. You're not going to win. You're not going to win playing with linebackers that don't have any instincts.
I think he only played like 4 plays, and he came off the field immediately after that.
He looked terrible. And Damone Hesitation Clark. I mean, that's
and
the
he went to
story
my
of his
school.
career.
Love the kid. Love the fact what he did first at LSU. Right now, he is not a good football player for them.
Okay, we'll talk with a good football player coming up next. How about that? Mark Schlereth will join us. We'll talk Week 6. Get ready for Week 7 here next to the Nation.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece. Do you...
Stella. That's this Friday at Pickler Universe, 2800 North I-35 East, just past the George Bush Tollway.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, we are back here on The Fan, and we're standing by for Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL insider, joins us every Tuesday at this time. Our next Flagtober events coming up Thursday and Friday. We're going to be at the Bearded Monkey Sports Bar and Grill in Rockwall there on Ridge Road, 2 to 7 on Thursday. Come get your flag while they last. And then Friday, we are going to be at Pickler Universe there in Carrollton, 2800 North 35, just past the George Bush Toll Road. You can come out, learn all about pickleball. Amazing new facility there. And we'll be rocking with you from 2 to 7, handing out your G-Bag Nation flag. All right, as we're joined now by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. What do you think about the idea the Cowboys can internally improve with this defense? I mean, I think communication will happen with time on task, but after witnessing them get pushed around so savagely by Carolina, and we talked about it, not a bad offensive line, especially when it comes to the run game, but if you get bullied like that, is there any hope for you?
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to run stunts, and you can't get the guys to do what you're supposed to do, and then you run another run stunt first play of the game, and the safety shows up in the box unblocked and has a chance for a no gain, tackle for loss. Don't get that guy. I mean, where's your hope? Where's your hope if they keep trying to put guys in position to make plays, and then when they try to put guys in position to make plays, they bust because of the communication and stuff? And then throw on top of that, you physically, the last couple of weeks, the guy who's kind of been your run-stopping guy, supposedly, that you traded for, hasn't played very well. And Kenny Clark. And, he even talked about it after the Jets game. He says, hey, got to do better, got to be accountable, got to do all these things. And they keep talking about all this crap, and they're not good enough. They're just not good enough to play what they're asking to play. And when they do put them in position to make a play, like I said, they can't make it. It's hard. He's got no shot playing defense with the personnel that he has right now. He just doesn't.
What about like some teams go back and forth from we're going to do a 5-man front instead. We're going to do a 4-man front. And
they played 8-man box the other day and got 7 yards of carry.
Yeah.
So I mean, they're in trouble. They are in some real trouble right now. And we've talked about the offense a bunch, that they can't afford a mistake. They can't punt. This coach is going to have to play different. He's going to have to feel the game. And all of a sudden, he's going to be in a lot of shootout games, and it's going to turn into, oh, wow, they punted once, you punted twice. You lost the game by 7 points, or you lost the game by a field goal. That's the kind of games they're going to be in right now. It's not going to be easy. It's not. The coordinator is in a bad spot, and he's trying to do what he can. He doesn't have personnel. His scheme at times has not worked. His stubbornness has made it difficult for them to play good defense at times. And when they've asked us to stack box or play man coverage, they still give up plays. There's really, other than like Harvey Martin and Randy White and everybody else come walking through that door, they're going to be who they are.
Now, how about on the other side of the ball?
Brilliance.
Can we assume that continues?
Brilliance. I mean, now, okay, you got in trouble because you couldn't run the ball because, again, the law firm of Brown, Robinson, and Brown kicked your ass. You've got to figure out now, if teams try and affect your game when it comes to your scheme, when your pull game, your trap game, if you get penetration, this is kind of why I think you need Booker back working with Steele and also working with Span Ford, getting a little bit more push on that right side. Then you get Tyler Smith pulling. That's when they were running the football pretty well, when they were able to kind of control the inside guys. But they've got to be able to do that. But those three guys, They play over your guards. They play over your center. They made it really, really difficult for you because just how much penetration they were able to get, but also just keep you at the point of attack. Don't let you get any movement. If they get caught in that again, well, then it's going to have to be Dak, Pickens, Lamb, Ferguson, Turpin, Flanoy. That's protect your ass off and throw the ball.
Yeah, I don't think you can get it done one-dimensionally. I think that's kind of what Carolina showed us is if we can stop your run and we're no longer afraid of it, we're going to drop so many guys into coverage that you're going to end up taking those checkdowns or calling screens.
Yeah, they don't. Well, Carolina really doesn't have a pass rush, so clock and cover was natural to them. You know, they don't. If you don't have Brian Burns or any type of these pass rushers that they've had in the past, then it's a little bit more difficult. They're like, fine, go ahead, yeah. We'll cover. We'll try, But, yeah, Dak has to be a little bit more willing when it's clog and cover to take some chances. He's been pretty good throwing the football around.
All righty, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Josh Allen and the Bills did not have the answers against Atlanta last night. The Falcons get a big win in Monday Night Football. Allen was horrible. He took 4 sacks. He threw 2 picks. Buffalo only scored 14 points. What's going on with the MVP here, Chief?
Man, I mean, you have some of the turnover stuff going on for sure. And then one of the things that's interesting about this year, you mentioned the sacks. Like he's taking more sacks this year than he did last year. I mean, last year it was really amazing how he was able to take care of the football and avoid sacks when he was pressured and still turn those into big plays. And this year it's like he's kind of lost his edge a little bit from that standpoint, taking a lot more sacks and not being able to run the football at the best level. But the turnovers, of course, I think for the Bills right now is a big time problem. And I don't know like what type of funk he's in right now.
Well, I mean, is it just the league starting to catch up with him? He has not had a great offensive line. He has not had great weapons. What is he? He's 29 years old. That's still right in the middle of your prime, but you played a very physical style, and now maybe you're just not as quick, or the league is defending you a little bit different. Probably has, one of the more difficult schedules in the league. But, I think it's 3 games in a row now with at least 1 turnover there for Josh Allen. So it just goes to the point that there is no big bad wolf out there, right? There's nobody that you would think if we get into the playoffs, there's no chance we're going to beat these guys. The Eagles, the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs, significantly down from where they were last year. And I think this goes for the Cowboys, but maybe all other teams. If you're really strong on one side of the ball, and I don't know what the Buffalo is, but they're good enough overall. If you're really good at one side of the ball, you might just be a couple of trades away from putting yourself in a hell of a situation.
Yeah.
And with as busy as the trade season is shaping up to be, I think 1 or 2 teams are going to make the moves to, clearly put their hat in that ring for actual elite team.
I think it is possible. I don't think we live in a world in the NFL where there's any absolutes anymore. I mean, 2 weeks ago the Bills were 4-0. We were like, could this be finally the year for Buffalo? Now they lose 2 games. They're 4-2. We were joking about the possibility of the Giants upsetting the Eagles. I know, like at first, Eric, you were laughing at all. It happened. Like anything can happen, and we really don't know a damn thing when it comes to the NFL. And I think that's okay. That's why we love the sport, right? Anything can really happen. So when it comes to like, is there any possibility, any hope for the Cowboys to fix what they're doing on defense? I mean, through 6 games last year, when I was on with Jeff Cole the other night, he had the stat, they pretty much were the same defense under Zim. Now, we did see the defense improve, and again, this is a different defensive coordinator, but their defense kept him in the game against Houston for a half. They did lose the game because the offense sucked at that point. Same thing with the Philadelphia game. It was like from week 10 on, they started playing serviceable football. Is that all you really need this defense to do? Can you go from 32 to like 20? Like, would that be a crazy ask if you get an overshown back that's playing at like 80% of his powers? That's still probably an improvement of the linebackers you have now. If you make a move or 2, can you at least get to like, I don't even think middle of the pack. I think that's probably too big of a jump from where they are right now.
Yes.
But like, could you get to 20? And if Dak can still play at the best level of football we've seen him play in his career and an NFC right now, like, are you now a team that legitimately could compete? I don't know.
The defense getting to 20?
Yeah.
Not what the teams are about to play. Dawson said it earlier. Our chief, who read the numbers?
Yeah.
Who read the numbers?
Yeah.
With those quarterbacks that you faced, and their percentage is what, 113 something?
Yeah.
You're about to play. Yeah, you're about
Yeah.
to play some legitimate damn quarterbacks. You better hang on to your ass.
I think that's what happened last year is you had Micah in your schedule. You got the softest point in your schedule there for a lot of late in the season. Yeah, I would hope that they could play well enough to get to 20th defensively, but I just don't think that's realistic. But if you went out and traded for a corner and traded for a linebacker that were like Pro Bowl quality, then I think it's realistic. And I think if you have the number one offense and an average defense, a couple of teams have won the Super Bowl like that in the past.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, just to keep the hopium going, like Jalen Hurts, C.J. Stroud, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield. Those were four of the quarterbacks that they were able to keep you in the game for a while by defense, because their offense did absolutely nothing in those games. That's why they ended up getting blown out in the second half. If you just box score it, but I mean, we're at the games we were able to watch them. I remember hosting a 3-hour post game, and we talked the entire 3 hours about, well, there was optimism from the defense in those games.
Let me also throw out here Eric Kendricks and Jordan Lewis. Like, Lewis was one of their three best defensive players.
That's fair.
It allowed them to at least have credible players, trying to cover in most of their spots, Chief.
I think Schlereth might have heard Broadus' cheesecake take earlier and just said F.
Oh, he said screw this.
Wanted to take the
He didn't seem like a cheesecake guy.
You're lazy if you order
We
cheese.
need to ask him what he thinks about cheesecake.
I mean, it looked like the fair had a hell of a cheesecake food truck. That's all they did.
They did a fried one.
I was like looking at the menu, and it actually, I mean, if it wasn't for the cream cheese, I would have ordered.
Can I tell you something? By the way, McMahon thinks it's 2 years. He's not sure.
Okay.
He thinks
on
it's
the extension for kids.
Anyway, all right, Josh Allen, real quick. We have a minute.
Sure.
Okay, how about this? This season, they said Allen is thrown only 53% of his passing yards have come after the catch. That's the second straight season where over half his yards have come after the catch. Allen is also targeting deep areas of the field, 20-plus air yards, only on 10% of his throws. It's the lowest mark of his career. So, and then he played the Falcons last night, who allowed the lowest of the yards after catch. So that was a bad recipe for him last night playing in that football game. But the ball ain't going down the field with this cat. Everything's underneath, and they're trying to like run and catch. Maybe that's some of the problems they've had the last couple.
He's
weeks.
been making do with like average weaponry at the pass catching, portion of his offense, but. Now, this year, it's just not going the same way for him. And for sure, that was a bad matchup for him last night with what Atlanta's doing. Credit to them. They blitzed the hell out of him last night.
Yeah, I think teams are more willing than ever to let you run the ball. I mean, there are 7 teams averaging 4.9 or better. Half the league is averaging over 4.5 right now. I think it's with the awareness of, hey, we're just going to make Josh Allen and guys like this earn every first down. And eventually we're going to have, all the answers, and we're going to make them get 5 or 6 first downs in a row instead of, selling out to stop the run. We're going to let you run, make sure that we're not allowing the big plays. Football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, veteran quarterback's interception remedy. We have Week 6 sad stats and some football clips of the day for you next year in the nation. But Fort Worth, I'm looking at you right now because the all-new Alliance Hyundai is here. It's conveniently located.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
But he, like I say, Ron's like, oh, well, thank you very much. Ron was very nice to him. And I was just sitting there like totally amazed that
I know
I'm hanging out with Chris Farley.
Chris Farley.
Yeah.
At what point? I mean, he had to have taken his shirt off at some point.
Start Chippendale dancing.
No, he just said
There was no
just,
powders.
He gave Ron a hug, gave me a handshake, and moved on his way.
Start rolling doobies.
Yeah, I guess I don't know, but he was
ham and Swiss doobies.
He was an interesting guy, really interesting.
He was living in a van down by the river.
Dude, that's one of the coolest things. I can't believe you kept that from us all these years. I mean, seeing a game with Chris Farley is an all-time.
Totally
I will
light now.
Yeah. I did I tell you about the time that I met John Bon Jovi with Bill Parcells?
Yeah, not as cool.
Was this in the locker room?
No, this was at Bill's office, and I knocked on the door, and I heard this. I go, Coach, I'll come back, and he goes, oh, come on in. And he goes, Brian, I want you to meet somebody. And I just walked up. He goes, Brian, John Bon Jovi. And I'm like, yeah, Coach, I know. Thank you. Nice to meet you. But
that's
yeah,
pretty
awesome,
cool.
Man. Pretty cool.
How about that, dude?
Yeah.
All right. Well,
football allows you to meet people.
Yeah, watching a game with Chris Farley would be up there for me.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. That's an amazing story.
Cool. So Geno Smith has just been an interception machine. Yeah, like 10 interceptions already on the season.
Yikes.
And I mean, the Raiders' offensive line is bad. I don't think Geno Smith just stopped learning how to play football. But he does have a bit of a remedy here. He thinks this is just a bad luck situation. Okay.
He sees the Cowboys on the horizon.
Yeah, I'm sure he's
starting to get. Wait a second, we got a Monday nighter at home against the Cowboys.
Licking his chops.
I'm going to be just fine.
All right, Cowboys here. Yeah, okay. I see what we're doing here. Let's go. Yeah.
Certainly doesn't help with Brock Bowers being banged up, but he said, quote, I told my coach that I just need to jump into a lake or ocean or something. It's a lot of bad luck stuff happening to me, but I'm in control of that.
Maybe light some sage.
Yeah.
I think Kyrie Irving could help him out with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never been the biggest Geno Smith fan. I think I was home for the holidays last year, and my dad was subjecting me to him because that's the game that we had. And I was like, oh, this must be a miserable experience. But then he came out and balled out week 1 for the Raiders.
He did.
So I was starting to get but you're right. He is on pace for like 27 interceptions. He got 10 of them already.
Yikes.
Somewhere Jameis Winston's smiling.
Yeah, if you want to talk about a real plan, go watch the Eli Manning late career tape. And whenever there's pressure, throw it away.
Yeah, Eli Manning, the flinch and throw techniques. Yeah.
Flinch and throw.
Seen that before. Yeah. So now I would like to address just how bad of a weekend Detroit sports had.
Yeah. Wow. The Tigers.
Starting with Friday night, where in the winner-take-all game, the Detroit Tigers, 2 through 5 hitters in the lineup went 0 for 23.
Is that good?
That is emphatically not good.
Oh, okay.
So Friday night was a long loss, too. Like, it's a marathon
15 innings.
And then your team loses, and it's not just losing the game. Hey, we'll get them tomorrow. Season's done. Then you get the Sunday night monster, right, where the Lions lose to the Chiefs.
All I can think of is, what inning would Wolchuk and I left?
Oh, you wouldn't have made it to the 7th.
Missed half the game.
You got it for the stretch.
7th inning stretch. Excuse me, pardon me.
Sorry, guys.
Excuse me, pardon me. Walk into the office. Excuse me, pardon me.
But so the Friday night, Sunday night, you have Detroit losses, but then you also have Michigan and Michigan State losing in between that to USC and UCLA. Just a long weekend for Detroit sports fans.
Stand up.
You had the negative net passing yards from Justin Fields. Since 2010, there's been 3 of those games. One is now the Jets. The other 2, the Giants. New York sports fans also a bit down bad. I believe it was.
I would have said that Zach Wilson had a negative passing game.
I know. That's crazy. They've actually gotten worse.
I think he had a game where he threw it for 2 feet or something like that. Wouldn't it like against the Packers?
There is some stuff in there. There's some Zach Wilson, Justin Fields. The Jets have the only games of these over the last whatevers.
Yeah, that's true. How about what the Colts have done? Now,
smoke and mirrors. Not buying it.
Indiana Jones. I know. I'm kind of with you on that.
Okay.
But 194 points.
We know nothing. Number 1 seed in the AFC.
194 points.
Give me Kansas City. I think they're the team to beat. And Indianapolis is rolling everybody.
Stat. Did Jordan Schultz put this one out? I thought this was like a jaw-dropping stat. Is this the one you're going to read?
Mine is coming from Stathole.
Okay. Well, he might have found it from Stathole, but like this is best start, including like Peyton Manning Colts.
Yeah.
Points-wise.
194 points through week 6 is the most for the Colts since Johnny Unitas.
Gosh, that is crazy.
So Manning and Luck, wow, have never even had a point-scoring season quite like this.
I can't believe that.
Johnny U in his black high tops drops back. He finds Raymond Berry across the field.
It's 6 games.
Small sample.
Smoke and mirrors, man.
Okay, I think my dad has a Johnny Unitas football autograph.
I mean, really, they've only beaten Denver, and they shouldn't have beaten Denver. That Denver win was a joke. It was a weird special teams play at the end. Other than that, Miami, Tennessee, Raiders, Arizona. They lost to the only good team they played, the Rams, Brian.
Just ram it.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, they're 5-1. The Colts are for real.
They're galloping.
They are the best
No
team
research.
in the AFC.
They're galloping to the Lucas Oil Stadium, home of the AFC Championship game. Welcome in Danny Dimes to the Colts.
I was looking up some quick stats is what I was trying to find.
Can you imagine if we live in a world where the Colts with Daniel Jones are in like the AFC Championship game?
The Super Bowl is Daniel Jones and the Colts and Baker Mayfield in the box.
About that. Trust me.
Oh my!
They're going to lose 3 in a row here coming up pretty soon when they actually face 500 football teams.
Speaking of losing streaks, congratulations to the Cardinals for having the lowest margin of defeat for any team on a 4-game losing streak in NFL history.
I'm just looking. They lost to the Colts by 4.
Yeah, they've lost. They've lost 4 games in a row by a total of 9 points. They're right there.
Kyler Murray looks ahead. And he says,
"Hey, Jacoby Brissett was out there spinning it the other day, giving his team a chance."
Dallas is on the schedule.
Yeah, Kyler's no bueno.
No, Kyler's. Listen,
I think we can say that Kyler's not it.
That's fair, Wolchuk.
Got a game coming up here.
Oh, he might. He'll probably look great at AT&T Stadium. That's home for him. He's never lost.
We're the deodorant of the league
versus the Bonnie Blue Star defense. Yeah. That's going to be an all-time game. That's going to be the FedEx Air Player of the Week.
Run through us. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Okay, let's go ahead and get you to some football sounds of the day. We start.
Wolchuk's trying to be positive.
I know. I really admire that about him.
I can't live in a world of just no positivity and hope. I can't do it.
He quit at a playoff game a couple years ago.
Oh, the season was over.
There was no reason to be positive. He's like, I'm tired. I'm done. Yeah.
Still came back crotch first by about July.
Yeah.
My first love, man.
When's that draft? Oh, yeah, here we are. Yeah.
Can't quit him.
Here's Jamar Chase after Sunday's game, looking ahead to the Thursday night matchup versus the Steelers.
Okay.
Well, this next game is always the most important game just because it's a divisional game also. But just the rankings that we got going on, the standings where we at right now. We know the Steelers going to try to come in and raw dog us and kill us, but we're going to be ready for that challenge, and we're going to be waiting for it.
They're going to be ready for the raw dogging on Thursday Night Football.
I've heard that speech before.
Given the play-by-play, Al Michaels. That's quite the scene, dude.
Gosh, Joe Flacco's going to lead them to victory. It's going to be so sweet.
Oh, gosh, how about that?
Yeah.
Mike Tomlin will be like, I told you.
Thanks a lot, Andrew Barry.
Dawson, you're a Pittsburgh authority. What do you look for in this game this week?
In this game this week, you're probably looking at 5-6 sacks for the Steelers and about 24-10 victory.
There we go. You heard it from Terrible Towel himself.
Well,
wave that towel.
Speaking of terrible towels, let's take
Tunch Ilkin and Gavin Dawson on the call this week.
Punch Ilkin?
Tunch Ilkin.
Oh, Tunch.
Tunch.
I know we're making
That's a
tunches.
fake name, dude.
No, he used to be a broadcaster.
No, he didn't.
He was a player for the Steelers. Look it up.
Yeah, look it up. Okay. Read a bleeping book for once.
He was a winner.
Here's a former Steeler, Ryan Clark, at the ESPN desk telling a story.
I'm really sorry about it. I said something about somebody.
I don't. Maybe he had to apologize after telling this story. And it is involving Cam Scattaboo and the time that Ryan Clark was hanging out with his family when Scattaboo was still in college.
And he's also a kind, giving human. After the game, I would hang out, talk to his parents. He would come out, and his mom would give him a plastic bag of candy. He would take that plastic bag of candy, and while he ate that plastic bag of candy, he would not take a shower before he came out. He would stick it in his pants. And I appreciated him. He pulled him out his pants, and he goes, "RC, do you want a candy?" "Hell no." "What makes you think I'd eat your crotch candy?"
That's very nasty.
That's very nasty.
That is extreme.
What makes you think I'd eat your crotch?
Never heard it called that before.
Wow. That's what it was. That's true.
What an incredible quote.
I mean, you guys have heard about the edible underwear before.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never
like a fruit roll up in the shape of underwear.
No. Sticky.
Anybody
More of a
have-
novelty gift.
What's
but-
the experience like with that?
I don't know. I don't have any experience. Brian?
None.
Delicious.
None.
Brian?
None. I've heard about it, but none.
It's like cheesecake.
Is that
It's
a milk
lazy.
dud?
I used to see them at the mall novelty shops like, wow, this is weird. You know? Like you're 12 years old,
Yeah.
1988.
Oh, you see
you're like,
Dawson,
wow,
like, thumbing
adults
through all
really
that
into
stuff.
this?
You're at Spencer's or something?
Yes, Spencer's.
Oh, look at
I was
these
hoping you
chaps I
guys.
can
I didn't
wear.
think you would guys would know what Spencer's was.
Oh,
was.
yeah, Spencer's
Just want to take a
big.
peek at the posters, Ma. I'll be right out.
Well, thank you guys. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. When we come back, we'll hit the expressway. We have G-Bag Today coming up at 5:30, and then LA Live. A DFW pro sports coach gets an extension. We'll talk about that and more coming up next year on The Fan.
But Tolos, there's never been a better time than right now.
Uber Eats have low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great. Yeah, I love it.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You got G-Bag today coming up in about 6 minutes. And LA Live is coming up at 5:40. It's a Dallas Stars home opener tonight. The Expressway is brought to you by the On Time Experts. Mikko Rantanen, new best player, says, I think Dallas is a hockey city. I know the Cowboys are probably the biggest football team in the country, but I think hockey is doing well here in the great state of Texas. That's what Mikko has to say. I think no doubt about it. His experience is that DFW is a hockey town because inside that arena, it is. Those people know hockey. They love hockey.
They do a great job.
Passionate, great environment, and salute to everybody heading in there for a game tonight. Hopefully they get to 3-0 against Minnesota.
Minnesota took a lot of shots the other night in the game. Got some power play goals. This might be a little bit of a difficult stroke. The Dallas schedule kind of
it's a gauntlet to start.
Not easy off the jump.
Playoff rematches with Winnipeg, then you go on the road to Colorado. Well, both of them on the road. Then you come back home. Petrovic is going to make his season debut tonight, so Labushkin's going to sit. And I guess this is a thing Gully's making a point to get Petrovic back in. Otter will again start, so hopefully Otter, Minnesota guy. Hopefully he stands on his head against his former team that he didn't grow up loving because he was a North Star fan.
He's got a lot to prove to me this year. Hopefully he stands on his head and does a better job. I was on Team DeBoer, as you might remember.
Go get that Vezina, baby.
Yeah. Ended up throwing our coach under the bus to keep a mid-goalie. Okay.
A mid-goalie?
Jason, in the playoffs, when you need him most, looked pretty mid to me.
He wasn't good in the conference final.
I think he's inconsistent. Jason Kidd, 2-year contract extension, has signed with the Mavs. Source confirming to ESPN today. The extension comes in the wake of strong interest in Kidd from the New York Knicks before they hired Mike Brown to fill their coaching vacancy. The Mavs declined to give the Knicks permission to interview Kidd, who's 179 and 149 in his 4-year stint in Dallas. The Mavs making runs to the conference finals in 22 and the NBA finals in 2024 under Jason Kidd. I feel like the work that he did here, defined him clearly as probably a top 10 coach in the league. I wouldn't want to go out there and get back into the coaching market if I could help it. So I'm glad to know Jason Kidd's around. I wondered, how's the Nico and Jason Kidd dynamic? Could it cost us another high-quality employee? And it's good to know that at least Nico's ego can handle having a quality head coach like Jason Kidd here in the organization. I guess Mark Stein first reported that, so salute to Mark Stein, longtime Mavs insider. He got it done. How about Boban today? He said, I'm 7'4", and I'm looking up at Wemby. He was on TV doing some NBA stuff.
He was with the NBA today.
Kevin O'Connor, longtime reporter, says he believes Wemby is closest to 7'7". Wow. Wemby at 7'7", man.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah, that is incredible. I don't know what the limit is on how tall you can be and still be mobile enough, but with that wingspan, I don't know how mobile he's got to be to at least be the defensive player of the year for the next decade straight.
Yeah, I mean, and what he can do offensively as well. Like this dude, they call him the alien for a reason. As long as he can stay healthy, I think he is absolutely going to be a problem.
Yeah, he looks like one of those giant monsters people are putting up in their yards for Halloween. You've seen these things? They're lurching over. They're like 13 feet. And you're right. Offensively, as long as his shot is falling, it's a wide open jumper for him. Nobody can even really even challenge that thing. He effectively has an unblockable Kareem Abdul-Jabbar skyhook from wherever he decides to shoot. Evan Grant writing today about MLB free agency in the morning news. He looked at the pitching market. A familiar name is back, Dylan Cease. Now a free agent. The Rangers have tried to trade for him. Yeah. I guess the dollar figure expectations around $25 million. I don't want them spending on pitching. I think the smart thing to do is sacrifice spending on pitching to make sure you've exhausted every opportunity to make sure you have a good offense. Pete Alonso's out there, first baseman. He's going to opt out with the Mets.
Yep.
Salvador Perez is a free agent, catcher, World Series experience.
Yeah.
Kyle Tucker.
Schwarber, you want a guy who's going to hit postseason dingers. That dude knows how to do it at a high clip.
Could you put him at first base still?
Schwarber?
Because if you're going to bring Jock back,
you could. He wouldn't. I don't know how much of a downgrade, he'd be over Berger at first base.
I mean, Schwarber has been like the rare DH that's impacting the game like a position player.
Why do I never? Yeah, I guess because I never see him play in the field, right?
Yeah,
it's always at the plate.
Yeah, I mean, he pretty much is just a DH, but he is capable of playing first.
And there's Cody Bellinger is out there as well. So
you were one of the best defensive teams in the league last year, right?
You were the best.
Okay, does that
in history?
And we've talked about before the issues of first base kind of holding you back. Is that something you can you play around that?
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
Last year, the best defense, even with. I mean, Jake Berger had good moments at first, but he did have the last 2 weeks specifically.
Yeah,
were not good for him there. Yeah. But yeah, you could probably. I mean, look, they got nothing out of the DH spot last year. So even if you just had him DH,
that's what I was kind of thinking.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I just don't know what you do with Jock Peterson at that point. Right?
I don't know. You have to eat his contract.
Isn't that right field pretty short for us over there at our ballpark?
It is.
That guy, get him up there and just let him hook that ball in there.
He'd be a great fit.
Be a big opportunity. Okay, we got playoff baseball. Just one game tonight. It's going to be Brewers and Dodgers with L.A. leading that series 1-0. It's in Milwaukee coming up at 7:08, and it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Thank you, General.
Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
I'm in here grooving on this watermelon cuts. Yeah, man. I would have ate it a lot faster, but it was so damn cold. Makes your teeth hurt, you know what I'm talking about?
Seedless?
There's a few seeds in there. There's a few seeds in there.
All right.
I sprinkled a whole lot of salt on it.
Oh, here we go.
That's a secret right there.
All right, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. How you doing? How you doing? This right here, this champion audio is going for 5 today. Is Michael Irvin, the playmaker. Yeah, he has some words for the Facts Over Feelings podcast. I wonder if this podcast is boosted up in numbers as of late. Like, I wonder if somebody heard the Michael Irvin clip and was like, hey, you know what? Those Facts Over Feelings guys are talking facts. Dion is trash. Jerry Rice is slow. He could not be in today's game.
I think what I would do is try and piss off another sport.
Yeah.
Just go to
another one. That's
go to LeBron.
Just go around and just keep trolling.
Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan couldn't play in this era.
Get them numbers up.
Yeah.
Facts Over Feeling podcast said Irvin, Jerry Rice, Prime Time, and those great receivers could not play in today's era because they were too slow. Michael ever heard about this and went off.
What the hell are you talking about? I don't even know your name.
I don't even know your name.
And I certainly don't know your game because you don't. I don't see you every year with a gold jacket in that Hall of Fame room. I don't see you anywhere great players are. So who the f*** are you to talk about what? You couldn't even play when I played the game. And some of these you're talking about, they couldn't even play when we played the game. So I'm sitting here saying, what the hell is he talking about? I don't mind you being stupid. I don't mind you being dumb. I don't mind you not knowing what the f*** you talking about. Keep my name out your mouth when you don't know what you're talking about. Keep my name and my image. Don't try to shit on my work when I won championships on every level. On every level. When they can knock out. I call passes in the midst of pain. Y'all don't do that. Y'all ain't never had to do that. So shut the hell up.
Call passes in the midst of pain.
The range of his expression. I mean, he gave us like 4 different Academy Award-winning actors.
His dad is a pastor, man.
Yeah.
Got that passion right there.
Yep.
All right, let's get the vibes. Oh, yeah. How about this one? I got an announcer jinx. An announcer jinx for you boys.
Yes.
Greg Olsen. People love Greg Olsen.
Yes.
You like Greg?
Yeah, we do like Greg. He was doing some serving up Panthers rookie wide receiver McMillan. I'm talking about serving that boy up. Said his hands were so good.
Yeah.
And in that moment, it happened.
It was a good comp for Teteroa McMillan. First-round pick out of Arizona. He kind of reminds me of like an A.J. Green.
Okay.
Right? I think a lot of people think maybe of Mike Evans. I think he's a little faster than Evans, but he's big, he's long, he's a great hands catcher. I think Diggs just giving him a little bit too much of a cushion there on 3rd and long and worried about getting run by. Right back to McMillan.
Damn.
Wilson with a little bit of an alley. He stepped out of bounds as he has his second interception of the season. Penalty markers are thrown. That's the old announcer's jinx. I mean, that was almost, you can't make this up.
Yeah.
He knew immediately.
Yeah, that's what happens at the
I wish we had more of that.
pumping up your girl to your friends. Don't pump up your girl to your friends. Yeah, she does this and she does that. She does this. Next thing you know, you found a number in her phone or something like that. Hey, man, can I chill at your crib for a week or something?
Oh, what happened?
Don't pump up your girl.
Bragging about your girlfriend.
Bragging about your gal, man.
Seems like everything's not perfect over there. I tell you what, Greg Olson's hair was not perfect. Did you see that lead in on TV?
No, I
like when they do
wasn't
the
paying
interview where they're pre-gaming?
This is awesome.
Oh my goodness, dude. This was terrible. It was like, imagine the worst my hair has ever looked. Like in that long hair COVID phase when I took my trucker cap off and you're like, wow, Dawson, that's really getting away from you. Worse than that. Man. Because he's also got, like, it's getting thin up there.
Yeah.
You see it now?
Portnoy was onto something.
I mean, I don't want to go full Portnoy.
It was pretty close.
But I think there's a good reason he wore a hat that day. Because he knew his hair's getting away from him.
Hold on.
It's real.
Oh, yeah, that looks like
Terrible, isn't it?
Looks like a comedic
How are the
actor.
producers not like, bro, what's going on here? Can we get you like a hairnet?
Okay, he got some jokes. One night only, Greg Olson.
Well, he was coming from home, right?
Yeah.
He might be on coke. He's definitely hungover. Here he is.
He just got a better
All right, let's see what else we got. NFL Network's Sarah Walsh should be a quarterback because she is calm in the pocket, even when big B's are being dropped on her.
Bo Nix was nearly perfect in the fourth quarter. I talked to his receiver, Cortland Sutton, this week here in London, and he talked about the fact that you have to, like, learn that experience. What?
Sarah, you have a
Are you
huge
yelling at me?
bug on your arm. Left arm. Left arm.
Oh, it is large. I'm not going to lie. It is large. It's a bumblebee. Notice the calm and the poise, because I'm not freaking out. I have to tell you, they have been everywhere around here, but they seem friendlier and more dignified than the bees in America that seem threatening, because these guys are sort of like fat little bumblebees.
These are fat little bees.
Yeah, she's over there in the UK. More on that later. But yeah, see how calm and cool she was in the pocket. And she want to let you know, too. I just want to point out that you guys are freaking out and the bee is on me and I'm chilling.
Yeah.
Chilling. I'm Sarah. You guys like Sarah Walsh, by the way?
Just a nice job,
Sarah.
Yeah.
He's all right.
Yeah.
Man, you guys are not telling the absolute truth. Yeah, good God.
Yeah.
She's all right.
That is a big bee. I'm wondering how it's so calm.
So calm, man. Even kill right there. Taking beta blockers or something.
That's weed. That's weed.
That's weed.
That's weed.
You don't want to crash out as a bee if you can help it. You know, most of them just get crazy and sting, and then they're done for.
Yeah. Yeah, they die, right, though? Yeah. Don't they die if they, like, leave their stinger somewhere?
Yes, they do.
Shoot, that's a life or death thing. All right, this has a lot of cussing in it. I try my best to bleep. Philadelphia. He loves all Philadelphia sports. Big Phillies fan. Phillies were eliminated from the playoffs on an error, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, play to play.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's history.
Crack back kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah, Phillies super fan right here. And Madden champion, by the way.
Oh.
Dubby was live when it all happened. He was trying to do a little play-by-play and whatnot, and he crashed on out.
Back up the middle, and he boots it. No, just... No! Why the f***? What's your ball? Why the f***? What's your ball? Why? What the f*** am I watching? He's such a... Oh my God! What the f***? What in the God tourney? Get the f***! Oh my God!
Wow.
Yeah.
What?
It's a bomb siren.
A bomb siren. What? A bomb siren is hysterical. A bomb siren.
We got a tornado coming into Sunnyvale. Is that everybody get in the pantry?
Bomb siren is hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
It's hysterical.
God dang, I love hearing Phillies fans cry like that, though.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yeah. All right, one more. I'm gonna do it anyway. Wide receiver Tez Johnson, Tampa Bay.
Yeah,
he thought that Baker adulation was for him.
So great. What a story.
Got a funny story. This is crazy. When I score and I hit MVP chant, I'm thinking they talking about me. So I asked Shep. I'm like, Shep, they was chanting MVP? And he was like, yeah. I was like, I ain't do nothing this year. And then he was like, they talking about Baker, Tez. And I was like, well, that explains it.
That explains it. Well, that explains it. Okay. I
haven't done nothing.
Can't get nothing past me.
Slow down, Rook.
MVP.
Man, I thought I was doing pretty good.
There's one touchdown catch.
MVP for me, fam?
They really like me.
I made it.
Is it our current champ? He's looking for 5, the playmaker. I don't know your name, and I certainly don't know your game. Is it Greg Olson?
I don't even know your name.
Is it Greg Olson with the announcer jinx? Is it Sarah Walsh broadcasting through a massive bug on her left arm? I know my kids would have fully freaked out about that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to explain it to them. Listen, I'm going to go pick up this bug. I'm going to go pick up this gecko. Just don't show me a snake. Not picking up a snake. But anything else comes in here, I'm picking it up. It's fine, right? We are the rulers of this world.
I'm the captain now.
We got Phillies fan crash out. We got Tez Johnson thinking the MVP chancer for him. I'm going with the playmaker, Chief. How about you?
Samesies.
Lucius?
Yeah.
Zach?
Yeah, it's the playmaker.
You're not supposed to kill the bees, by the way. Don't kill the bees.
Okay. Is it?
I mean, I swing at them like we're at the pool or something like that, and people freak out. Oh, no, not the bees. It's all the environment. I'm like, okay, my bad, bro.
We can stand to lose one if this thing's fixing to sting me, because that's no fun at all, especially if you're allergic. You know, what about the humans?
Yeah, how about that? My girl, man. They had to bury it with Macaulay Culkin with the glasses. Yeah. Where's his glasses? Oh, my God, I cried. Where's his glasses?
It's real.
Bro.
Michael.
It's unanimous. He's done it again. A 5-time G-Bag of the Day champion for calling out people that think fast folks were just invented this century. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has LA Live.
All right, it's a Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it after Mr. Toxic himself, Rick James.
You squares. As we fire up this funk and let's have a toe.
Cha cha cha.
It'll make you dance some of everything.
I'm calling HR.
People complain about HR. They say HR overreacts to small problems, right? You can go to HR and be like, hey, Jeff is playing his music too loud. And they'll be like, okay, let's get Jeff arrested, right? They'll go too far. But in construction, you don't go to HR with your problems. You know who you go to with your problems? A foreman. You know what a foreman is? A foreman is a guy who underreacts to huge problems. I'd go to my foreman and be like, hey, Jim said he wants to make me his girlfriend. And my foreman would be like, have you tried fighting him? Because that's step 1 through 10 of our conflict resolution strategy.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, how does HR work out there on those construction sites, bro? Come on. Get out of here. This is LA Live for Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Shout out to the first time, last time, and long time listeners of the station. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is Greystone-roofing.com. Alex Jones!
Oh, no.
Alex Jones, come to the front of the congregation, sir. The Supreme Court just swatted Alex Jones' appeal into the third row.
Oh, no.
It is out of here. As it is, Alex Jones is now on the hook for the $1.4 billion Sandy Hook judgment. $1.4 billion.
People saying it's a false flag?
I'm moving. Yeah. You see actors and all other stuff. I'm moving to Bali if I'm Alex Jones. I'm out of here right now. I'm gone.
I wouldn't have waited for the judgment.
Let's get that transferred.
I'm gone.
I'm on out of here.
Gone.
Yeah, Russell Simmons, I need your realtor. I'm out of here, bro. With that decision, the families can now move forward in their efforts to collect. Do you think they'll be able to collect from Alex Jones?
No. What's our net worth right now, Lucius? Do we know that by any chance?
It's nothing. Well, you got 1.4 billion.
I wonder if he's got anything that he can put up.
He's got Infowars. Infowars.com. Infowars.com.
I still don't understand how that works. Like $1.4 billion just for playing fantasy on the media, you know?
I mean, yeah.
Like, I guess it's damages to the family.
Yeah.
But
You
it's
said
like,
their babies were actors. You said they were actors.
yeah.
And the babies were dead.
It's stupid, but it's like, yeah, there's an idiot on the internet making stuff up about you, so that's worth $1.5 billion.
$8.4 million in assets.
There we go.
8.4 million.
Yeah.
A judge has already appointed a receiver to begin selling off those assets.
Yeah, he's
Sheesh.
it's right around $9 million. Business assets are parent company Infowars.
Infowars.com.
Free Speech Systems. They were to be auctioned off in separate court rulings in August of 2025.
So we can buy Infowars? Somebody we can put our put our money together and get Infowars.
You could.
It's already got a hell of a brand name. We just switch it up a little bit, you know. It's got a listening audience.
Okay, supposedly though,
Put a little lipstick on that thing.
Let's see what we can get for
Austin. We can move to Austin.
Sell it. Supposedly, he's a trustee has filed multiple lawsuits alleging that Jones fraudulently transferred millions in assets to his family members to hide them from creditors.
I mean, yeah, man, 1.4 billion. I'm hiding everything.
That's just common sense.
Yeah, I'm going in the couch and I'm hiding that too. You're not having anything.
So he basically can't work ever again and realize any of that.
Right. He's going to have to give a little piece of something.
Yeah.
A little piece of something.
Yeah.
If not everything.
Yeah.
But OJ didn't pay anything, right?
That is true.
Didn't Ron Goldman chase him around?
The family did, yes.
Never paid anything.
Just do everything in cash.
I think OJ was safe because his was in a retirement type of situation.
Yeah, it was his
and they couldn't
NFL
touch
pension
that.
and stuff like that, yeah.
But Alex Jones is different. Those are all earned gains right there. Let's go live to Austin, Infowars.com, and see how Alex Jones is handling this.
You son of a bitch. Oh. What the is your problem, you piece of Listen, kid, you have crossed the line. You're the people that have this country over, so stop shooting your mouth off claiming I'm the enemy. You got that, you got son of a bitch? Those are fighting words. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Pardon my language.
Freaking peer. Excuse me.
It's a freaking peer.
Freaking peer. I apologize. All right.
Man, get him on a podcast with Michael Irvin. That'd be electric. I will eat your ass.
Yeah. He's got some great interviews, man, with some very popular people, bro.
Yeah.
And Kanye was crazy. Let me get the vibe right here. R.I.P. to D'Angelo. Oh, my God. I stepped out the shower and seen this news. I was heartbroken. I didn't even want to tell my girl, bro. Because I know how she was going to act.
That's bad.
Oh, my gosh. We love D'Angelo.
That's weed. That's weed.
Oh. We love D'Angelo.
51 years old.
You know what happened?
Let me tell you about this girl.
Cancers.
Maybe I should.
Pancreatic cancers. Hey. Another person I love out here is New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Rats.
Yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy. I heard you when you said it, Eric. I heard it with a third ear. This is a man that was a gang member, a cop, then a politician, and he said he doesn't like rats.
Everyone that knows me, they know one thing. I hate rats.
Oh, I heard you when you said it. I heard it with a third ear. I heard it, buddy. Yeah, this man goes through a lot. He's going through something right here. Lately, it has been a tell-all book written by his former aide and alleged girlfriend, Jasmine Ray. Now, if this is true, Mr. Eric Adams, I understand Jasmine Ray. Oh, I understand. You're not supposed to do it, but I totally understand what you're doing right here. I totally understand. He's been going through a lot up there and, pressure bust pipes. During a presser with the NYC media, the mayor had a Mike Gundy moment on one of his biggest writers and adversaries out there in the media. I believe this guy's a reporter for the Daily News.
Oh.
Chris Sommerfeld. Anyway, Sommerfeld. He ain't got a wag of the finger.
You a dog sick person, man. You know that?
Oh, wait. This is a press conference with all of the media there. all of Eric's staff around him.
You a dog sick person, man. You know that? You're a dog sick person. Your name was on the byline. And there's some of you that have been covering me. You guys could part. Let me do this. Y'all could depart. Y'all could depart.
He's making the staff move out the way so he can go ahead and get at the media by himself, and nobody's going to get any backlash.
Some of you have been covering me for 3.5 years. Some of you are so sick and dark, and you're the leader of that. You're one of the most dark writers that I've ever seen in this city. And your personal sick vendetta and the sickness of how you think of over-sexualizing a black man, that in the book is stated that there was a sexual action in Borough Hall. That was never in the book. But that's typical of the sickness and the darkness of your sick mind. You're one of the sickest reporters I know.
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40. Yep, shout out to Eric Adams, man. I'm pretty sure he's going to get a nice cushy job after this in some big...
Be on TV.
Yeah, I don't even know if it'll be on TV. Big cushy job for somebody. It'll be well taken care of. Google that girl up though, Jasmine Ray. Eric Adams, you dog you. You dog you. What? You dog you. Oh my God. What else we got? Hey, do you guys like the NFL UK games?
Yeah, I enjoy waking up and having one start at 8:30.
Right.
Big win. Yeah.
Right.
You don't have to wait.
I think it should stay like that.
Yeah.
I love waking up on Sunday and it's right there for you, served up.
I think they're going anywhere, man.
I hope not, man. Is there one this Sunday?
Yes.
3. Yeah.
Jacksonville plays the Rams.
Oh, that's right. And that's actually a pretty good game.
Okay.
Dang.
Matter
Jalen
of
Ramsey Bowl.
fact, the Rams stayed in Baltimore and they turned Camden Yards into practice fields. A baseball park. Yeah, they lined it off in the outfield and stuff. So the Rams stayed.
Oh, that's pretty sweet.
Worked in Baltimore all week and then flying to London for the game. So pretty cool to see that.
Well, beautiful. I'm looking forward to that because I do like that on Sunday mornings, waking up to that. Well, the NFL UK had a UK rapper named Giggs headline the halftime show, the London game between the Jets and the Broncos. I'm aware of Giggs maybe about 10 years ago. He dropped the song, Whippin' Excursion. I'm a rapper.
Oh, yeah.
Whippin' Excursion.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes. That's the jam right there.
Yeah.
I was only familiar with Giggs from his days for Manchester United about 20 years ago.
Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan Giggs. Pretty good ball playing midfielder.